Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to IESF 15 World Esports Championship 2023 Asia Regional Qualifier. I am Vela and I am here with Mirko today. We will be your caster for today's matches because we will be having tons of amazing matches. But before we're starting that, Mirko, how do you feel about today? Are you excited for today's match?
Excited is an understatement, Vela, man. I'm feeling great. I am feeling more than excited. If there's a word for it, I'll definitely say it. But right now, I'm just really ecstatic to watch these matches and obviously to cast these games with you because we have some fire matches up ahead, Vela. Up for you guys as well to all watch and enjoy because, again, this is going to be the Asian Regional Qualifiers and we're going to be casting the whole day. 4 crazy matchups ready for you guys and for us.
Yeah, 4 crazy matches. They are competing for a slot later on because, for a reminder, 15 World Esports Championship 2023 Finals is taking place in Iași, Romania later on. But this is going to be the matches for today. This is going to be the first match. It's going to be Myanmar versus Philippines. A very
This is the big
match.
one.
Yeah, this is a big one. It is.
It's super massive, we can say, actually, because if you guys don't know, this is the match that probably is the super match, right? Myanmar bringing in their roster with Shadow, Nico, Stitch, Lina, and Blink. This is obviously the Burmese Ghouls lineup that actually took the IESF Myanmar qualifiers, and obviously we also have the Philippines here with Bren, Vela.
Yeah, with Few, Flapsy, Super Marco, Cal TZ, Ogwen, and Axbach. We know how strong they are. We saw it. We witnessed how they are fighting in the previous matches as well. So I really want to know what is going to be the result for today. Is it going to be a revenge match or is it going to be taking side to the Philippines or Myanmar? We still don't know what is actually going to happen because I think like the last time they meet each other, it was like very intense match, right, Mirko?
Oh yeah, it went all the way to full 7 games in the M2 World Championships in the grand finals where Burmese Ghouls had a pretty good run up from the upper brackets, right? Bren had to go deep and try to, find their mistakes, make a little bit of those adjustments last minute into the grand finals through the lower brackets, but Bren did emerge victorious at the M2 World Championship. So again, like you said, Vela, it could be repeat or revenge despite these two teams already having a different lineup entirely, right? There's still a few core veteran members from Bren, from the Philippines here, representing the Philippines, with Few and Flap TZ. But other than those two, we're seeing a whole brand new lineup for Burmese Ghouls as well. None of the M2 players, the players who played on the Burmese Ghouls team in the grand finals, are playing here today. It's a full revamp.
Yeah, it's a full revamp, and they just knew coming to this lineup from the Burmese Ghouls. If I'm not mistaken, it was like late into the middle of the 2022. So they are pretty much very new for international scene like this. We still don't know what is actually the capability that they will be showing, especially against a very strong country like a Philippines itself. We know how strong they are, how is their mechanic, how is the improvement so far inside of the competitive scene. It is crazy, massive. Every country actually right now, I bet, like looking up into the Philippines because all of the meta that they were creating, all of the mechanics that they're having is just beyond something else, Mirko.
And that could be a double-edged sword, right, Vela? I mean, on one side, you can say that, being a Filipino team, there's a lot of confidence that you can bring because of the Philippines' success here all over in every single international tournament so far. But it could be a double-edged sword because a lot of people are looking up to you. A lot of people are trying to dissect your strategy, and especially for Myanmar, a team with this new lineup. They're very new. They're very fresh into the scene. There's not a lot of things that you can read up on them compared to Bren, where I think a lot of different teams all over the world are looking at Bren to see what the best team is bringing up.
It is. Even if I can be honest, I was looking for the data coming from the Myanmar side, and I mean, I can find some of them, but not plenty of it. So it's definitely going to be a slight thing going to happen. Maybe might happen for this one because I think like this is like a beginning, a sneak peek over how they're gonna be trying to compete later inside of 15 World Esports Championship, because last time that we were having it was Bali 14 World Esports Championship, and it was something that is not as we are expecting coming from the Philippine sides. I think like if we are saying that Myanmar actually like doing a very good job inside of Bali 14 World Esports Championship previously, despite that they were having a lot of circumstances. And now, right now for the Southeast Asia, they will be having 2 slots for the main event. So there will be a lot of competition going to reach that one.
It's going to be massive, man, especially, again, looking at the matchup we have at hand right now. It's going to be a full best of 3, if you guys don't know, for our first match of the day, where the Philippines, again, will take on Myanmar. And like you said, Vela, Myanmar, Philippines, we've seen this matchup before, literally last year, in the same regional qualifiers for IESF, right, where that time, the Myanmar squad was able to beat the Philippines squad, but it was a different squad entirely. Both Myanmar and Philippines have brought down a brand new, fresh lineup this time around, and we'll see. Maybe with the meta right now shifting and being so flexible, I'm really excited to see what Myanmar has for us, because we know at M2, every single time they play in the international stage, they bring up something very unique, and here, I'm expecting that kind of uniqueness to come through as well. Myanmar on the blue side, Philippines on the red side as we enter the draft for game number 1. Already a Kaja ban.
Oh, a Kaja ban. I think like it's a big thing here. Kaja, I thought that they were be the one who use it, because you know the Ube strategy that they were using before, using the Kaja, using the 1-1 along with the Faramis, that is mostly being picked by the Filipino side. But no, it's not gonna happen. It's gonna be Vanny, it's gonna be Glue along with Valentina, that is being banned directly from the side of Myanmar and picking over Faramis. It means that the Valentina might be the pick here coming from the Philippine side, but Arlot is the one that they choose so far. I think like it's still
very interesting bans.
It is.
I mean, looking at it, Vela, it really seems like they're just going for the respect towards Kyle Teasy with the Fanny ban, but the Natalia ban is something that I haven't seen before. You know, back then, we have seen a lot of respect bans towards Naomi, who played that Natalia, but here, again, it's a brand new roamer for the side of Myanmar, but you can already see that for the Philippines, with Coach Ducky, they've already done their homework.
I think that they do a lot of research for this one, but picking 2 very strong hero like Arlot along with Joy, I think like it's gonna be troublesome for the side of Myanmar. Are they gonna be trying to contest it with the presence coming from Minsitar, or they're gonna be trying to pick someone else that can do it? Maybe a Franco, but it means that they will be opening up a lot of possibility here. But no, they're picking over the Fredrin along with the Melissa. I think like they're picking into the safe kind of pick here, because Melissa is like very confident in the lane.
One of the best laners, I feel like, Vela. Yeah, the Melissa. Thing is, though, they haven't really picked up a marksman for the side of the Philippines here. I actually expected them to go for something maybe like the Claude into that Melissa, but no, they decided to go for the Yves right now, and so far, if you look at it, it's already, honestly, such a solid draft for the side of the Philippines. They have 2 very meta heroes. On top of that, a good hero up against both the Melissa, and, well, actually, up against all 3 of Myanmar's heroes. Yves is going to provide so much utility that the Fredrin, Melissa, and even the Faramis is really going to struggle in these full-on skirmishes.
I really want to see what actually going to be. What is going to be the options here? Because the Melissa is just going to be like super good hero going against this kind of diving hero coming from the side of Philippines. But I think like from the Philippines, they still need to consider what is the probability that will be brought by Myanmar here. Is it going to be a flexible Faramis again? Despite I know the Faramis is not that really popular again for the roamer, but there's still a chance for doing that one, because I do feel like from the side of Team Myanmar, they still need a locker. They still need some disable to be brought to the side of Team Philippines.
Yeah, I agree with that, right? I mean, with the Joy, with the Arlet, you really need someone to stop them, and I think the Minsathar is a very good choice to go for right now. We don't see it banned out yet by the Philippines, but I think it's definitely going to be on their minds right now to ban that Minsathar, to give, you know, the Joy and the Arlet a bit more space to play. But there you go, as expected, the Claude ban comes through. A hero, well, another hero that does well up against the Melissa, and on top of that, does pretty well against the Faramis too. Some AoE damage to deal with the Cult Alter. But here, once again, for the Philippines, it's just going to be the Franco ban. So Franco and Kaja, they're completely ignoring the, fun fact, Burmese hero, Minsathar, right? This definitely could come back to haunt them in the second phase.
And I think like Minsathar are going to be a very, very good hero here going against Philippines side. I mean, like, look at the Joy and also Arad. It's just going to be contested directly by Minsathar. But hey, this is Myanmar. They always think outside of the box, so we still don't know what kind of hero that they will be picking, Mirko. It can be Minsathar. It can be any other hero that is still available inside of the Land of Dawn. Surprise us, but no. It's going to be Chopi coming from the side of Myanmar. It's very good hero, along with Teresa. Alright.
Wow, so, alright. They're really doubling down on that dive, Vela.
Yeah, a lot of CC, a lot of dive as well, and very tanky hero. We saw a lot of combat, or maybe war that might happen with these heroes coming from the side of Myanmar, with the Varamis, Teresa, along with Cho and Frederick.
Looking at it again, they've already got like the lockdown that they currently need, but there you go. That's also going to be the Kufra. They can actually have a lot to say in these skirmishes up against the AoE and the clumped up style that Myanmar wants to play for here, with a pretty standard front to back composition, whereas for the side of the Philippines, it feels more dynamic, right? They already have a solid backline. They also have two very good dive heroes and another solid cover hero that can also act as the initiation tool for the team. So honestly, looking at the drafts here, Myanmar, they're just doubling down on that one-dimensional front to back, whereas the Philippines, they can do a little bit more, you know, they have more options to choose from in the game. If they fall behind early, they can always rely on the late game with the front to back comp that they built with the Eve and the Beatrix.
Yeah, I really want to see what is actually going to be happening inside of the early game here from both of the sides. Like, look at Myanmar. They can play super aggressive with the lineup that they were having at the moment, especially with the presence coming from the Cho and Varamis. I think like that two hero will be a problem, a big problem, if they rotate very fast in the early game. While from the side of Philippines, just like what you've mentioned, with the front to back heroes that they were having, and also the movement that they can do is just going to be so good. And yeah, so we'll just jump into the first game here on a best of 3 series inside of 15th World Esports Championship, Asia Regional Qualifier, Myanmar versus Philippines.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Into the Land of Dawn we go. Looking at the emblems, nothing too special as of right now. Just both teams going for the standard emblems and even spells here. What's interesting is Few has chosen to go for the Purify actually here on the Eve, knowing that the RWM is already a little bit of anti-CC, but Blink tries to go for a cheeky little steal. Kaltizi going to be able to punish Blink just a bit here with a few of the dashes, but it's not going to be committed onto. Both teams understanding their power spike, wants to just keep on farming up until level 4.
Yeah, but I think like the lane on the Melissa's hand is just like going to be like it's supposed to be on the upper hand inside of the Melissa. So I think the rotation going to the gold lane coming from Philippines towards Myanmar is needed to try to stop this Melissa to go for something just like what Kaltizi actually doing. Kaltizi doing in the top lane to actually stop the movement, to try to maybe distract a bit to the Melissa. But aside of that one, I think that the rotation that needs to be made by Myanmar is actually going to the Arlot, or maybe going for the Yiv, because we know that actually Yiv is just going to be a big problem.
Well, there you go. That's the first dive attempt of a pickoff attempt. Well, Kaltizi with electrifying beats onto the back, forcing Lina to flicker out to safety here. The Myanmar squad is already going for a lot of the aggressive moves. Lina as well, just lane swapping down below as Few does a little bit of a trade onto the mid lane. Not going to go for the turtle pressure, as I feel like Myanmar have more control here, but Ogwen's doing a really good job at just pulling it back, trying to reset it, while Blink is actually in a 1v1 situation with Way the Dragon as well in the mid lane. He's looking for a solo kill on Few. barely gets it there. Few still able to escape, saving the Purify as well. But that means that Burmese Ghouls have a lot more pressure to play with. Now with the penalty zone popped in, Shadow gonna be brought back to the team, but the call ultra comes down by Lena. Flap TZ brought back as well. Burmese Ghouls having more pressure here, but Flap doesn't want to give up. Keeps jumping with a vengeance. Now it's gonna be Ogun with Terror's Revenge, and Kyle TZ with a beautiful retribution. Despite Myanmar having more pressure, the Philippines gets the first turtle.
It was a perfect moment coming from the Joy. Kyle TZ coming with that retribution. I thought Myanmar will try to secure that without any contest back coming from the Philippine side, but no, they got it right. They got it in the perfect moment. And I think like the Myanmar, they responded really well to the Philippines. It's just like, it feels like a bait coming from the Philippine sides, you know? Like Myanmar got a bait and they are using a lot of resources, especially the cult altar. So when that turtle is almost being caught by Myanmar, Philippines just diving, using the potential coming from the Joy itself. But yeah, this is the 3 minutes going inside of the Land of Dawn. The differences inside in terms of gold is not too far from one to another. It's still like 200, 300 gold differences. There's still not a lot of movement that is being done by the side of Myanmar or Philippines, but on top lane, we have Dragon is being popped.
Good kick by Blink there, nice attempt. But yeah, it's just going to be denied there with a flicker. Ogwen, Charge Revenge and the Rage, bringing Nico back right there. Super Marco pops in, the viewer's passion. Now it's going to be Kaltizi, who jumps into the back. That's going to be the go away and the call ultra pop. Kaltizi buying a lot of resources, and the real world manipulation gets placed down as well. The Burmese Ghouls, their aggression has been just countered again and again. Philippines have been able to react to these plays so well.
Is it because they don't have enough damage? I don't know why they cannot even get the first blood yet. I think that the movement coming from Myanmar, they just responded really fast to trust to go back to not continue the war. But in the mid lane, I think like the lot of movement that is trying to be brought by Ogwen. But this is a hit and catch hero coming from the side of Philippines. If the moment is not perfect, they won't be having a very good moment for Philippines to engage towards Myanmar. And I think that is the case here. Well, for Myanmar, they really want to try to pick off the players coming from the Philippine sides. But with 3 flickers, it's actually helping them to run away from the pick off that might caused by this choke. And I think like they don't have enough damage in to try to contest the Philippine sides, but the turtle is going to be taken by the side of Kaltizi.
Yeah, once again, the Philippines just with the overall better setup into the turtle side. Even a slick little dodge there by Kaltizi from the penalty zone flicker combo. And it does feel like the Philippines are just very comfortable where they are right now with the heroes that they've been given. Meanwhile, Myanmar, they're kind of forced to make these crazy, desperate plays all the way in the early stage of the game. Even Shadow just definitely overcommitting there, extending with none of his teammates around.
Yeah, none of the backup that happened just now. But yeah, one kill, 1 point here already been taken by the hand of Philippines, and the gold suddenly swinging to their side, and it's like 1,000 gold lead right now. But in the bottom lane, we're seeing Whale Dragon big pop.
Oh, a bit of a misplay there. That's giving the final slash, bringing 3 members down. Flap Teasy still gonna be alive here, but Stitch finds the kill with the Inspire. Kaltizi going to be knocked up, and that's another for Myanmar. Able to find a good trade in the bottom lane and even in the mid lane. Wow, an amazing siege by Nico. They're trading really good, and they're back even right here in the 6th minute.
And I think like Kaltizi is a little bit being baited to the side of Myanmar. He can just like run away from that kind of situation, in my opinion, but he tried to jump it back to the side of Myanmar because, you know, it's like almost getting the players from Myanmar side. We can see from the replay here how is the penalty zone actually doing a really good job to give a CC towards Philippines, but aside of the CC, they don't have any other follow-up. They don't have any other movement that can be brought to the side of Philippine side. But yeah, with 2 turrets in the hand of Myanmar, and might be 3 because in the top lane, we're seeing 3 members from the side of Myanmar focusing to get another turret. They're just playing objectively towards Philippines that is unable to do the same thing towards Myanmar. They are securing 2 turrets, but
Yep, absolutely. Here though, There's another setup for the Turtle where, whoa, there's a little bit of an aggressive move there with the way the Dragon onto Kyle TZ. Again, a lot of resources. Burned down Stitch. Gonna be caught in the real world manipulation again. It's the Philippines who are reacting to the aggressive movements, the proactive movements, and punishing Myanmar with Super Marco, who now picks up a double kill. It's gonna be the Turtle secured by Myanmar though, so they don't come out of the straight empty-handed. They still get something back, and in terms of gold, they are quite even still. But they gotta be really careful because the Philippines, they're about to hit their power spike here with the mid lane turret getting siege down. Ogwin jumps in with a Tyrant's Revenge, not able to find it. The final slash isolates Nico. It's a Tyrant's Rage by Ogwin with a flicker onto 3 members. The combo comes through, but Stitch has just respawned. The timing impeccable with now Lina flickering forward, bringing Few back. That's gonna be the real world manipulation. Giving him a little bit more. Nico unable to find the Appraiser's Wrath. Flat TZ falls, but Myanmar still comes out on top with an amazing reactive team fight engagement.
Oh my god, that cult altar is just so perfect. It's perfect in time to actually save it, but another movement that is being done in the mid lane right now. What is actually gonna happen? Wave of Dragon is being popped by Kyle TZ, still able to survive, and they are oh my god. The damage coming from Super Marco. Eliminate one player from the side of Myanmar. Nico is being dragged down here. I think like in this 9 minutes inside of the game, a lot of back and forth that happened. Like Myanmar sometimes like on the lead with the counter setup that they were doing. But from the side of Philippines, I think like they really have the moment right now. They have hit the items that they need, but in the mid lane, again, another pick-off happens.
Well, it's going to be a trade, though. So there you go. Cal TZ traded in for Stitch. But again, super well played by Kyle there. Understanding that there is, I mean, the Stitch is just go away, is on cooldown. That's the only skill that can really stop him right now with the penalty zone. Once again, popped in. Not able to find anyone because it's cancelled out by Ogwin. Now it's a Tyrant's Revenge, trying to find Blink. 1-for-1 in that particular situation. With Philippines being ahead, I feel like that could still be good for Myanmar, though. But I really feel like right now, Myanmar needs to start getting their marksmen up ahead, right? So with that pickoff from Kyle TZ, it's really gonna slow them down. Meanwhile here, oh my god, there's another pickoff by Blink, finding Super Marco, but he still somehow is able to escape right now with Nico trying to chase him down, but the conceal helps him out. Kyle TZ jumping back and forth once again, and Myanmar, out of nowhere, they find an absolutely massive pick onto Super Marco. He doesn't die, but the fact that he has to recall gives Myanmar so much more pressure to play with for this first Lord.
Will they be able to secure the Lord? That is the question here. Flap TZ is already there along with Oakwood, but he is using the Tyrant Revenge already. A lot of resource is being used at the moment. Super Marco still holding his position, but there you go, the Lord will be taken to the Lina. And I think like it's just gonna be a big moment for Myanmar having the Lord on their side after losing some particular war towards Philippines.
Amazing fight once again from Myanmar. The way they were able to force those fights from the Philippines was absolutely amazing, right? The Philippines had the lead, had the objective control in almost every single lead in every single department, even in the XP department. There was Super Marco out-leveling Stitch by 2 levels. But again, it feels like, again, Blink has been able to make these impactful plays here again whenever the team really needs him to. And that's what they're going to be relying up until the late game. Well, up until Stitch gets that power spike with, you know, a few more items, maybe the Melphic Roar, and maybe a Wind of Nature to escape from a lot of the physical damage coming in from Philippines.
I think like from the side of Philippines, yeah, I think like what position is also like very important. If they got a perfect momentum with Ogwen using Tyrant Rage along with Tyrant Revenge, it's just going to be super good within a very patient. But it also depends on the movement from the Blink. Look at that one. He's been using the Cult Altar along with a lot of things. But
Ogwen and the final slash, that's a combo right there, and Stitch is going to fall. Like the entire Myanmar squad will just be gunned down by Super Marco. It should be a wipeout, but Lina, he has that passive, he instantly respawns back in. But again, it's a mistake by Myanmar. They really tried to go for Super Marco, but it's very amazing, impeccable positioning, got him out of that one. With Lina here trying to go for a cheeky pick, it seems like he has to recall away. Super Marco trying to chunk this mid lane turret down with another wave coming down to help him. He will be able to siege it down. And Philippines are back on track with a 4,000 gold lead.
They are baiting it really well. They have been using the resources that they need to actually pick up the members from the Philippines with the Way of Dragon along with the Cult Altar that is previously being used by Lina along with Blink. It's giving time for Philippines to try to contest it back. Owen is doing a really amazing work here where he jumped with the Terror Revenge to actually like blocking the players from Myanmar's side and letting Super Marco to just do what he can do with the Nibiru's patient and everything. And it's 30 seconds to the second Lord inside of the Land of Dawn. It might be not that critical yet since like it's the second Lord and the gold difference is still like 5,000. And the item builds, I think like so far from the side of Myanmar is still having like pretty decent one. But Stitch, after he's being picked up like 3 times, it's actually creating a lot of pressure to this Melissa to actually giving the damage towards Philippines, and it's not going to be that easy since a lot of dive potential coming from the the Philippine sides like Kufra, like Kaltizi that actually pushing you to use a lot of resources on the side of Myanmar, especially called Altar. So next war, if they are using the resources, it's just going to be super hard for Myanmar to survive a lot of stuff. But yeah, the Lord is just going to be taken to the side of Philippines. Without any contest. Yeah.
No contest whatsoever there. Beautiful Lord dance by the Philippines. Again, just utilizing these waves, clearing it out one by one, and having just a better setup overall with their more mobile composition, I would say, right? The joy is really something that Philippines can utilize, not just in team fights, but also in just the rotations overall with the Lord takes. They can also just go and clear the bottom lane, the far lane, whereas for Myanmar, they don't really have any mobile, players except for the Cho, which is again kind of weird because Blink has been set up into the far lanes to try to deal with it as a roamer. Philippines are going to be able to jump onto Nico right now with the Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage combo and even the final slash, even the cancel from Ogwen with a bouncing ball. Shadow will fall and Super Marco will pick up a double kill. The Lord still being micromanaged here. It's going to be Super Marco who's looking for the snipe. Going to be kicked back to the team, but Super Marco is still able to escape. Finally gets shut down there by Lina as he pops into Cult Ultra with the Miniways crashing down. Philippines do not have more to say. It's still going to be the Myanmar squad defending it for now as they have lost their gold laner. Super Marco finally taken down, but he is absolutely massive. 10, 1, and 2.
10, 1, and 2, 12. Over 14 points on the hand of Philippines. More than 90% participation coming from Super Marco with dealing tons of damage towards Myanmar. It was like a very slight moment mistake here coming from Super Marco to be picked off, but definitely Myanmar really want to hold this one. They still want to catch the point. This is best of 3 series. They still want to slot to the ISF right there. But it's going to be a pick off towards Oakwood. That is opening a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, only the immortality though. Flapteezy bringing him back with the final slash. Stitch gonna be able to outplay Kalteezy, but he actually is able to escape. Nico losing that immortality. Super Marco with the impeccable timing, gonna be able to dish out that damage as Kalteezy jumps back on to Blink, takes him very low, and Super Marco with a snipe from downtown Oakwood as well, with the flicker and the final slash. Bren, Philippines are here to play, and it's another triple kill for Super Marco as they end game 1. That's Philippines with match point.
That's a Philippine with a style. I don't know what is actually happening. Just now, Myanmar was having their moment, able to hold up the game after Super Marco being picked off. But after that, I don't know what is actually happening. It's like suddenly things change again to the side of Philippines. How is Super Marco able to snipe down one member? And also Ogwen played beautifully into the last second. You can see how he's using the Tyrant Rage along with Tyrant Revenge to actually lock down the players from Myanmar and end up the game. It's creating a lot of problem, massive movement coming from the Philippine side. They're just very confident with the damage that they are having, Mirko.
Yeah, I think again though, Vela, it comes down to the draft, right? Like it all starts in the drafts. The strategy that they want to implement into the game was just not as dynamic as the Philippines for Myanmar. You can see that when the going gets tough, they always just needed to go for their one-win condition, which is going for a 5v5, clumping up together. But with the Philippines' better, more dynamic draft, they were able to attack from different angles. They were able to, you know, try to take different approaches or have different approaches to every single team fight where Myanmar was just not ready for. You saw that Kyle Teasy actually played a utility role in this game. Sure, he did go for damage on the Joy. It is a damage Joy, and after the nerfs or the adjustments onto the Joy, you don't have as much sustainability, you don't have as much DPS, but you have more burst. But in this game, it really feels like Kaltizi was just there in the team fights first every single time to bait out these resources. With no go away, with no cold altar, the team fell flat. Those are the two win conditions that Myanmar really placed and doubled down on in the drafts.
Yeah. They're just like using a lot of things. Whenever Philippines opening up something, they must be using the resources that they were having, just like the Cold Altar along with the Way of Dragon, to try to put back every player coming from the side of Philippines. And I think like from Myanmar, they were having a very good moment at first. They just don't know how to actually like finishing off the movement that they were having to win the game that they were at the moment. Just like maybe not having enough damage in the early game situation to try to pick off the players from the side of Philippines. They were using a lot of tanky hero such as Teresa, like Faramis, that actually doing really good. But the rotation that is being brought by the Philippines to just like hold back, not focusing a lot to do the war and keep farming until gets what they want. It's what brought them to the victory for this first game.
I think in the early game too, though, Vela, it should be actually like Myanmar have drafted a pretty good early game composition for themselves, right? They have two solid winning lanes with the Terizla up against the Arlet. You should be able to win a few trades in the early stage of the game, and also the Melissa against Beatrix. It's another winning condition for the side of Myanmar. Thing is, though, every single pick from the side of the Philippines is, you know, picked up to counter these heroes. That Kufra final pick really did them dirty. It really did Myanmar super dirty because you saw, I think 3 or 4 times that massive penalty zone wasn't able to connect. Why? Because of the bouncing ball. The bouncing ball actually cancels it out, which is a very funny interaction as he jumps over it, but he still gets canceled. And you know, it's just gonna be very hard to look for these engages when your main source of initiation isn't there because of the bouncing ball. When your main source of a pick off, your main source of pickoffs is coming from a Cho, that's gonna be poked down almost every single time by the utility and the range from the Eve.
Yeah, whenever the Cho is coming out to try to pick up somebody, it's just like, oh, I'm a half HP already. What can I do? What should we do next? And whenever they try to pick up the players coming from the Philippines, like they are like sticking out together. They don't want anyone to get picked up easily. The rotation that they were having, the discipline as well. I thought like at first, Myanmar was having a really good moment when they are playing objectively. We can see how like the first 3 chariots is on the hand of Myanmar, how they are melting it down very fast, especially for the melee side that having a really good time. But after like 1 or 2 pick-offs that happened, like I think like Myanmar losing out the balance that they were having. They are not having their moment again. Like just like what you've mentioned, Philippines just sticking out 5 members, try to do a big war because of the heroes that they are having, the upper hand that they were having. And it's just like so beautiful. They were, I think like also there is one moment, the real world manipulation is actually like holding up the war that is on the side of Myanmar at first. But because of that real world manipulation, it's just like stopping the movement from Myanmar and bring back again to the victory over the Philippine players. So yeah, the first game is just like, I wonder what is actually like, who is actually going to be the MVP here, because every player have their own part, just like what you mentioned, a Cal TZ with the Joy that is rotating around, try to use the rhythm of Joy here to try to take all of the resources from Myanmar, but the Yiv that is protecting the players using the real world manipulation, the Arla that is actually dealing tons of damage as well, and then the Beatrix Super Marco. I think like it's like most people will be voting for Super Marco as the MVP for this one. But also we have the Kufra by Ogwen that is playing really well for this.
Everyone played their part. I mean, exactly how you put it, right? Everyone really played their part, but I think the standout has to be Super Marco. I think, you know, the performance he had there on the Beatrix, despite him being in a losing lane, is very, very impressive. 10-1 and 2. He was up against a Cho that was just tunnel visioning on him, and yet he's still always able to escape. Obviously, you can give credit to his teammates as well for backing him up every single time that he gets caught by the Way the Dragon, by the Jeet Kune Do. But Super Marco, I feel really, really deserves it because we're going to see it very soon, Vela. Also, something I do want to mention is the item builds, right? I saw a little bit of it. I saw a glimpse of it in the game from Stitch, actually, and I think it's a very smart adjustment from Stitch. Usually you go for the Crojan side, DHS into the Golden Staff, but in that situation where it was already a bit, you know, low, he goes for the Malefic Roar. They were already a bit behind, so they need that penetration more than maybe the Golden Staff at the time. But here it is. We're going to take a look at the summary, Vela, of game number 1.
We can see that actually Shadow, just like what you mentioned, unable to perform really well here with the bouncing ball that is keep making it 8
Absolutely.
for this first game of Best of 3 series, and 14 double-digit point here for Super Marco. It's not 10 anymore, Mirko. It's 14, 1 and 3 here for Super Marco. Only one time being picked up.
Yeah, you gotta give the MVP to him, man, at this point.
Yeah,
right?
It is. I mean, like double-digit, one time being picked up, and also like 3 assists. Like everyone wants to give the kill towards Super Marco at this point. We can see it from the data.
It's crazy. The data really is crazy because, you know, at the beginning of the game, it felt pretty close, right? Myanmar were able to capitalize on a lot of the misplays, maybe, and a lot of their own proactivity. But I feel like they are a bit impulsive in this game, Vela. They always go for the crazy engages where even maybe they shouldn't have, right? I think one of the ways that Philippines were able to get that lead back was a play up top where Blink went for a Jeet Kune Do flicker combo and wasn't able to find the Beatrix. After that, Ogwen was able to just use that combo together with the final slash of Flap TZ to completely annihilate the Myanmar squad and take back the lead.
Yeah, take back the lead and try to gain the points right there. And this is going to be the amphibia here for this first game. Is it going to be Super Marco? Yeah, it definitely is.
Yep.
He's getting total elimination points with 3 assists and 1 that. Team fight participation 85%. He deserved to get the MVP. All the damage deal that he is having is just like massive towards Myanmar, and his position with the Nibiru along with the snipe down that is picking up the players to the side of Myanmar is just so crazy. That is only using the Beatrix. He haven't shown the 1-1 that he is really good at. I wonder, will they try to pick over that hero? Because like, just like we talked before in the drafting phase, that they are not really confused on what kind of hero that can be used into the gold lane. You know, they make it flexible for them. Like they are very confident over any choices that is available inside of the Land of Dawn. You pick over the Melissa, okay, I'll just gonna be chill and try to show you what kind of hero that I'll be using, because I saw like he is good in a lot of hero. He's good with the Beatrix, he's good with the 1-1, he's good with the Cloud, he's good with mostly basically every kind of hero available inside of the Land of Dawn. So I think like, is it gonna be the thing that Myanmar tried to reduce for this second game? Are they gonna be trying to eliminate the hero coming from Super Marco, or they will be trying a cheesy strats? Because Philippines right now already leading with 1 point. They definitely need to be all out for this.
I think they want to get it over with ASAP, right? Right now, I think a 2-0 is within their reach, and I think for the Philippines, they want to get this for sure. Remembering as well, looking at the history of IESF and Philippines and Myanmar, last time around, last year, Myanmar was able to beat Team Philippines. So I think right now, Team Philippines wants sweet, sweet revenge up against Myanmar. Even though it's two different squads, are still representing their countries and the pride of the countries, right? I think you can also see from the comment section that a lot of the Filipinos are very proud after that game, but we gotta hold off here because Myanmar, they are known to make a lot of these last minute adaptations as well, last minute adjustments that can definitely shock the Philippines, right? So looking at the hero pool that you also mentioned from the Philippines and their amazing coach, Coach Ducky, it feels like they just have all the right materials to make this work again, especially considering that, you know, Burmese schools, Myanmar here, it feels like in that position, they were a bit one-dimensional in the draft. So far, I think Coach Ducky definitely has an edge over the Myanmar squad here when it comes to the drafting phase.
Yeah, or maybe Myanmar haven't been heated yet in the first game, so they are getting ready for the second game. They try to get out what is actually like Philippines doing in the first game. I'm gonna try to read it out and try to conquer that in the second game, but we'll just see it inside of the draft. Will they try to use something different? Will they try to put Philippine in out here for the second game, or Philippine will just like, okay, we got you, we know how to beat you in the first game, so we'll just adapting for that one, try to make less mistake, try to be more disciplined, try to be more aggressive and get the second game on our side. It's still not sure yet, ladies and gentlemen. For you guys that is just joining this stream, this is the 15th World Esports Championship 2023 Asia Regional Qualifier. Here for the first match, we are having Myanmar along with Philippines for the best of 3 series that is already being led by the Philippines in the first game. Now we saw that actually that is funny. There is Farmis 1-1, Natalia, Joy along with Kaja. Mostly the same hero that is being banned in the first game going to the second game here.
Yeah, already pretty similar with the Kanja ban, Natalia ban as well, but there's already a little bit of adjustments from both of the teams, right? I think it's a very good adjustment too, especially for Myanmar here, because they picked up a Faramis against an Arlet, right? They let the Arlet and the Joy go, and they pick up a Faramis, 2 really good heroes that can definitely just stomp on the Faramis. A lot of AoE, a lot of punishment for a clumped up composition that they built around with the Faramis. On top of that, it's also the Yves. So when the combo happens with the Arlet, with the Joy, a lot of AoE already, there's another AoE that can lock them down, immobilize them. The real world manipulation, the slows coming down, and on top of that, they were able to build on it with more synergy, with the Beatrix with AoE damage, and the Kufra. So they had just everything. They had a full buffet when it comes to picks, and I think right now Myanmar needs to be a little bit concerned on how to kind of deny these picks away. Maybe pick it away from Philippines, right? Don't go for a lot of these gimmick and one-dimensional pick-off heroes, because it really is very hard to pull off here in the highest level of competition.
Yeah, but the Valentina that is being left out, I think like it's just gonna be a super good hero. Despite that, whatever hero that you're attacking, I mean like the Kufra with the Thermal Page can be copied by the Valentina. It might be double-edged sword that might cause a lot of tanks inside of the line of them. So we're still not sure what kind of hero that they will try to pick here. But based on the ban, if the Valentina being let go, I think like it's most probably gonna be a very good hero to be picked on one side. But look at that one, actually Glue, Brethren for the side of Myanmar, and also Lancelot, Tancelot, I might say, along with Carrie and also Valentina. I think like from the Myanmar side, they're still sticking to what they know with the tanky hero lineup here. They're still picking over the Clue, they're still picking over Fradrin along with the Cho. They have a very good diving hero, but will that work? They're going to be focusing a lot towards this carry, I guess.
Yeah, they're still sticking to basically kind of a very similar lineup here, but they did, make a few adjustments. Like we mentioned, the Faramis ban was a setup for the glue pick here, which I think is going to be really good. They just really need to try to maybe shut down a lot of the XP laners that do well against the glue. Maybe an Arlet ban here would make sense for them, another hero that can do pretty well against the glue. And if they are really trying to go for another clumped up front to back composition, a hero can definitely be a problematic pick that they need to deal with in this game, right? What's interesting is the Philippines have still they're still respecting the Natalia here, Vela. The Natalia has been banned out 2 games in a row, despite it not being really super prio in any other tournament. Usually when we see a Natalia ban, it's for Beloy, right? Or Naomi.
Yeah.
This time, you can really see that maybe Blink, it's just his type of style. He likes the aggressive picks, like the Cho and then Natalia. But maybe Natalia is just that lethal.
I think they just don't want someone to actually being sneaky peeky, because Natalia is just a troublesome inside the line of Dawn, despite how good they are using the Natalia, and we know that actually how various of hero that can be used by makes sense for them to actually banning over the Natalia, despite again it's not a priority, especially top 3 first hero that is being banned here for the second game. But we are seeing Diggy being banned here from the side of Myanmar. They are getting a lot of CC by the hero that they are having. They don't want someone to actually counter it. While from the side of Philippines, they still haven't got a pretty tanky hero to stay up front. They still need some hero to do that. And I think the Esmeralda might be working for this, or they're gonna be trying to use the Arlot just like what you are mentioning before.
Ooh, that's an actually pretty interesting choice to go for, right? They could definitely go for the Esmeralda. Very good mobility that has synergy with the composition that they have right now, and also the shielding from that Shunpu and even from the Fredrin definitely can be soaked in by that Esmeralda. But with the Julian pick right now, Myanmar are really lacking in range. They're again doubling down into a lot of the damage, but it's going to be coming from a very short range. All of their heroes right now, melee heroes. They're setting up for a very long-range hero, and maybe that could be a Melissa, maybe it could be even a Leslie up against the carry, but it is going to be very risky to pull off here, especially because you're up against a Valentina and a Lancelot, 2 heroes that could definitely dive into you and stop you from playing this natural front to back. They can even just double down again as well on some more dive here for the side of the Philippines. They already have a Lancelot, a carry, and a Valentina. I don't see why they don't want to go for something like a Kufra again. And yeah, that's it. They lock it in. There's no reason to change that pick right now. They have the initiation, they have the dive, they have the follow-up, and right on cue, the Arlet, as I said earlier, wasn't banned out by Myanmar, and I feel like that might be an oversight here. That the Arlet on the hands of Flap TZ gave them so many problems in game number 1. They go for the Moscow, so not even that much range here. Sure, some global presence with the Spear of Destruction, but the range is definitely going to be a factor that can be utilized by the Philippines to punish with this full kind of melee comp.
It surprised me. I thought it's going to be like a Cloud maybe to actually dive into the backline to the side of Kari, but it's a Moscow. We know that actually this is going to be a super risky movement coming from the Myanmar side. As a Julian, that is, I don't think Julian is being popular again lately, right? It's just like an option. It's not like top priority here, especially going against a Valentina with these kind of resources that can be stolen. I think it's just a huge setup that can be brought by a Philippine here with the heroes that they are having. But back again, it depends on how they move inside of the land of Dawn. Will this show able to do will he be able to redeem what is happening in the first game? Like the first game, he's unable to actually pick up the players coming from the side of Philippines. And right now, with the positioning hero like Carry, like a Arlot along with the Valentina, he really needs to do a really good job, because a very short range hero like this with 5 of them, I just a little bit surprised why they don't try to pick over the Farsha, why don't they try to pick another kind of hero that can be used as the range here from the Myanmar. It's
I
just
think
like
it may be because of the Arlet, right? They know that the Arlet's still open. That's why they might not want to go for the Farsa. But I agree with you. Going for the Julian means that you are going to have more to say when you get Dovan. You obviously have the enhanced sword that can get you out of some sticky situations. But giving away again the range advantage to a team like the Philippines here, who really are able to utilize the early mid control to snowball and control the tempo of the game, is a very risky move. And on top of that, Vela, it's not any carry, it's Super Marco's carry. It's his signature pick.
That's the thing. That's the case here. That's why I was like getting really confused over the draw here. But Nico right there is actually trying to give punishment here to the Kufra and giving a lot of presence. But in the bottom lane, I think like from the side of Philippines, they know how strong they are with the lineup that they're having at the moment with the Lancelot. You know, despite it's a tank slot, I think like it's still gonna be a very good hero in the early game, or good damage as well to go to the side of Myanmar. Try to poke them, try to give them pressure that they were needed. And now this is what I'm scared most. Like with the IMU with the Valentina, and she is having the Way of Dragons to actually help them to eliminate or maybe pick off the player coming from the side of Myanmar. If they don't take care of their positioning, it's just gonna be a super bad, I might say, to the side of Myanmar. So they really need to take care of positioning and everything.
They can definitely be punished even more now, right? I mean, we already saw, despite them losing in mid-control last game in the early stage, Myanmar were able to get better setup onto the turtle, but Philippines were still able to steal it some way with Kaltizi's crazy retribution, I should say. This time, he doesn't even need to go for the crazy 50-50 retribution. They already have proper mid-control, and now with the way the dragon and the lockdown, that's going to be Ogwen falling down. First blood over to Myanmar with their proactive movement, a flicker by Blink, getting out to safety. And there you go, Myanmar. They don't have the wave clear, but they can make up for it with the killing pressure, which they're already utilizing pretty well in the early stage. They just can't fall behind in the objective department. They need to start trading whenever Philippines wants to go for an objective. In the mid lane, already a little bit of skirmish. Again, just a little bit there. Few able to escape. Nico with a taunt now, jumping on Kyle TZ. Joining in as well with a puncture there, as Nico is going to be able to clear out the lethal. Blink! Now, looking for the way of the dragon, not able to find it. Ogwen with a Tarnish Revenge, and that's a disengage from the way of the dragon. As Flapteezy is rotated all the way to the mid lane. Both teams disengaging from now. No objectives to go for.
No objective, yeah. But previously, the first blood, they're using a lot of resources to take care of that first blood, and it's Ogwen. They are really targeting Ogwen at this point. They don't want any setup that can be brought by this Kufra, because that Kufra is actually the one that's stopping them to have the moment in the first game. So I think like they are much more careful here over the movement inside of the pushers here. They don't want anyone to get picked up easily, but this is show. I mean, like, whenever you are showing up, you're definitely getting poked here by the heroes coming from the Philippine sides. We have the carry, we have the Valentina that might use a lot of resources to actually poke you down, but this is going to be the battle of setup towards this turtle who is actually
That's gonna be the split Shadow bringing Flapteezy back. Oh, the final slash actually CC's Nico for Kaltizi to pick up the retry. Beautiful coordination from the Philippines to take the second turtle of the game. Now, oh my god, View with the way the dragon flicker combo onto Nico, bringing it back. Now it's the damage coming through, but the hand sword finds its mark, and the Appraiser's Wrath will be able to take Few down. Despite the play happening there, they weren't able to capitalize. They don't have any damage here. Carry is still in the gold lane. Ogwen now gonna be engaged on. Kaltizi able to clear out that mid lane, so no objectives are going to be taken here from Myanmar. But Super Marco needs to be careful. That's a flicker out. That's a Spear of Misery connecting into taunt to lock him down. Stitch picks up another kill for Myanmar, but there is a turret objective trade down below. Flapteezy getting it done.
My god, I thought like Myanmar won't be having a lot of movement. They are playing much more aggressive for this game. They know what they want. They know what they're aiming for. And I think like aiming towards the kills that they can get is just like looking so good, especially for the stage here. 1 point so far on his hand and shutting down Super Marco in this like first 5 minutes. It's just like a very good upper hand for Myanmar side. They are leading in terms of kill, but the thing is, they are not leading in terms of gold. The gold is still on the hand of Philippines, despite all of the war, all of the movement they tried to pick players coming from the side of Philippine side. I think they also need to transfer everywhere into the objective gaming, because in the bottom lane, we saw that actually one turret is being taken down, and now in the top lane, Philippines securing the second turret here. They're playing objectively, try to push down the growth that can be brought by Myanmar for this game.
Very good objective control. Again, right? Myanmar, right now, the only thing they have going for them is the kill pressure that they have with the Julian and technically the Moskov. Also the split push potential because of that global presence here, as they are able to trade down below, as we said in the early game. That's what they have to do against the Philippines, who have better mid control. Now it's going to be the catch, Titan's Revenge, and the Rage. Now follow up as well onto Nico. Shadow with a split. But it's going to be Super Marco who tries to melt him down, getting him down to a quarter of his HP. Still, though, it's going to be the trade happening for the side of Myanmar. It was all just a distraction from Nico and Shadow. Very good movement by Myanmar, able to capitalize and equalize in that gold department now. Back to even.
Yeah, back to even, taking 2 turrets, especially its bottom turrets, that is close to the Lord right now. It's like 1 minute 30 seconds to the the first Lord to appear inside of the Land of Dawn. And I think like Stage going to the late game like this is actually doing really good. But with the Way of Dragon being pop here, will they have enough damage to actually finish this Lancelot off?
Oh, they bait out a lot of resources here. Even Flap TZ had to jump in with the final slash. So that's a good ability on cooldown where Myanmar have a little bit of a chance to maybe look for a play. But again, Blink has also already used the Way of the Dragon. So for both teams, I feel like there's not going to be any engages for the next few minutes. Unless Kyle TZ wants to go for a cheeky little dive here with a Phantom Execution as well. Almost assassinating Lina on the tank salon.
But that's the thing about tanks a lot. You won't be having as big as regular Lancelot here. So right now, this Philippine right now are focusing over the objective. They really want to put the movement, but the bushes is very crowded right now. They really want to try to pick up somebody, but the sneak peek happens. The peek, but Ogwen.
Ogwen finding 3, and it's the combo! Set up by Ogwen, followed through by the entire Philippine squad. How does Ogwen keep finding these moments? The instincts from this man to know that there were 4 people stacked up there. Only the glue showed up as he walked off away from the bush there. But again, Ogwen, game 1, game 2, same impact right here, turning the tides of the game with one brilliant Tyrant's Revenge.
Oh my god, that was beautiful. I thought like after the spear that is being popped by the Moskov, they will not try to contest the players coming from Myanmar, but Ogwen just like jumping in and figure it out. He just know what to do. He just want to open up, give the information towards Philippines, but he got more than information. He got 2 kills on the hand of Team Myanmar. He kept doing it. Like, look at that one. Ogwen opening up all of the pushes available inside of the Land of Dawn. Try to give the way for Philippines member to try to give the damage towards Myanmar. And Myanmar now being caged inside, unable to do a lot here. Only one member is outside, and it's Blake. He is just like trying to get something, but I don't think like his movement will be able to try to pick off the players coming from the side of Philippines here. He's just being too far while the Lord is already marching down to the bottom lane to the side of Myanmar base.
It's going to be very difficult here. Lord marching down in the bottom lane. Still 10th minute though, so there's still going to be the turret passage that comes through. Myanmar able to clear the waves, micromanaging it one by one. But like you said, Blink was looking for a flank, but he might have bitten too much than he could chew. All alone now, Owen trying to charge up the Tyrant's Revenge. That's the final slash. They don't need the Tyrant's Revenge. They'll just use... Oh, nobody saw that, Kyle. It's fine. It's fine. Myanmar trying to punish though right now, trying to get that mid lane turret, but they back off because the Philippines have reacted pretty fast onto that little play. And hey, it's the Philippines who are going to be able to capitalize here. Myanmar once again maybe overthinking the situation, trying to make some plays happen, being a bit too impulsive. Just like game number 1, they will be the ones punished here in the 10th minute of the game.
Yeah, I think like they just want to get something, and in returns they are losing a lot. I might say they're losing one member, they're losing one base in the bottom lane. Again, the setup that they tried to do, it's not really working based on the draft that they are having. They really want to have like a big war with the presence coming from the Fredrin with the town, with the pick-up combination that might happen coming from the side of Cho and the Lina as well. The CC that they are having is actually really good. That's why they're betting over the DG, right? But again, they are really hero going against tons of moving hero, but Shadow right now doing a little bit of split and also pass, trying to take off the players. Oh, good! Actually, is the one that is the main target right here.
Yeah, he's gonna be isolated here. Wow, Few! Wow, Few! Able to utilize the vision pocket of the bush, escaping from the way the dragon constantly, and now it's gonna be the outplay. The re-engage from Kyle as Super Marco deals with the front line. It's another double kill. My lord, Few! What an amazing pocket of vision play there, just walking back in front from the bush to deny the way the dragon. And now it's gonna be the Philippines who are looking to end the game. They don't want the Lord right now, they want some base turrets first. Finally, they set their sights onto the enhanced Lord. Super Marco has the win of nature now, so whatever kind of burst that Myanmar wants to place on him is gonna be even harder to do. Man.
Oh my god, picking 3 hero when that is a moment of Lord. It is massive to the side of Philippines. And now they are leading by 8,000 volts so far. And now the Lord is marching from the mid lane here towards Myanmar side. And I think like every resources right now will be like very important, but from the items that we are having, we can see that actually Super Marco is just like having a full item already, going for the last item here. He still can go for the Malefic Roar if he wants to, but if he's aiming for something else, I think like for safety, if they can go for maybe Immortal is so much better, to be honest, because of the dive in that might happen coming from the side of Myanmar. But Ogun! Oh no!
Oh, maybe a bit too aggressive there. Ogun going to be punished now to re-engage. Few going to be knocked down all the way to the mobility field. Stitch picks up a double kill, but the base is wide open for the taking now. The mini waves are crashing in. Myanmar will have to disengage, and because of that, they will just leave Shadow all alone to fend for himself. They need to take care of the base. The minions were almost able to end the game. Look at that base HP. Super low already. But it does show that Myanmar, they're showing signs of life. They're showing that they are still in this game to win it. Despite Philippines having a massive gold lead, they can still get a few good fights if Philippines makes a blunder like that. They need to be still very, very careful.
The patience that Myanmar have on this one, they're just like waiting for that kind of moment to happen, and they take the opportunity here. And I think like that is a very good sign for Myanmar. But it's still gonna be a very long journey. Philippines right now try to put back the movement. Kaltizi finishing off the radiant armor here to try to hold up the damage that can be given by Myanmar side. And I think like from Myanmar, if they are able to actually bait up Owen again and try, or maybe pick off over the few, it might be the key. But Super Marco will be the one that need to be flanked by the side of Myanmar, because so far Super Marco have really, really good position, not only from this game, but also from the previous game. We saw that actually how is his position always giving a lot of moment for the side of Philippines. But Ogun definitely the biggest problem here.
Yeah, that initiation, even the bouncing ball that can disengage, the Kufra is basically complete in what he can do right here in this particular game because of the amount of dashes, I would say, or the amount of engage that Myanmar has. This initiation tool slash disengage tool becomes just so good. And Philippines can just utilize this even more. Again, just utilizing the waves, setting up for the next objective, trying to take it without any contest whatsoever for the side of Myanmar, with a slow push building up in that top lane, also the bottom lane pushing in because of the super minions. Bren and Philippines will be able to take this Lord for now. Nico, though, looking for the opening. That's a retreat battle. Nico steals it away from Kyle Teasy. The Praise's Wrath is going to be able to connect right there. Super Marco is still going to be able to space really well. That's the penetration damage coming from Stitch right now as he jumps back in with some damage. Final slash popped in by Flap Teasy with a sustain as well, but he will fall to Stitch. This is the time Myanmar, they can come back in the game. Kyle Teasy, even there, losing the purple buff away. Lina steals it out, and Myanmar, they're able to equalize in that gold department with the enhanced Lord. Now they're looking for their own siege.
They are looking good at the moment. We know that actually the attack speed coming from the siege will be so crazy for the late game, and with that immortality on their hand, I think like it's one of the safe items to be brought by this siege. But the Lord that is marching on the bottom lane here, and one last outer turret in the mid lane is just giving a lot of things towards Philippines. The pressure is there. They still want to try to get on something. And this is the third Lord. I mean, like, without any movement that can be brought by Myanmar to try to engage towards Philippines, it's just not going to be that huge. But oh, here we go. Shadow using the split split. But there is no movement yet again from the Philippines. They don't want to move again to try to pick up the players from Myanmar. They're definitely disengaging. They don't want to contest it back because they know they are maybe not ready for this kind of war without the help coming from the Lord. They are playing a patience game here, mind games from Myanmar from that second.
The map pressure is back though, Vela, right? What Philippines had to play with now is going to be a bit harder to play with since Myanmar were able to get that Lord. And man, we got to talk about that even more. Like Nico, 1 versus 2 against a Tank-Salot with full puncture stacks. That should have really, well, that it's not shouldn't. That definitely favored Kaltizi when it comes to the 50-50 retry battle. With a full puncture stacks, you deal more damage with retribution, but Nico somehow, some way was able to take it away. When we take a look at the item builds here, you can already see Kyle's feeling very confident. Usually with a Tank-Salot, you see a War Axe, but because these fights have been going on for, well, haven't been really drawn out, he decided to go for the Hunter Strike, just for a little bit more damage, a little bit more burst to play with. But now we're entering that late stage where Stitch and Lina are fully back online, right? Stitch especially here will need to be targeted. Philippines will need to try to put all their resources onto Stitch, because if this guy is able to free hit, the entire team will be melted down. That's the thing about the Moskov. You clump up together, it's going to be an advantage for Myanmar.
Yeah, it is. With the attack speed that he's having for the late game, it's just going to be super massive. Along with the Super Marco, actually, I want to mention as well, like Super Marco going against like 3 tanky heroes from the side of Myanmar, the true damage will actually melt down Myanmar really fast. But the case is, the players coming from the side of Myanmar really targeting the presence of the Super Marco. They really want to go in. They really want to dive in to their side. That's why the Super Marco really cautious over the movement that he can do inside of the line of down. And right now, poking over the Lord. Look at that one. Actually, the spear is always being used to seek the presence of Ogwen. They really want to know what kind of movement that Philippines is doing. And look at how far Stitch is from the war. He just easily go to the war with the movement that he's having, but the Lord.
Yeah, not too sure about that, man. With Stitch up top, that's going to be a free kill over. The final slash seals Shadow's fate. Now Nico's going to be engaged on. Flapteasy trying to zone him away from the Lord Pit, but it's going to be Nico again with the Retribution to steal it away. Blink with the way to Dragon onto Few. They did not have Stitch. Shadow died before the Turtle 50-50 or the Lord 50-50, but they were able to still find it. Lina now running for his life. That's Calteezy with Retribution. Lina trying to kite away, dealing some damage as he walks back in to the fray. Looking for an enhanced sword combo as well, but the way the Dragon locks him down. Calteezy picks up the kill. It's an evolved Lord from Myanmar. They have prolonged the game again.
They are definitely getting something here. They will be able to stop the Lord. This is like midway going to the mid lane over the Philippines, but without Lina, without Shadow, I don't think from the side of Myanmar will try to do something else. But Nico, look at this one. He's just like, he's being disturbed by the presence coming from Flapteasy, but we can see how he is going with the Retribution. That is smooth like a butter, you know? He's just like taking everything. It's just, I don't know, it's just so beautiful coming from Myanmar, especially coming from Nico with the movement, despite all of the struggles that he's having to go and reach that Lord. It's 11-6 right now. Based on the kill, Philippines got it. Based on the goal, it's pretty much the same. And this is 21 minutes inside of the second game. So far, both of them still have chance to win this game. It depends how they are going to be able to secure it. Is it a better setup? Is it pick off that might happen? Because both of them keep doing the same undisciplined movement. Some of them get pick off. Some of them are using the resources not on the perfect timing. And it will be a domino effect. This is 22 minutes going on inside of Land of Dawn. Right now, whoever get picks off, it will cost them like almost 1 minute to respawn back. So if they're getting picked off at this moment, it will be a huge problem.
The fact that that happened again, Vela, I mean, looking at it again, watching the replay just blew my mind because maybe the first time it was magical, but watching it again was even more magical. It's very rarely that you see that because Philippines, it wasn't just a one-man lead that they had in the team fight. Stitch was up in the gold lane as well. So it was a 3v5 for Myanmar. It was just beautiful because it wasn't just a solo endeavor from Nico that got that play back. It was also Lina who just went in with the enhanced sword, just buying some time, distracting the backline as well, just creating more scenarios onto the heads of Team Philippines where they had to multitask, right? That's what gave Nico the slight edge in that Retribution battle. Nico, he had one thing set in his mind. It's to go in and it's to Retribution the heck out of that Lord.
And it might be the third time. Third time is charm, you know, and Nico is there again. He is present for this fifth Lord inside of the Land of Dawn. But will he be able to get it? Right now, Myanmar and also Philippines, they know each other's position. Will there be a flank that might happen coming from Myanmar towards Philippines here? Because so far, they know the information that the Moscow is on the top lane. Will they continue to poke over this Lord, or they might be going for something else? Because the decision will really matter here. Whoever got picked off, it will cost them 1 minute to respawn. And whoever not ready to do anything else will be punished just like Calteezy!
Oh, beautiful wave manipulation as well. Spear of Destruction onto the back Shadow. Just buying some time right now. Still gonna be the split now, connecting onto Calteezy with the Thorn Rose used up. Shadow gonna be isolated from the team. Ogwen and Super Marco waiting for Shadow to descend back down to the Land of Dawn right now as he's gonna be able to use a slam pass to escape for a bit. Going back and forth, has the immortality. It's gonna be popped in. Meanwhile, the Lord here gonna be targeted by the side of Myanmar. Super Marco is godlike. Look at the bush right now, controlled by the side of Lina. Still able to distract, but the Lord is gonna be engaged on. Ogwen with a flicker. Blink with the Shampoo. Flapteasy with the final splash. We're gonna Blink back right now. That's gonna be the stun, locking him down. But Blink gets out with the Shampoo again from the Tyrant's Rage. Enhanced Scythe gonna be used up onto Few, taking a chunk of his HP bar as the mini waves come crashing down again to Myanmar. It's the signature Filipino discipline here into the Lord Dance, bobbing and weaving back and forth. Nico still making the magical plays happen, holding off 3 members. Few finds a kill on onto the back somehow, some way, and it's another 3v5 for Myanmar. They will not be able to make that miracle play happen 3 times. It's gonna be Kyle Teasy who secures it with no contest. Philippines now with a 2-man advantage and an evolved Lord.
Oh my god. I didn't see this coming. I thought Shadow was buying time for Myanmar to take that Lord, but nope. They reset it all the way. They let Philippines to try to control back the movement to Myanmar. I thought if they got it, they might be able to give them like a couple of more minutes to actually stay inside of the line of dawn, waiting for Shadow to respawn back again. But with the Lord that is marching to the mid lane of Team Myanmar, this is the 5th Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, this is quite hard for Myanmar to handle here.
Think it's a bit too much. Nico already now going to be displaced right there, but the Appraiser's Wrath is able to find a little bit more HP. Stitch still free, hitting in the back line of Shadow is able to bring with the split a few members back in. Nico losing immortality. That's going to win a truncheon. Bob Baptiste able to buy so much time, but no members have fallen right here. The Lord is onto the base. The immortalities have been popped one by one. Oh, Gwen finds a knock-up. It's a killing spree, and it's a 2-0 clean sweep for Team Philippines.
That is just beautiful. They just know what they are expecting. They just know what they want, and they just aiming directly, despite Myanmar holding them pretty well, actually, like letting them to use a lot of resources to try to focus on them. But the Lord is still there. Despite it's like 1 more HP for the Lord to survive, but they still got the base after all of the damage that is given by Team Philippines here. The carry that is free hitting everyone. Super Marco Few doing really good job as well here. But again, Ogwen, I cannot take my eyes off of you. How he's like creating a lot of movement, how he's trying to give a momentum for his teammates that is always opening up of the way. But there you go, 2-0 for Philippines here for the Southeast Asia representative for this match, and it's just so beautiful. Myanmar was doing a really good job, to be honest, in the second game. They were playing differently. They were able to hold up a lot of movement from the Philippines and even brought the game to like 25 minutes.
It was already really good, right, from Myanmar. They really did everything that they could to try to stop Philippines, to try to take a game back and equalize in the series. But it shows, again, that experience shows in this matchup. Philippines with more experience on their backs, with obviously 2 veteran players, Few and Flap TZ. The 2 pillars, you could say, of that game, with a lot of plays being made, especially towards the end there. Flap TZ was able to buy so much time, soak in so much damage, and take a whole lot of resources away from Myanmar. It kind of gave them the dub in that team fight. It could have been super bad if Flap TZ just died there, but super fast hands still. Even though he's a veteran, he's still a very young player, and it shows with his mechanics that he's still able to pop off with the item swaps. And it's just a phenomenal game from the Philippines, right? Despite them having a rocky, very, very rocky late game, they were able to make those slight adjustments, and it's just that championship mentality.
Yeah, it is. The discipline that they were having as well, like the patience, like they know after doing this kind of mistake what they need to do, what is the problem solving that they need at that particular moment. And I think like that is the good thing coming from the side of Team Philippines here. They just know what is the next step. They're just a couple steps ahead compared to Team Myanmar in this second game. They just know after doing the mistakes inside of the Lord, they just know, oh, okay, we shouldn't do this again, and they just like stop the movement that is being brought by Myanmar for the 3rd times, and then there is no stolen Lord happens, and it's just like that kind of mistake actually being a domino for Myanmar. They're losing 1 member, they are unable to take over the Lord, they are unable to get a moment again, and the Philippines, the 2 times using pretty much the same concept of draft for this first and second game, and they don't need to use a lot of information to be given to the opponents.
Still, you know, Philippines, the powerhouse that we all know who they are, and right now they're still one of the favorites to win it all, even here, even still in the qualifiers. But valiant effort from Myanmar. GG, well played, and absolutely nice try, because they definitely gave Philippines a run for their money, right? Philippines weren't able to do everything as they pleased. They were able to control the early game pretty solid, but then maybe, in my opinion, they started to disrespect Myanmar a little bit too much, going for a lot of the 50-50s that are pretty unnecessary. Considering they had such a big gold lead, but I think it shows that, the MLBB competitive scene is developing, especially for Myanmar here. With a young squad, they're already very, very promising, and we'll definitely see more of them in the future. But for now, it's still Philippines' time with that dub, 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0. I wonder who is actually going to be the MVP for the second game, because again,
no, I don't have it. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. The first game is like pretty much showing it's Super Marco, right? But for the second game,
I don't know.
It's like a lot of players have their own roles for this one. I do believe that the Tanslot, FTZ is actually doing a really, really good job here. But I don't really like, to be honest, Mirko, I don't really like Thanks a lot, because for me, it's like not really working. Despite that it's working, but it's not in the good.
It's not fun. It's not as fun as Damage Lancelot, yeah?
Yeah.
I agree. I really hate the tanks, but hey, it's the meta right now, and the tank slot is absolutely broken. So you gotta utilize it. Because of I would have given it to Kyle TZ too if he didn't miss those two retries. So I think Flap TZ really played a big part in that match, right? With a lot of the crucial final slashes, basically turning the tides for these team fights. Just a little bit of a pick off here and there, even bringing Shadow back, isolating him. His final slashes have been really on point, and that final fight also, it kind of saved the game for the team with a very good item swap and with a vengeance resets all around.
Yeah. So based on that one, I do feel like Tanslot, that FabTZ might be getting the MVP, but aside of that one, we still don't know yet. It's just a prediction coming from both of us. But again, all of them playing their own part. Even Few was doing a really good job to actually pick up the members coming from the side of Myanmar with the Way of Dragon, with a lot of good IMU that is actually bringing up and baiting the players from the side of Myanmar. Even like you were mentioning how splendid the movement coming from Few to actually like pick up the members coming from he is. And he's like very patient and very picky over who is his target, he's just like, I really want this one, and he wants that one. Whenever he wants it, he got it.
Yeah, I mean, that vision pocket play when he walked back and forth out of the bush to avoid the Way of the Dragon, oh man, that was absolutely beautiful. Something very small, but very minor in the grand scheme of things, but those are little things that make you win the game, and I think in that particular situation, if you hadn't done that, it would have been very, very bad for the team, because he would have been picked off very early, and without your mid laner, without your main source of technically CC to cover up for your carry, it could have been bad. So that minor play turned out to have major consequences towards the later stage of the game as well, because Super Marco was able to completely snowball as usual. Super Marco doing Super Marco things, farming up a storm and getting the kills when it matters, positioning and spacing really well in these team fights, even better than Stitch, despite the carry not being as mobile, I would say. But we will be taking a look as well, Vela, at the stats with a match summary for game number 2. Game number 1 was a quick one. It felt pretty quick, especially compared to game number 2, because game number 2, man, it was a marathon. We just kept going back and forth, all non-stop action, with even some little fun retry battles going in the way.
It is super fun and super intense as well. But yeah, this is gonna be the data that we are having for this second game. We know that actually it's like 16-6. Actually, based on the total kill, it's not as much as the first game, but the action per minutes, it's so much bigger rather than the first game. The action per minutes that happened inside of the Land of Dawn for this 25 minutes game is just like double from the first game. They are using a lot of resources to one and another, but because of the back and forth that they were using, the meta that they were trying to disengage from one to another to avoid the battle, actually lead them to this summary with 6 and 16. But look at that one. Actually, for this one, Shadow is the one that actually being picked up a lot from the side of Myanmar. He's been trying to give up the spaces for Myanmar to go and be the star for the late game situation, but it's not really happening because few FlapTZ, Super Marco, actually Super Marco getting a really good number of KDA here with 8, 1, and 3. He's like actually dealing tons of damage with the carry, the true damage that can melt down this Cho, this Fredrin, along with the Groot here. Well, for KalTZ, not being picked up even once, Mirko.
Yeah, that tank slot really doing him justice, man. You have the mobility of a normal Lancelot and the tankiness of, I don't know. Who's another good tank that can soak in that much damage? We'll just say Akai, right? But we're gonna take a look at the head-to-head as well. Post-match for game number 2 here. 6 eliminations, 14 assists in total, 16 deaths. You can see that the Philippines, again, this is something that we're used to seeing, right? Especially in Filipino games, where objectives takes the center stage. That's the main objective. That's the main thing that the Filipino teams are looking for. And I think right here, you can kind of see that Myanmar were forced to play with that objective control battle as well. They were constantly trading on the map and they weren't really able to utilize the kill pressure within their composition early. Sure, later on in the game, they were able to find a lot of these good skirmishes to come back in the game just a bit, but they gotta stick to the game plan, right? They really have to be confident as well with their drafts. If their composition is built for that kill pressure, they need to be able to utilize it. I feel like the Philippines were just really good at forcing Myanmar to play their style.
Yeah, they're forcing it really hard to the side of Myanmar, and this is the Amphi. Ladies and gentlemen, who is actually going to be MVP for this one? This is KalTZ with the 3 elimination, 9 assists, total 0 dat, and 75% team fight participation. He is doing a really good job here, trying to pick up or maybe giving up the damage. Let them bait them to use the resources that they have to focus on KalTZ, while the rest of the players coming from the Philippines doing their job to finishing off the opponent side. So congratulations for KalTZ getting the MVP for the second game of this best of 3 series.
He made 2 mistakes, fella. He only made 2 mistakes the entire game, right? When usually you see a lot of players make a lot of mistakes in the games, this man literally just made 2. He has a perfect KDA. He was farming up a storm. He created that snowball for the team with a lot of the crazy good ganks and honestly, all the turtle secures as well, right? So he was able to provide so much for the team. Now, unfortunately, those 2 mistakes were pretty big one. That's what almost gave the enemy team a way to come back. But hey, it's a team effort to go for the Lord. You can't just blame it entirely on your jungler. And KalTZ performed in this series, in this game especially.
Yeah. And I think like one of the moment is because of the spear that is being popped by the Moscow, so he's unable to use the retribution. So it happens all the time. We cannot actually blame it to the jungler, just like what you've mentioned before. But that is it for the first match. That is Southeast Asia battle, the Philippines versus Myanmar just now. But later on, we will be having Central Asia tournament. We will be having another match here for the Central Asia. We'll be having 4 actually. We are having the Southeast Asia, Central Asia, South Asia, and also West Asia. And we will be having best of 3 along with best of 5. So it's going to be quite different from one to another because I will let you guys know. So we have like 5 of different region here, sub-region. We have the Central Asia, East Asia, West Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, and also Oceania. We have 6. And also we have the host country, which is Saudi Arabia here. So we will be having total 10 slots for the Asian Championships for the 15th.
There you go.
Esports Championship 2023. Mirko.
Yeah, and don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, tune in as well to the next match, right? Because this match was already fire. We're going to see a lot more of the fire matches up ahead. And speaking of revenge or repeat when it comes to the historical battles, we're also going to see another one of the same matchups here, meeting in the playoff match, Vela, to qualify to the main event of IESF World Esports Championships 2023, the 15th one. It's going to be Kazakhstan. We're facing off against Uzbekistan, where we did see this same match. We also casted this match, Vela, last year. So will it be repeat or will it be revenge? Because last time, it was an absolute stomp.
It is. Last time it was one-sided game, but with a different roster this time.
Exactly.
Will it be different? And we know that actually the growth inside of the South Asia, Central Asia, or maybe the MENA right there is just like growing a lot here for the Asia community for the Mobile Legends. So I think like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, they are growing a lot since the previous year. So I really want to know what kind of growth that they were having, what kind of meta they will be showing us today, what kind of surprises. We still don't know what kind of things that happen in the region. So I really wonder what is actually going to be the case, because for the Central Asia, it's only going to be one slot to the main event, to the LAN event. Mirko, it's only one. So it's between Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and also Uzbekistan. It's between three of
so
them.
There you go. Between all three, and right now in the playoff match, we are going to see Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan face off, right, to qualify to the main event. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the development of MLBB in every single nation that's participating. It really is very interesting to see how the game has developed and grown in everywhere around the world, right? And we're seeing it here with ISF 2023. It's absolutely amazing, phenomenal. Yashi 2023. We're also going to be followed up later on in the third match of the day by Bangladesh versus Sri Lanka. If you guys did not get to see today's schedule earlier on before we started in match number 1, another banger of a match. It's going to be another big match, I would say, right? Two countries that I would say have also been developing quite well in the MLBB scene.
Yeah, and also for the last match of the day, it's also going to be super big here because it's going to be UAE versus Iraq here. What is actually going to happen? I really want to see this match, you know. I really want to witness what kind of growth that they are having so far, because I know the growth there is actually massive. We saw a lot of potential coming from the UAE and also Iraq. So let's see later what kind of surprises that they will be having for us for this one. 4 matches that we will be having today. So ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned until the last second of the match, because definitely we will be showing you a really great matches for today. So it's because this is like 150 countries, right, that is participating inside of the ISF, and most of them participating for these Mobile Legends. And it's just like, I'm so delightful to be here, you know. I'm so happy to cast with Mirko for this Asia qualifier.
Same here. Likewise. An absolute pleasure once again to be serving for ISF again. You know, we did it last year when it was in Bali, home country of Indonesia. Right here, we're doing it again, hopefully all the way to the main event later on as well. We'll see what happens, because obviously the developments of these matches are going to be great. I want to really see it, not just in the qualifiers, right? Imagine this, in the qualifiers alone, we're already seeing so many interesting matchups, so many crazy developments. What'll happen in the main stage? What'll happen in the main event? Where last year, it was a bit of a shocker, a bit of a plot twist, right? The favorites were the Philippines, but Indonesia were able to take the dub in the end, Vela.
Yeah, it's actually a surprise of what is actually happened last year with the ISF Bali 14 World Esports Championship. It's just like a lot of plot twists, a lot of development, but we can see that actually we are going for a lot of improvement that we will see later.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, it's been amazing. An amazing first match. Vela and Mirko, we're going to be signing out to a break. Stay tuned for the next match, because it's going to be coming up very soon. Peace out.
heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything.
Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. Here with me, Villajiv, and also Mirko into 15 World Esports Championship 2023. Here we are back for the second match after witnessing the first match, Southeast Asia Qualifier between Philippines versus Myanmar, that is being held by victory from Philippines itself.
There you go, man. We are up here for a second match of the day. Vela and Mirko at your service for match number 2. Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan. It's a matchup that we have seen before, literally last year, where Uzbekistan was able to get the dub here. Now, will it be repeated with Uzbekistan getting a repeat victory, or will Kazakhstan have made the right adjustments with their new lineup here at IESF 2023 to get that sweet, sweet revenge?
Yep. And this is gonna be best of 5 series, so it's gonna be quite a long battle, 9 games, draft battle, a lot of battle of stamina as well. So it's gonna be a lot of things that might happen for this one. Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, they really need to get ready for this because they are gonna be representing their region for this one. And I think like it's only one slot for them here for the Central Asia, so they really need to be careful over the movement and also the draft that they are having. This is their moment. If they are qualified to the final, they will be playing for the Iași, Romania later into the 15th World Esports Championship 2023 finals, Mirko.
Exactly. This is it, right? For the main event, because it is a playoff match, best of 5. So the team that wins here will qualify and make it to the main event of Iași 2023 IESF World Esports Championship. So big stakes here, very high risk for both of these teams. They're gonna need to go all out starting from the draft, Vela, because we've seen basically from the first match that we had here earlier of the Philippines versus Myanmar that the drafts are playing such a massive role in in the victories for the Philippines, right? A big impact. One of the main win conditions has to start with the drafts here. For both of these teams, they need to play more towards their comfort, I believe, than towards the meta, because that's what we saw earlier from the matchup.
Yeah, and I think the adaptation needs to be fast as well. After they know what kind of things that was not in their favor, they really need to figure it out, how to make a solution over one thing here. So I think the adaptation needs to be worked by the players that is going to be playing for this one, because once again, this is going to be a best of 5 series. They will have time to actually figure it out. So they really need to be patient. They really need to think outside of the box as well. They might be using cheesy strats, hopefully, just like what you mentioned. Play your favorable hero here, your signature hero, your comfortable hero that can be used inside of the lineup them right now. And I think for now, based on the patches, I do feel like it's more balanced. Like you can use any kind of.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's the most flexible meta we've seen for a long time, actually, Vela. It's a very flexible meta all across the roles. We've seen assassins that are still meta, Fanny, Hayabusa still being played, but also some things like the tank slot and the Fredrin still being the most efficient in this current meta as well. So a good mix of a lot of different heroes everywhere in every single role. Even mages coming back, just creeping in that gold lane with the Harith making a little bit of an appearance. Even the Lunox back at M4 as well. So I'm expecting some of those changes and some of those flex picks to come through in game or match number 2 here for Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, because while we're on this point of the drafts, it really felt like Kazakhstan didn't have a grasp on the meta last time we saw them compete against Uzbekistan. Literally the same matchup here last year, right? It felt like they were just drafting completely for comfort. Now, I do agree that you want to get comfort picks onto your players, but you also need to take account that the meta is, you know, like the name stands for, it stands for most efficient tactic available right now, and they gotta lean into that, because comfort picks alone ain't gonna win you games. They gotta go for some of the deny picks and the bans here to take it away from Uzbekistan.
Yeah, just play smart. If you want to use something, then you need to know what kind of tactics that you will need to do inside of the lineup, done what kind of things that you need to prepare for all of the circumstances that might happen. But yeah, talking about the draft will be like very, very interesting, because like a lot of people will go for respect, especially they are coming from the same kind of sub-region. They're coming from the Central Asia. They most probably know each other, how they are going to be respecting to each other, how the gameplay is going to be quite similar with the meta that is available on their region itself, and how they're going to be trying to go beyond it. Because I think like for the world right now, for all of the growth of the Mobile Legends, like they still gonna be able to find something, the way, a sneaky pick, a sneaky movement, a sneaky method that will always be available. Are they gonna be trying to use it, or maybe they will try to, okay, I'll just focus on what we know and how we are gonna be able to try to figure how to get the win over this. And I think like for the Uzbekistan along with Kazakhstan, they were having a different kind of lineup from the previous year. Like previous year, we are witnessing how strong Uzbekistan is going against Kazakhstan. Quite one-sided game, to be honest. And for this one, I hope it's not gonna be as easy as that one.
Agreed, right? I mean, it was a stomp. There was no way around it. There's no way to sugarcoat it. The first time they met, which is last year at IESF, same Asian Regional Qualifiers, it was an absolute stomp, a 3-0 stomp from Uzbekistan. They were able to outclass Kazakhstan in every single department of MLBB, right? From the draft all the way to the laning phase, to the team fights, neutral objective control, just objective control all over the board, and even the rotations coming in was just all perfect from the side of Uzbekistan. That definitely is something that Kazakhstan can improve from, right? So with a big loss like that, I feel like right now it should be Kazakhstan who comes in with a lot of massive improvements, especially considering they got a full main lineup now, a full new main lineup. I think they've chosen stronger players, right? Better players right here to represent their country, to represent Kazakhstan, and I think it's going to be a very, very fun match.
It is. It is. Later we will see what is actually going to be happening for that one. But for everyone that is watching right now inside of 15 World Esports Championship 2023, don't forget that we will be having 4 matches. We already doing the first match. It's all done. 2-0 for the Philippines against Myanmar. This is the second match, which is going to be Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan. But later on, we will be having another match as well. We will be having Bangladesh versus Sri Lanka as our third match. And also for the last match, we will be having UAE versus Iraq. So it's going to be a super intense match. So for you guys, please stay tuned. Please stay with us because for a reminder, 14th World Esports Championship 2023 finals will be had in Iași, Romania later for, I think it's around almost to the third or maybe fourth quarter of 2023.
Yeah, third or fourth quarter, definitely still waiting on that as well. But we're also still waiting on match number 2 to start, ladies and gentlemen. So please do be patient with us here. Still waiting on it for a bit, as both Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, their main lineup will be waiting and preparing for this big matchup up ahead. Again, high stakes here. Whoever wins will be qualified, will be able to qualify for the main event right here of IESF 2023, 15th World Esports Championship in Iași 2023. So looking at the lineups though, it felt like, last year for Kazakhstan, they went for a lot of interesting picks, Vela. I think we can bring it up right here before we enter the drafts for game number 1 of match number 2. I think what really caught my eye is the Clint pick. Maybe now you could... not even now I feel like it is meta. I don't think we've seen Clint in a long time, but back then it was very out of meta. I don't think we've seen Clint at all completely back then last year. So I'm expecting some of those crazy picks to still come through here for the side of Kazakhstan. I just expect it to be a little bit more watered down or supported by the rest of the team, because almost every single pick felt like a gimmick pick, felt like a cheese pick last time around. Whereas now, hopefully we get to see some of those cheese picks still remain, but obviously you need those meta picks to be the solid foundation of your composition.
Yeah, I do feel like just like what you mentioned, like a lot of strat picks, a lot of amazing picks, I might say, from the previous years. It's just like super unique. But I also want to say, like, just like we talked before, like a lot of possibilities might happen from them, and they are just like using all of the heroes that they are usually used for that one. So I think back again, playing with the cheesy strats might happen with them, but I'm not sure. Like right now, the data was showing it from the previous year. Right now, the balance inside of the patches just like creating a lot of differences inside of the Mobile Legends. And the rotation, I think like the rotation, I want to mention that Uzbekistan was very aggressive kind of gameplay that they were having previous year. Are they going to be still having that kind of aggressiveness? That's the question here. Because if they are still having that kind of thing, the rotation coming from Uzbekistan must be very early. So how is Kazakhstan going to be doing the defense movement going against that one? If they are unable to to hold it up, to try to dodge it, it's not going to be really good to have the snowball on the head of Uzbekistan, who actually understand how to use the possibility on their favor. Yeah.
Uzbekistan, very known to actually utilize that snowball. I think they understand the fundamentals of the game a little bit more than Kazakhstan from what we've seen last year in the same matchup here. But again, it is a different lineup for Kazakhstan. It seems like right now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it seems there is a bit of there's a bit of information here given by our lovely producer to you guys as well, to inform to you guys that Kazakhstan has been awarded 1 game point here. So we will start the match with game number 2. So Kazakhstan only needs 2 more games to take the series, whereas Uzbekistan, they still have to go for an uphill battle here with 1 game down.
It's a huge lead actually by Kazakhstan by having 1 point for their hand, because we were talking about Uzbekistan who actually play aggressively in the early game, but right now from best of 5 it turns into the best of 3. just like that. Because of the 1 point that is being held by Kazakhstan right now, they really need 2 more points on the head of Kazakhstan. But for Uzbekistan, they still need to catch up 3 games to win this one, to win this match, because it's best of 5 series, ladies and gentlemen. So Kazakhstan better mentality
Absolutely.
here.
You're right, Bella. That's something that's definitely going to be a big impact, right? We know how much of a momentum boost, morale boost the game could be. So having that 1 game already over to Kazakhstan could already be the determining factor. But I think we are going to be getting ready, Vela, to enter the draft for game number 2 here. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. First, we're going to take a look at the matchup screen. Once again, it's Kazakhstan who will be taking on Uzbekistan with a brand new lineup of, well, for both of these teams, actually. We're going to take a look first at Kazakhstan with Neo. We have Nori, Gerdost KZZ, Destroy, Iki Demoria, and 13 Ocean Friend. A new roster set to try to take revenge of their victory or of their loss against Uzbekistan last year.
Yeah, and we also have from Uzbekistan, Baba Yaga, CZ, Deco, Infinity, and also Prince for playing for Uzbekistan, trying to catch up the points here from this best of 5 series going against Kazakhstan. This is going to be super interesting because later in the drafting phase, what kind of hero that they will be picking for this? Are they going to be going for the assassins jungle, mage jungle, maybe marksman jungle that might happen, or fighter jungle? Because everything right now works inside of Mobile Legends, and I think like the Land of Dawn is a very flexible place. It's just use your imagination to go for it. Use your imagination, because Mirko here using a lot of imagination to play a lot of roles. You know? He's playing really good.
Yeah.
One.
I've been learning a few tricks, about a few tricks as well in the gold lane and out of the other roles as well to understand a little bit more of the game and to see how the pro players actually see the game too. Vela, you're absolutely right. I've been pushing my rank quite a bit as well, and I've reached pretty high ranks. I've been matched up with some of the pro players myself, but I haven't been able to win against any of the pro players because, well, they are pro players. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, for the second match of the day. We're going to be taking a look at game number 2 because 1 point has already been awarded to Kazakhstan. Into the draft we go. Uzbekistan with the blue side, first pick. Kazakhstan on the red side, second pick. Arlit, Wanwan, Joy, and Faramis, all pretty standard meta bans coming through from both these teams.
Yeah, and they really need to pick. Actually, so far they're looking so good with all of the bans that they were doing with the Arlot, with the 1-1, with the Joy along with the Varamis. Are they going to be letting go of the Valentina? Maybe even the... I think like right now, a lot of possibility hero to be picking the first phase, So they can try to maybe deny the hero that they are expecting here, or they don't want to face inside of the Land of Dawn. It depends on what kind of options that they are having. Or maybe a hero that they don't want to face inside of their laning phase. Still plenty of hero that is still open right now. If I can mention Valentina, I still can also mention maybe the presence coming from Beatrix, or maybe other heroes. Respecting one to another is going to be very important as well.
Kaja could definitely be an option to go for right now. Another solid pick that we have seen many times before. But with the Joy already banned, I feel like the Kaja will be left open. They can just go for it first pick as well. Another very solid pickup for the team. With the Faramis banned as well, maybe it's a little bit of a sign for the side of Uzbekistan that they want to go for a glue pick, maybe, right? A glue pick that could work very well. We saw even in the game for Myanmar versus Philippines, even though Myanmar lost on the glue, 0-6 on the glue was still able to create such a massive impact towards the end. If you get him on a winning lane by just going for a winning matchup, it's going to be very good. But as expected, there you go, you can already see what they were setting up for Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan with a very good read already with the glue ban as well.
Yeah, the glue ban is actually going to be very important here. But what is actually going to be the first pick here for both of the sides? I mean, like, we still can mention the Valentina is top prior right now. If they don't go for Valentina, they still can go for the Kaja. But taking over the Valentina is just gonna be so much better because you are going against a Kaja that you can still beat the IMU. So I think like it's gonna be better that way rather than letting the opponent to have the Valentina that can be flexed to be the poking Valentina or maybe like bursting Valentina that is going for the late game with the Clock of Destiny and also Lightning Truncheon. But Kaja directly being picked here by Uzbekistan.
Traded over by the Valentina. A big ult to steal already with the Divine Judgment gives the Valentina a little bit more to play with. But hey, I wanted to say it, man, but you better give Baba Yaga a hero with a gun, and they pick up a Clint very early on. So it's already very interesting here. We mentioned the Clint just now before the drafts started, Vela. Now with the Clint pickup, I really wonder what they're going for here, because I don't know, going for the Clint, usually you will see it towards the end maybe, because it's not such a prio pick, and it gives Kazakhstan so much more room to go for these prio picks, like the Lapu Lapu, that is a very, very good XP laner here, considering that the Glue and the Arlet has been banned out. They have set this Lapu up for success.
Yeah, but we can say that actually with this kind of hero that they're having at the moment, I think like they really want to play with the bursty situation, you know, using the Divine Judgment along with the quick draw coming from the clan. It's just gonna be bursting down everyone. But I do like how they are picking the clan. One of the hero that we mentioned before on the last year's movement coming from the side of Uzbekistan is actually looking good. But the Lapu Lapu along with the Kari, actually this is a very good hero to actually stop the movement from the clan. Using the Lapu Lapu Bravest Fighter and also the Blade of Justice is actually going to be messing up the positioning coming from the clan. So actually it's a very good idea coming from the side of Kazakhstan. I do feel like they are anticipating this coming from the side of Uzbekistan.
Definitely, right? I mean, going for the carry pick into a Clint is already very concerning in my opinion. Clint, one of the lane bullies, sure, maybe not that meta right now, but the range and the laning presence that he has with the trades is still super viable, especially up against a hero like Carry, who needs to get farm in the early game to get going. Now, farming is going to be something very difficult to do here up against a Clint, so there's already a very good... It's already a very good pick. Despite it not being meta, it makes sense here up against the carry.
It is makes sense, and it's just gonna be like, I do feel like Clint gonna be like earlier to have the power spike rather than the carry, right? So if they are doing the rotation since the quite early game, just like we are predicting coming from the Uzbekistan with a very aggressive early game, it's actually gonna be in their favor. But if they're letting this carry to have the space that he needs, the item that he wants, the moment that they will be having, it's just gonna be pretty hard. Because back again, Clint with two diving hero coming from the side of Kazakhstan with the Lapu Lapu along with the Valentina, is just gonna be pretty much messy inside of the line of down. And this this carry that might be used by Uzbekistan will try to feed this Clint as much as possible to let this Clint fat, so he will be able to secure the items, the Maleficor maybe with the Endless Battle as well, so the penetration will be going towards Kazakhstan very fast.
Okay, still waiting on what's happening here, Vela. It seems like there's a little bit of an error, maybe a little bit of a mistake here, as we are seeing the same heroes picked up by both of the sides. So we're gonna have to wait on that. I believe there is a little bit of a mistake here. Yeah. Not sure if the carry was actually picked up by Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan here, but we do see a Lunox pick in the end. Not sure, again, which team it's going to be on right now, if it's going to be Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan, because, again, if we take a look at last year, it was Kazakhstan who actually went for the Clint pick, right? So maybe the sides were a bit wrong earlier. We'll have to see, as we're still trying to get it fixed up here in the drafts. So not sure which pick is going where, but the Valentina seems to be up in the blue side. The Lapu as well on the carry. So yes, there is a little bit of a switch there, and this makes a bit more sense, Vela. This makes sense. We mentioned it before the draft starts. Kazakhstan last year, they were able to pick up the Clint, and well, they didn't really perform that well in the Clint, but it was one of their signature picks, and this time we're seeing it swap again. So it was the Clint for Kazakhstan that was picked up, and it's already very, very scary. I'm getting deja vu from last year.
It is a deja vu, and also like a very basic combo. Lunox plus Kaza here. I already imagining the rotation that they will try to make with this kind of hero inside of the Kazakhstan hand here. While for Uzbekistan, we're still on the banning phase here. We saw that actually after the Melissa's, Diggy, and also Glue being banned. Oh, I'm surprised that I forgot about Glue just now as not being prioritized on the first 3 picks here. I think it's because of the options that they are picking for so far. It's not in the favor, but Teresa, I think like it's supposed to be banned here because we still need 2 heroes to be banned inside of this draft. And I think like limiting over the XP is just gonna be so good coming from the side of Team Uzbekistan towards Kazakhstan, because so far they haven't shown us who is actually gonna be the XP lane. We know that actually from the Uzbekistan they already have the Lapu Lapu as the XP lane here, so eliminating Teresa or maybe another hero that can win the lane against Lapu Lapu will be a very good and also wise option.
Definitely, right? They picked up the whoa Exborg as well here with the Terizla. So already very unique pick. So again, Vela, what we mentioned about Kazakhstan still remains true, right? They aren't gonna go for a lot of these cheesy picks, but they already have a few very good meta heroes as the foundation, the Kaja and the Terizla in the roamer position and as the XP laner. With the Exborg, I think, going to the jungle, it should be okay, but Uzbekistan definitely have the better draft by a long shot, in my opinion, right? They have a very solid draft here, proper dive, and in the game we go into the land of dawn already. First blood here, picked up by the Exborg. Neo picking up the kill early on. Uzbekistan really falling to the very aggressive early start from Kazakhstan.
Ooh, very, very aggressive movement coming from Kazakhstan with the heroes that they're having. Just like we talked before. I mean, like, this is going to be Lunox, this is going to be Kaja along with Clint, but a surprise that is shocking me is actually presence coming from the Xbox jungle here. They're actually playing really aggressive. We saw this like couple patches ago. We saw how powerful Xbox is, especially inside of the jungle with a lot of movement that he can do. But right now, is it like one of the hero? It's not like a favorable hero to use. But again, this is like Mobile Legends. You can use any kind of thing. It's now very, very flexible to pick anything that you want to be picked as your hero. That's how balanced Mobile Legends is right now.
Yeah, I mean, with the Exborg pick, they've already found a lot of success early on, so you're right. We were talking about the flexibility of picks here in the game, and we're seeing it right now. Kazakhstan already starting off very strong, and even learning a few new tricks. You can see Nori already freezing up the waves in the bottom lane, looking for a pick as well. And so far, this is what we mentioned in the draft. This is what I said as well. The Clint may not be a meta pick, but now it's going to be Flicker and a Divine Judgment with the Chaos. Prince unable to find the Divine Judgment back. It's going to be another kill picked up by Destroy. Without a Flicker used up by Destroy, it's going to be Prince taken down, and he will be losing a little bit of that wave. As the sun comes down now, Neo going to be charged down. Numenal Blast charged it as well. Finding the stun. Cypher QD walking up, but Destroy is right there. Now it's going to be actually the re-engage coming in from another play here from the Exborg. Has the last Insanity, but will lose out of the Faraga armor. Doesn't matter though. Doesn't even need the damage from the last Insanity. Kido gonna be kited back. It's a double kill from Kazakhstan.
Wait a minute. What is actually happening? How they are very aggressive, and it's just giving a lot of pressure towards Uzbekistan. You should not let Lunox having the assist along with the kill in the early game. We know how is the power that can be given by Lunox. it's just gonna be super painful. It's just gonna be, the penetration will be massive. But the Axborg, I don't know where he is coming from, but he is one of a very strong, confident player inside of the Land of Dawn that is using all of the resources that he have to actually punish Uzbekistan. And it's a 4-0 in the first 4 minutes. The difference of gold is 3,000. It's huge. It's more than 500 per minute here, going one to another. And this clean is also being well fed. He's laning very well, going against a carry that we thought not gonna be able, and that we'll be able to stop the movement from the clan, but it's not. The laning phase is on the hand of this clan, and he is on higher level right now, one gap of level.
No, a positive. Oh, wait, a Divine Judgment connects onto Infinity, though. Overextending, punished instantly here by Neo Kawi, as that's going to be the top side taken out as well. That's a free turret over to Kazakhstan as they push forward into the mid lane as well. Winning matchups, winning lanes is the key for Kazakhstan, and they have technically 2 side lanes who are in, or who have the winning matchup, right? The Clint up against the carry, outranged and outtraded now. They're looking for siege into the mid lane with Bravest Fighter popped in. The stun won't connect, but Last Insanity will. Onto the back, almost finding Prince, but Prince will barely be able to escape there. Just a sliver of HP left. Saves, well, wasn't able to save the flicker, had to utilize it to get out.
He doesn't need to do a lot. He just used the Last Insanity to put everyone back from Uzbekistan. And it's giving a lot of space for Kazakhstan. They can try to farm the one wave. They can try to get more EXP. They put everyone back to the base, which costs them time, EXP, and gold. They are losing in terms of a lot of stuff. But in the bottom lane, Lumen and Blast is being open, and the pick-off happened towards this carry. And it's one big pick-off actually going to the gold laner over Uzbekistan. And this is the second time this gold laner being picked off. And this is going to be the third turtle appear inside of the Land of Dawn.
Just as a reminder to all the viewers, man, last year Uzbekistan wiped the floor against Kazakhstan, but now it seems like Kazakhstan has improved along with the Last Insanity under the tier 1. That's the Bravest Fighter and the Flicker as well to find the stun and to get Uzbekistan on the board. That's their first kill in this game. But it still seems like Kazakhstan have the control over the game. They are able to get a turret up top as well. Despite Neo falling in the mid lane, it's all good. Kazakhstan have got more pressure, and they can actually even punish more here into the mid lane with another tier 1 secured.
This is very strong movement. I never thought that it would be like this coming from the Kazakhstan. The improvement that they were showing is huge. Despite that, it's a different kind of lineup from the previous World Esports Championship, but it's still showing a really good performance so far. Well, for this Theresa is just like looking for attention coming from Uzbekistan and creating a lot of stuff. But in the top lane, the big off might happen, and Nori definitely will be caught up in that moment.
Good movement, but there's already another response here for the side of Kazakhstan with Divine Judgment onto the Martis. Still able to escape with a Mortal Coil though. Now the stun. Able to connect on to the Terizla. But there's no more engages here. Gordos is able to disengage. So is the Xborg. Able to disengage in the bottom lane as Uzbekistan try to once again look for an opening back into the game. It's still a massive gold lead held by Kazakhstan though. 5,000 now, 4,000 gold lead. But with the Lord, it certainly is going to be pushed even further. But there's a little bit of a mistake there. Unable to pull out the Lord, they accidentally reset it, but they will still be able to take it down. And you can see the Xborg damage, man, onto the Lord with a Demon Slayer, melting it like it's nothing. First Lord over, no contest whatsoever to Kazakhstan. Uzbekistan trying to look for a trade up top right now, and the Midnight Blast charged in. Nori gonna be caught in the stun. That's the Divine Judgment, locking him down, and that's his second death in the game. Cypher QT will be able to pick up a turret up top.
I think like Uzbekistan now know how to try to control it back towards Kazakhstan. You know, they are seeking for a redemption.
Okay.
Trying to get something. But in the bottom lane, just like what you mentioned, the Xbox is just like super super painful towards Uzbekistan. With the fire that he is having, he's just melting everyone here from Uzbekistan, and it's just like he doesn't need any kind of follow-up. But
Whoa.
that
Super
pick-off.
aggressive maneuvers. Yeah, Vela, another pick-off in the mid lane. Kazakhstan just wiping the floor here against Uzbekistan in game number 2. Looking for more into the mid lane. No Divine Judgment ready, but Last Insanity is. 4 ultimates were burnt out earlier. Nori having it back up right now, looking for the siege down, but it is the 10th minute of the game. There will still be that turret passive to save Uzbekistan from these sieges, but it seems like Kazakhstan might be able to still pop the base open here with the Lord up top. That's the BOD built up as well. Very early. 9-minute BOD for the Clint. Kido still able to sustain, to tank up and soak up all that damage in the front, but that's going to be 3 base turrets with no passives left.
They've been taken down one by one, and the meltdown. I think that there will be another pick off here in the mid lane.
Yep, Kido has the Mortal Coil though, soaking up a whole lot, jumps back in with a Decimate, but will not be able to find the kill right now. That's a dive under the base from Gordox and Neo, as they're looking for more right now. That's going to be the follow-up from Nori. Bravest Fighter popped in by Deco, looking for the Divine Judgment. The stun only connects onto the minion waves right now. Prince looking for it. Then now Blast charged in with a Flicker as well, catching him, but it's just a bait. The damage comes through from Nori, and the meltdown is there for Kazakhstan. 3 members down, the base wide open. Prince holding on to Divine Judgment, finds it, but it's only onto the Roamer. Now the base will be taken out, and Kazakhstan will get match point.
Just like that. They are just... I don't know. The draft is just insane, and how they play it's much more intense rather than... I don't know. I'm quite speechless of the performance from Kazakhstan. They are improving a lot, ladies and gentlemen. This is the improvement, this is the growth of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and they are showing it inside of the 15th World Esports Championship 2023 here. Kazakhstan with 2-0. After the first game, it was a point for them, but the second game, to be honest, it's like a deja vu, but with the wrong side.
Yeah.
With the different
just
side.
a history lesson for you guys, if you guys don't know. Last year, in the same matchup here, Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan, it was Uzbekistan who were able to stomp Kazakhstan 3-0. This time, it's already a 2-0 start, and it's a dominant game for the side of Kazakhstan. So we're already seeing a swap, just with a swap in rosters, and it shows you how much Kazakhstan has improved from getting destroyed, I would say, right? 3-0 to now, I would say, stomping back. Revenge is the name of the game, and it's something that Kazakhstan will be able to do if they continue to play this way. Uzbekistan had, in my opinion, on paper, a better draft. They had a pretty solid draft. They had a standard draft that you would see normally, but they lost to the X-Borg, to these cheese picks. But remember, like we said early on before the draft, it's the cheese picks that are facilitated by the proper foundation that is already built up with a lot of these meta picks like the Kaja as well and the Terizla, right? And it ends up being a pretty solid composition to bring up against this standard composition.
It's not only the draft that makes it good for the side of Kazakhstan just now, but the way that they are playing with the draft that they are having. Like, they know they have the potential. The execution, the aggressiveness coming from the X-Borg that we know it's not popular these days, but use it in the jungle and actually going against the hero coming from Uzbekistan. It's just being meltdown. He doesn't need to use the last insanity to try to pick up the hero. He's just using the fire missile and try to get everyone on board and try to giving them poking them a little bit of damage, and the rest of the player coming from Kazakhstan just coming and trying to pick them off using the Ring of Order, Divine Judgment, using the Cosmic Vision, Starlight Pulse, anything on board from the side of Kazakhstan. And this Lunox that you fed them since the early game is not looking good for the late game. We know the potential coming from the Lunox. We know how if she's having all of the items that she needs, and I think like I don't know, I still feel like this is pretty much bizarre. It's just like so fresh to the eyes, to see how is the potential that can be brought by one team here inside of the 15 World Esports Championship 2023. I cannot wait for the third game because this is gonna be the thing from Uzbekistan. How are they gonna be reacting after seeing the second game?
That's my question as well, Vela. It's a question that's it's up there. I think for the viewers as well. Not only getting stomped, but getting stomped by a composition that you've never seen before. I personally haven't seen an Xborg in my games, in any of the competitive games, in so long. So losing in a way in a 10-minute game against an Xborg, a hero that is quote unquote not meta, against a Clint that is again quote unquote not meta. But I feel like again, it shows how flexible the meta is right now in MLBB, and it shows you that counters can still work. You pick up a Clint up against the carry, it'll still do good as long as you execute your game plan properly. Utilize the Clint to completely bully the carry out of lane, and I think in that game, that's what Nori was able to do as the Clint. Sure, he got picked off 2 times, but that was after the laning phase ended. He was able to do his job well already. He became the lane bully. He stopped the farm from happening. He stopped the carry from getting farmed up to a point where he can actually carry the game. And it ended up being the carry. It ended up forcing the carry to be a non-factor, I would say, in game number 2.
Yeah, it's slowing down a lot to the carry to have the proper items and everything. Even we see that actually a lot of resources has been used by Kazakhstan to just put everyone back, to let them recall, so they can take the advantage over the objective, over the maybe neutrals stuff like that, maybe the buff or maybe the buff. So they're taking a lot of stuff right there. But yeah, we will see the match summary here for this second game from best of 5 series here, Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan, that we saw this Martis unable to actually have the result that we are expecting here, because the Martis is actually having quite a hard time to dive into the Kazakhstan's movement with the defined judgment, with the penalty zone, with the damage coming from Neo here, with the Axborg. It's just massive here.
It really is, man. It really is. I expected the Martis to do a little bit better in this game, considering he is up against the Xborg. Maybe, maybe he's able to or I would say at least equal the farm and the level of the Xborg. But in this game, he was completely shut down from the start, and Kazakhstan were really able to punish Uzbekistan early on there with the way they were playing in the early game, instantly with an invade, Vela. They always were invading, they were always giving the Martis a hard time, and that's the result. 0-4-2 Martis, unable to do anything. Martis is a hero that really needs to get going in the early stage. He needs to get a snowball going, because if it does not happen, if you take farm away from the Martis, this game happens, right? A 0-4-2, a non-factor Martis in the game.
And it's 4 and 11. Like 11 for the side of Kazakhstan. 11 point only, but they are destroying a lot. Just like a destroy as MVP here with 4-0-5 KDA here. 4-0-5, not being take off once with 82 team fight participation. He's just using a lot of cosmic vision to actually help the Fran, and also using Starlight Pulse. Even I don't see a Brilliance of Order being used yet. I saw the Darkening Chaos most of the time.
You're right.
Chaos and Order. It's always Chaos. There is no Order that is coming from this.
No Order.
Yeah, no Order. Always destroy.
4-0-5. I mean, Vela, when you're that ahead early on a Lunox, you know that you can do anything, and I think that was just really well played by Destroy. He understands that if you're ahead early on as a Lunox who needs to scale up, then it's all good. You can just go for the Chaos. You don't need to use that Brilliance whatsoever, and it was just a brilliant execution by Destroy. So once again, your MVP, that's also kind of the shadow carry, because we were looking at a lot of the other members. We were looking at the Xborg, we were looking at the Terizla for the main engages, even the Kaja, but who's doing the damage in the back, who's always there to follow up, is the man you saw as your MVP for game number 2. Destroy is living up to his name. He is actually destroying right now with the Lunox.
Yeah, he is. He's destroying everyone. He melts down everyone. That's the power coming of the combo Kaja Lunox. But is it gonna happen again in the third game? Because that is actually pretty much all combo. What will Uzbekistan do for this? Will they try to use different kind of draft? Because based on the draft, actually, Uzbekistan was doing a really good draft right there. They're having a pretty solid draft. They're having a really good draft. It was a surprise coming from the side of Kazakhstan. But what is going to be the response here? Because they are already losing 2 steps with 2 points on the head of Kazakhstan. How they are going to be able to try to get back what they need here? Because only 1 slot will be given to the Central Asia. Only 1 slot, ladies and gentlemen. Will
And it's now or never.
Yeah, it's now or never, because this is match point already for Kazakhstan.
2-0. It's massive right now for Kazakhstan. They're 1 game away from pulling another upset victory, I would say. A revenge story for them, fully completed. 7 months ago was their first matchup, and it was Uzbekistan who came out victorious 3-0. So we'll see if Kazakhstan will be able to get that revenge, that sweet revenge, because it is just a step away. 1 step away right now, 1 game away, as we're getting ready as well to enter game number 3. Well, technically game number 2, because that 1 point was awarded already to Kazakhstan before game number 1 started.
Yeah. I really want to see what is actually going to happen. You know, with that Axborg pick, they might be coming with different kind of things. Surprise us, Kazakhstan. Surprise us. We saw the claim as the signature here coming from Kazakhstan, but we don't know about the Axborg. Or they just say, okay, I don't have to fix what is not broken. I'm just going to use the same kind of concept here with the Axborg on the board. And what is actually going to be the response here from Uzbekistan? How they're going to be enduring that kind of movement, level of aggressiveness that they were having. And I think like the discipline along with the patience needs to be worked from the side of Uzbekistan as well. We know actually after they are losing 2 wars, they keep like following up all of the movement coming from the side of Kazakhstan. They keep repeatedly joining the game plan from Kazakhstan, which is not their standards, because they need to give the space for the carry. They're supposed to try to let this carry be the key for the mid to the late game situation, but it's not happening because they keep following up all of the movement from Kazakhstan.
So that's the interesting question actually that you brought up, Vela, right? Is this Axborg pick more of a disrespect pick right now because Kazakhstan knows how much better they are in the series, or is it actually a strategy? Because I feel like after watching the game, maybe before the game, when you look at the drafts, just if you just look at the drafts and not the game, you probably assume that, you know, maybe they are trolling, maybe they are trying to give, you know, a little bit of a chance maybe to their opponents by disrespecting their opponents with some of these off-meta picks. But after watching the game, it is clear to me that it is a strategy. The way that they're able to utilize this Axborg from the get-go to just invade and utilize that fast clear with the Demon Slayer emblem to get level 4 ASAP. That first blood in the top side jungle of the Martis, of the Uzbekistan side was I feel like one of the biggest factors as to why and how they were able to control the early game. Because if they didn't get that, the Lunox would be in a bit of a trouble, in a bit of a pickle, I would say, in the mid lane up against a Valentina who should be able to trade and win in these trades against that Lunox.
I do agree. Like the Valentina, we know that actually how powerful Valentina is with the IMU, with the resources, with the poking damage that continuously can be given towards the Lunox. That is pretty much struggling. I hate it when I face Valentina as a mid laner here, as a Lunox player. But yeah, just like what you mentioned, the ability, the adaptation that is being made by the side of Team Kazakhstan is actually like giving the control to their side with the presence where coming from the Axborg with the last insanity. They're pretty much scared to gather around because of the less insanity probability to be used on that particular moment. So whenever it happens, the presence from the Axborg already give them fear to do the war, to try to engage for the war. And it caused them to disengage, and it's creating so much of mess. The setup that they prepare unable to be used to go against Kazakhstan at that moment. But yeah, the strategy that they were using with the Axborg and everything is just like super good. and I really want to see how they're going to be doing it for the next game. I also want to mention Teresa. Actually, I saw it a couple of times that this Teresa able to control 2 or 3 players to focus on him only. It's only focusing
as a distraction.
Yeah, as a distraction. So whenever it happens, the clan is taking the chances to play objectively, to play to get the turret, or maybe they are focusing to get the turtle, or maybe more. So it's giving them more gold. Let them lead more and more.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's no way of dealing with that. If the export gets ahead early on, you can really see that snowball, man. That Faraga armor does so much. It was able to literally just soak in everything, and guess what? I would say the untargetable part of Xborg's kit is super underrated. That was utilized as well, right? When you lose your Faraga armor for a certain amount of time, you are actually untargetable, and it lets you reposition yourself in these team fights to get a better point to maybe just escape or look for a re-engage by waiting for that Faraga armor to come back. And I think in that game we were able to see a few times the Xborg do that exactly. Losing Faraga armor, going back, repositioning, and coming back to the fight with the Faraga armor placed back, and he pops in the last Insanity, completely just wipes the floor against Uzbekistan.
I kind of wonder right now, do you see the item that is being made by this Axburg? Because I think like it's kind of mixed up, right? It's not only like the tanky item, but also like quiet offensive item, I might say, because I see a lot of yeah, I think like it's Bloodlust Eggs as well. I think it's being made by this Axburg, so it's not potentially going for a tank export, but a very offensive export that is actually pretty risky right there. That build is actually pretty risky right now.
Very.
Because jungler is very important in terms of objective for the Lord Turtle and everything else. And with having that one, I don't know. I kinda worry what kind of risk that they will take again for this third game. But here we go for the battle. Pink face Mirko, Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being patient with us. We are in to game number 2 for the draft. It's still, well, it's actually going to be a swap now. It's going to be Kazakhstan who have the first pick, and Uzbekistan will be placed into the red side, or the second pick here. But so far, it seems like it is going to be the same bands coming in from Kazakhstan, still with the Melissa and the Theramis. Uzbekistan already taking the Joy out with the Arle. So the Joy was banned out by Kazakhstan last game. Now it's banned out by Uzbekistan. A little bit of an adjustment already from Uzbekistan, but it hasn't changed at all when it comes to the draft. It's still the same bans coming through. There you go. That's the change I was waiting for. The Kaja now is going to be banned out by Kazakhstan. So no more Kaja to play with in game number 2.
It's pretty interesting they are the one who actually banned it, because they are on the first pick here. I thought they will be trying to go for the same kind of Kaja pick coming from their side, but because the Valentina is still available, or maybe another kind of hero that they will try to prioritize here, they still want to go for a different kind of tactic here. They still want to show Uzbekistan what they will have on pool, but I bet Uzbekistan also having something on their mind right now for this third game. Right now,
let's
Kazakhstan
see what it is.
Yeah, let's see what it is. Right now, Valentina is already been taken by Kazakhstan, so Uzbekistan. There's plenty of hero that is still available. I think like if they want to go for, maybe if they can go for the XP, it's going to be so much better. But if they want to go for the marksman, it's also going to be very good to be picked on their side right now.
Definitely, right? Going for the marksman makes sense as well. Banning out the Melissa, it shows you that they are very confident in going for maybe another lane bully that doesn't do too well against Melissa, but can bully everyone else, just like the clip that we saw earlier. But here from Uzbekistan, all right, I like where it's going already with the Yves and then the Franco. two heroes that work pretty well together, but the only concern right now is that the Eve cannot be that main source of burst to follow up the hook and the bloody hunt coming from the Franco, right? The Eve could definitely facilitate the iron hook with a few of the slows and maybe the immobility from the real world manipulation, but they need to pick up something like a Brody or a carry to try to follow up with some burst for this Franco.
Or they're gonna be trying to use an assassin here from the Uzbekistan side, because it might help them if they want to go with the Franco as a pick of potential towards Kazakhstan. But picking over the Franco in a very early situation, they want to give what kind of moment? But the Brody directly being the denied pick here, going against Uzbekistan. But Axborg, one more time, Mirko, will we be seeing another Axborg?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right, Vela? That's the concept that Kazakhstan are utilizing here. They're picking up the X-Borg and they're denying the Brody pick away because it does so well against almost every single laner, including the Beatrix here, with the Melissa already banned out. Melissa's probably the only one who can really bully and have a say against Brody in lane. And with this matchup right now that Kazakhstan already have with their draft, it really feels like that mid control is still going to be in the hands of Kazakhstan, where they can rotate around and get the other lanes, like the Brody winning matchup, to snowball into that mid game.
Yeah, I think like right now, they really need to be careful over the side of what kind of hero that they will be using. But Beatrix along with Franco combo, this is that we use to see. This is what you usually see inside of the Land of Dawn. These two combos always happen inside of the Land of Dawn, and I think like with the ban right now, they are trying to eliminate every kind of possibility here. Kazakhstan, they haven't showed the EXP along with the roamer, unless this Xborg going for the EXP, which gonna be quite a plot twist here for the Uzbekistan, because we thought, me personally, I think it's gonna be going for the jungle, but still have the chance to go for the EXP. But yeah, banning over the Selena, banning over the Digi here from the side of Uzbekistan. While for Kazakhstan, one more ban here after seeing the Lancelot ban here from Kazakhstan. One last ban. Maybe another assassin will be a very good option to be banned here, since they are going against a Brody Ling maybe, if they know they are using over the Ling, or if they don't, maybe an Akai will be a very good ban here going against Uzbekistan, because I do feel like if they are picking over the Akai, it's also going to be creating a moment for them to counter the setup that can be brought by Kazakhstan.
Definitely here. You can see the final two bans as well for the side of Uzbekistan, Selena and the Digi. So maybe they're setting up for another big ultimate, another big CC ability into their XP lane, and there it is. It is going to be the Yu Zhong that does really well up against a composition like this. The Brody will find it very difficult to try to escape from the dive that Yu Zhong can present. The Granger ban is a very strange ban in my opinion from Uzbekistan, but it may just be a respect ban towards Uzbekistan, who maybe is comfortable on the Granger. But on that note, they pick up the Lolita, a hero that will do very good up against the Beatrix, but it's also going to be the Lapu pickup here. Another solid laner, honestly, up against the Yu Zhong. So, final pick now for Uzbekistan. We'll see what they go for. They need a jungler. Unless they pull off another crazy strategy and put the Yu Zhong into the jungle, it should just be a... Whoa! Definitely didn't expect the Ling, but you did, Vela. You said Ling earlier, an assassin pickup could come through. And that's what they're going for. Uzbekistan with a very risky Ling pick into an X-Borg. We saw what the Martis did against the X-Borg. Not so much. And that's a utility jungler. Now an assassin. Will he be able to farm, or will he be bullied even more now?
That's the question. Will he be bullied or not? Will he be able to get the purple or maybe the orange buff? If they are able to secure that for this Ling, it's gonna be very good for them, because this is the idea of me having the Ling on the tots. I think like if they are unable to do the pick off or maybe secure the points, elimination points for Uzbekistan, at least they will have someone to do the split push with the potential coming from the Ling. It will make a little bit trouble for Kazakhstan since they don't have like very fast clear over the wave from Kazakhstan side. So it's still a probability here, especially this is going to be Ling using the killing spree. So they want to focus on this Brody, but it means that the progress over the level EXP here to get over the neutral creeps is just going to be pretty much different with the export using the Demon Slayers.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game number 3. Match point for Kazakhstan. One step away from possibly qualifying to the main event of IESF right here. So we'll see if that happens. Cypher QT already deciding to go for the Renner here. Opting to just farm and last hit up against the Brody. Understanding that the killing pressure is a bit too much. But just like game number 2, Vela, we're already seeing the X-Borg invade very early on.
Yeah, and this is the idea. They really want to try to punish the purple buff coming from the side of the lane. Yeah, and if they are able to secure that one, it's gonna be looking good for the side of Team Uzbekistan. But if it's not, Kazakhstan means that they are like wasting quite a lot of time to pressure the movement from Uzbekistan itself. Well, for the Beatrix going against the Brody, this is gonna be the coming from the Ling. I mean, like, the presence of the Ling with the Tempest of Blade is also one of the initiation that can be made towards the Brody, despite that this Brody have the Shadow Strike to actually stop the Ling itself. So let's see what is actually going to happen later. Well, for Kawi, actually going against a Franco, you just need to open bushes to give the information for your teammates. And if you can give as much as you can, and actually stealing that from the lane is actually wasting a lot of resources from Uzbekistan.
Most definitely. Also, the pressure here that Valentina has over the Eve is going to be much better. Up top, clearing the wave faster, rotating to the turtle a bit faster, but the Black Dragon form still comes through. Deco wants to contest for this. They don't even have a retribution, and this may be another punish, but Kazakhstan decide not to overcommit onto it. They already have what they came for. That's the turtle. And they will be able to clear out the mid lane to maybe rotate over down below, utilizing the Brody killing pressure. But Cypher QT has been able to do pretty well in lane so far. Iron Hook, Divinity, now with the Bloody Hunt. Cypher QT looking for the follow-up, but Destroy is there to provide some cover so that Uzbekistan won't be able to follow up and capitalize on that Iron Hook.
Yeah, sadly there's no DB's patient because Cyber was using it to clear the wave in the bottom lane just now, so there is no other follow-up damage that can be given to the side of Kazakhstan just now to try to get a potential first blood here. While for Nori, he's actually doing a really still good job trying to do something, but that is the pressure that can be given from Kazakhstan toward Uzbekistan. They are rotating 4 of them to the bottom lane.
Whoa, Iron Hook and the Flicker. No Bloody Hunt to play with. The real world inflation comes down, but a torn apart memory. The fadeaway as Gordos dies under the tier 2. That's 2 kills picked up by Kazakhstan. Not as dominant as they were in game number 2, but they're certainly showing another level of dominance here with a slow build up. Still able to get a few hits onto the turret shield, getting it down to a quarter of its HP, and this is a fed Brody now.
It is a fat Brody. Malefic Roar on the way, I guess, to have better item later after the Shadow Strike or maybe Corrosive Sight to the hand of this Brody. But we know that actually with the 2,000 to going to 3,000 lead here from Kazakhstan in the first 4 minutes, it's more than 400 per minute lead. It's causing a lot of movement from Uzbekistan is being reduced. They are unable to play as aggressive as they think they could be with the draft that they are having. I mean, like, look at that one. They were having Ling, they were having Yuzhong that actually can play quite aggressive. But the rotation that is coming from Kazakhstan, stopping them. Especially the Numanan Blast, that can be a good setup for Kazakhstan towards Uzbekistan. They are depending it to the Iron Hook along with the Bloody Hunt from this Franco. If it hits, it's good. If it's not, it's gonna be the problem. They are unable to open up something towards Kazakhstan that will stop them to play and try to pick off the player from Kazakhstan itself.
Objective control is still the name of the game right now, Vela. Complete control for Kazakhstan with better setup overall, and also a very good decision for the team, rotating towards that bottom lane, getting the Brody out of the laning phase ASAP so that he can actually rotate and utilize that early game pressure more towards the turrets and go for sieges. Destroy as well. Good choice on the ultimate steal right now, taking away the real world manipulation into the mid lane. Most probably going to be able to utilize it right here to zone Prince away with them. Now blast charge in. That's going to be 2 knocked in. The immobility from the stolen real world manipulation finds its mark into the back line. Deco goes with the Petrify, but it's going to be the flicker from Destroy to escape, and now it is a collapse onto Deco. That's Xborg with the last insanity to pick up the kill away, and it is just clean from Kazakhstan right now in the 5th minute of the game.
This is like the first game, 4-0 clear, without any points stolen from the side of Uzbekistan in the first 6 minutes. I think the rotation that is being made is slower rather than what we are seeing in the witnessing in the second game. But with this kind of tempo, Kazakhstan is like giving more pressure towards Uzbekistan, and the Iron Hook connect here. But if there is no follow-up damage, I don't think they will be able to secure Nori. That is gonna be picked up because the follow-up is there actually coming from the Eve along with the Cyber Cutie just now.
Yeah, we're seeing some recalls from Prince, but I don't think that's gonna age well right now. Those recalls really didn't age well. Literally, just a few seconds after the recalls happen, he gets sent back to the base in a very violent way. Kazakhstan now looking to punish that even more. No high ground, no wave clear coming in with the Eve down. That should just be another free turtle picked up by Kazakhstan, but they will opt to steal away the purple buff from the side of Kido on the Ling. A Ling with no purple buff. It's going to be a very tough game for him, but in the bottom lane, once again, Faraga armor, or all going to be melted down, but it's all going to be a setup for Gordos in the back line. That's Kido taken out. The Numenau Blast doesn't even need to connect because there's a Bravest Fighter. There's a stun from Gordos.
Oh ho ho ho. This is getting harder for Uzbekistan. They really need to hit and get the heroes that they want from Kazakhstan. They really need to target towards this Nori or maybe towards Destroy, because Destroy actually destroying everyone from Uzbekistan. 7 kill participation coming from Destroy from 7 total kills. So he is 100% kill participation right now. He is taking care of everything, and look at that one. Finally, the Iron Hook.
Speaking of Destroy, he gets hooked there, Vela, like you mentioned, but there's not much follow-up, not much at all. The Petrify, the Furious Dive is only onto the Lolita right now as Destroy rotates onto the back. The Numenau Blast will be charged up. They won't be able to find it, but Deco will surely die here to the basic attack. That's the conceal defensively. Gordos is looking for a play, but I think it might be a bit too aggressive if he dives under the base turret. That's the RWM once again stolen away by the Valentina. It's going to be the Lord also simultaneously being micromanaged. Nori with the sidesteps here. Whoa, fancy feat by Nori, dodging away from the Renner shot that could have taken him down.
Oh, I am actually pretty much surprised. There is no other follow-up towards the Destroy just now, but another setup has been made here. Tempest of Blade need to be used, and I think it's still gonna be able to secure something, Mirko.
You're right, it does secure one kill. It's on to Gordos here, who's the acting frontliner for Kazakhstan, so they don't really lose too much value. They still have a Lord pushing down in the bottom lane, and as you can see, this Brody, the damage is truly there already. 2 penetration items set up already. Now it's the Numenau Blast is charged in down below. Gonna be able to find Bombastic Kiddo there. Still not bursted down, still able to escape with a Defiant Sword, but without the First Lord, they are able to crack the base open. Now with the Lord marching down, they should be able to try to end the game with the last Insanity to the back line. That's a lot of damage placed down, but the Petrify connects onto 2 members. Infinity now locking them down, and this might just be a throw from the side of Kazakhstan. Destroy and Nori now against the world. That's a Tempest of Legs knocking Nori out. Destroy looking for an opening once again, but that's going to be the real world manipulation. Instantly bursted out by Destroy. The Bloody Hunt and the Iron Hook connects, and that's going to be a kill back. Nori taken down, Gordos with a stun, but he's not able to find Infinity. Destroy still wanting to look for the end right here. Cypher QT almost bursted down, has the flicker, gets out, and Uzbekistan live to see another day.
Live to see another day in fear. The damage that is given from Destroy is destroying everyone. I thought he will go back like since 1 minute ago, but he is not. He is actually playing it aggressively, offensively, brutally towards Uzbekistan. He is not giving them chances to catch a breath, you know? He's just like giving so much stuff at the moment, but yeah. 3 members being picked off from Kazakhstan, giving Uzbekistan more time to try to redeem what is they can do going against Kazakhstan, but not for so long, I guess, because there is none set up that is being brought by Kazakhstan.
Now you see him, now you don't. Cypher QT eliminated out of the fight right now as that's the bravest fighter onto the back line. Nori gonna be targeted down, but the kill won't come through. Nori still able to find the damage to turn it around on Kiddo Bombastic. The Iron Hook dodged away from. That's what the Guardian's Bulwark is for. Prince is zoned away. The base is wide open for the taking. And they won't even go for Prince. They will send Uzbekistan out. And Kazakhstan will be able to get a clean sweep in the Asia Regional Qualifiers to qualify to the next stage of IESF.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Congratulations, Kazakhstan. What huge level of improvement here. It's been shown in this match. How we are seeing the quality of the game coming from Kazakhstan, how they are able to beat Uzbekistan, the way they are trying to punish everyone here with the aggressive I don't know, aggressive movement, aggressive in every way. Even from the draft, it's already so aggressive. We can see from the draft that they are having the non-meta hero that they are picking. The one things that we thought that it's not gonna work, but turns out works very well for them. The last Insanity that is insanely taking everyone down from the side of Uzbekistan. How they are able to manage the objective gameplay, the discipline, the control over the damage. I'm still very amazed of how Destroy play in this game. He is showing a different quality. He was pretty much waiting for opener for the previous game, from the Kaja previous game, but this time he is the one that challenging everyone from Uzbekistan. Let's do something with me face to face, and it's showing really good. Despite Kazakhstan, you guys still trying so hard to try to contest it back to Uzbekistan, trying so hard to contest Kazakhstan for this. He's still doing a really great job. Good game, well played for Uzbekistan. You guys showing a really good performance, but I think like that's not the moment yet for you.
Definitely not, man. I mean, on this very unfortunate, Uzbekistan were able to move to the next stage last year, but this time around they are going to be sent home by the team that they sent home last year, so it's a bit poetic there, but history doesn't repeat itself here as well. Vela, so far, this tournament, it's the complete opposite of what happened last tournament, right? Remember last year,
Yeah.
same qualifiers, ISF, Myanmar were able to beat Philippines, a different roster for both Philippines and Myanmar, but Myanmar won. And then, this time around, Uzbekistan, right? They won last year, but it turned around completely with a new roster from Kazakhstan. The opposite happening here this time around.
That's why I'm still so impressed, still so surprised with all of the improvement, all of the things that has changed inside of the World Esports Championship. I really want to see who is actually gonna be going later for the main event and everything, because everything is just like coming really fast in 1 year. They are developing a lot of things to be shown. The quality, the mechanics, the draft, the strategy that they prepared to one another. That's why we really need to be careful over the team that we are not expecting at all.
Exactly.
Because that's what sometimes surprise us most.
you know, the title of a dark horse is usually given to one team, but I think this IESF, we might have to give a few dark horse titles to a lot of these teams because they are coming out with a lot of these crazy non-meta picks and they're making it meta. The Export, once again, has been able to shine completely here in the match against Uzbekistan. Kazakhstan were able to utilize it super well with that X-Borg Demon Slayer. On top of that, they showed a lot of difference, a lot of different heroes here, a lot of unique heroes, right? The Clint in game number 2 and then the Brody in game number 3. So they're not just a one hero type of team. They can play a lot of different styles. They can play a lot of different strategies, and it shows.
It is showing. It's just coming really well. But yeah, it was Kazakhstan, one team that is actually being beaten last year is the one that beat Uzbekistan and going as the representative for Central Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Central Asia's representatives here at Kazakhstan. After taking the second and third game, the first game was a 3-point towards Kazakhstan, but second and third, we saw the quality. It's less than 15-minute game, if I'm not mistaken, for the second game. For the third game. But the second game is like less than 12 minutes game. So that is the power, that is the aggression, that is the pressure that is given from the Kazakhstan towards Uzbekistan until they cannot do anything. And I think like from Uzbekistan, they're still doing the same thing like their second game, which is following up all of the game plan coming from Kazakhstan. But yeah, I think we will see the match result here from this third game. For everyone who haven't seen the third game just now, we saw that actually the Axborg is being used for 2 times in a row for this best of 5 match. And it's gonna be Kazakhstan. We saw actually a lot of possibility and also like a lot of pressure coming from Uzbekistan, especially with the Franco and also Beatrix that actually dealing a lot of damage. But that's it, they are unable to finishing off players coming from Kazakhstan.
Definitely, right? I mean, looking at the statistics here, they weren't really able to lock down any of the prio targets, and like we mentioned earlier, Destroy still kept an amazing KDA, and I think he deserves to get another MVP award. 3-0-12, perfect spacing, perfect timing, perfect decision making as to whose ultimate he actually goes for. On the Lunox, we saw that he was able to scale on a hero that doesn't do too well early on. Now, give him the Valentina, and he will absolutely snowball, take control of the game, and take the game into his own hands. And that's what we saw in this game. Give him the Valentina, and he will do wonders. Right? Absolutely destroying that mid lane matchup. Prince really didn't stand a chance in this one.
Yeah, he's destroying everyone with 3-0-12 from 16 total elimination point from Kazakhstan. It's 15 from 16. I don't know, it's just so crazy. He definitely gonna be the MVP for this match, but yeah, this is 16 elimination from Kazakhstan, 34 assists, and also 6 deaths from Kazakhstan, while from Uzbekistan is 6, 12, and 16. And here we go. This is the MVP for this third game of the match. This is Destroy with the Yiv here with 3-0-12 KDA, 94% team fight participation. I think this is the highest one so far.
Yeah, definitely the highest one. We've seen 90, we've seen 85% as well from Super Marco in the first match, but we've never seen 94%. And it's on the hands of Destroy, who absolutely controlled the game from the start to the end, with a lot of good trades in the mid lane, good timing as to when he clears the waves to rotate over as well. It was a very solid performance by Destroy, and I hope to see more from Destroy in the upcoming matches, because they are going to be moving forward to the next stage, Vela, so we will be seeing more of Destroy, whether you guys like him or not. He is going to continue to destroy in the IESF qualifiers. But on that note, Vela, we still have 2 more matches. Bangladesh versus Sri Lanka is going to be one of the matches that we will see next. And then we'll have UAE versus Iraq. A lot of still fire matches that are up, that are coming soon. Very soon.
That's why I was like being happy here, because like I saw the potential, the growth from the teams that is already competing in the first 2 matches. I really want to see more from Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, UAE, and also Iraq. I want to see how is the growth that they are having. What is the meta? What is the tactics that they prepare for this one? Because this is 14th World Esports Championship 2023 that will be taking place in Yashi, Romania later on. So they will need to all out for this. Because Bangladesh and also Sri Lanka, they are representing the South Asia, and it's only 2 slots for the South Asia. While for UAE and Iraq, it will be for West Asia and also only 2 slots as well. So they really need to compete well for this. It's only like 10 total slots for the LAN event for the Asian Championship. So they really need to go all out for this one.
I mean, at this point, going all out is a must, right? For every single team, they still want to make it to the next stage of the competition, Vela. And looking at how competitive it's been, man, a lot of them, they don't need to just go all out. They need to make a lot of adjustments even before playing, right? Because watching these games here, as the players, you should be able to soak in a lot of the information, a lot of the knowledge for your future matches, especially if you're gonna go up against any one of the winners from the last 2 matches. Philippines and Kazakhstan both looking super phenomenal, obviously, and these teams who are fighting for the next stage are gonna have to read out their opponents real quick, because if they don't, man, they're gonna get swept as well. So far, all sweeps here in IESF Asian Regional Qualifiers, Vela. 2-0, 3-0.
Yeah, we still don't know what will happen with Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. Both of them are best of 3 series, if I'm not mistaken. So it's still gonna be a lot of possibilities for both of them. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, they really need to prepare, just like what Mirko have mentioned. After first game, they really need to adjust what will they do for the second, what will be better for them, what kind of things that they can use, what level of confidence. Even inside of the game, we saw that actually the confidence really matter, how they are able to count the damage that they are having to actually punish the opponent. How is the targeting gonna be going? And if they are able to do it, I think they will be having a much better possibility to try to get the win over the game. So better prepare for the next match, because next match is going to be fire here for Bangladesh along with Sri Lanka. That might happen soon, along with UAE and also Iraq. So for ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned until the late night later, because we will definitely accompany you guys with a lot of interesting matches that will happen today. And also, it's not only today, because tomorrow we will be having another matches that might happen as well, right, Mirko?
Another 3 sets of incredible matches for you guys, and 2 best of 5. So you guys definitely do not want to miss that. I personally am really excited for tomorrow's matches, but I gotta keep calm right now because we still have 2 more matches here. I gotta be satisfied with the 2 matches now, and then we'll be hyped for it later when we're done with these 2 matches. But for now, we're still waiting on these 2 matches to start, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting on the match. Firstly, the 3rd match, Bangladesh versus Sri Lanka. Again, a lot of the new developing countries when it comes down to MLBB and their MLBB competitive scene, just like we saw earlier from Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. I really hope we can see the development of all the other regions here, like Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, and even the MENA region, who we've actually seen a couple of times go to the World Championships, M4 and M3. Last time, right? So UAE and Iraq, can't wait to see that matchup as well. Can't wait to see how much they've improved since we last saw them at M4.
Yeah, I think like since like they were having the MENA for the MPL, I think like that's how we can see the growth that is growing up right now for the Central Asia and also the West Asia. I think like that's how we can see how they are having the development over the teams here. We saw a lot of good mechanics player coming from the UAE, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and also Iraq. And if they are keeping that kind of practice that they were having so far, I think like they will be like one of the stars that can maybe one of the new contender inside of the World Series later on, because that's what we are expecting with the growth of the Mobile Legends so far. We want to have another team that can try to compete with the other teams that is already available. One of the one of the strongest teams that we know so far is one of Philippines. That is one of the favorite country. That, if I can say that. So I think like if the other country are trying to develop it well, it will be very fun to see another opponent inside of the Mobile Legends tournament.
Definitely. And I'm also very interested to see what other unique picks can come through in the drafts, right? I mean, earlier on, match number 1, we didn't really see a lot of these crazy picks. Philippines and Myanmar stuck to what they're comfortable with and what's actually in the meta. In match number 2, we're seeing a little bit of that already with a Clint, already an X-Borg as well, that ultimately got them the victory. So, match number 3, hopefully we get to see some crazier things, right? Maybe the Layla comes through, or even a Mia pick here. A lot of crazy picks that are still up for grabs technically right now that could actually be a bit of a curveball to their opponents, right? Just because it's not meta, a lot of these players might not have been able to meet these heroes in ranked or in their scrims, so maybe they will have a bit of trouble going up against it in lane, not understanding the limitations of these non-meta picks in a tournament.
But I wonder where is actually 1-1, because I think like 1-1 is still one of the favorite heroes, but it's not being picked so far.
Got ignored.
Got ignored completely, despite that it's being left open. No one is actually paying attention to 1-1. Is it because like right now it doesn't really matter if he's having the crossbow attack or not, because the weakness point is all they need. Because if they have the weakness point taken to their side, actually 1-1 is pretty good, but if they are unable to do so, 1-1 is pretty much useless. That's what the popular comment right now regarding this 1-1 hero. But I think like despite all of the things that happened, 1-1 is still one of the strong hero inside of the gold lane. So I really want to see 1-1. Hopefully we will be able to see it today, Mirko. It's one of your best hero as well, right?
Definitely one of my favorite picks alongside Melissa. Two very good picks right now in the meta, but yeah, we haven't really seen much of the Wanwan or the Melissa. In match number 1, it was actually banned out completely. We did see one Melissa game, but it's currently sitting at a 0% win rate in the Asian Regional Qualifiers, right? The first Melissa pick by Stitch in the Philippines versus Myanmar match didn't really bode well for the team. They actually lost in that series against a Beatrix. Super Marco went 14-1-3 in that game. So maybe the Beatrix is just much better right now with a bit more of a flexible playstyle compared to the Melissa. But Vela Jave, I just got some information right now that apparently we're going to be watching or casting Bahrain versus UAE in 30 minutes. So Sri Lanka and Bangladesh currently will be pushed back a bit. So Vela, take us away.
It's going to be super interesting to see later. Bahrain versus UAE, but before we're jumping for that one, we will take a short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Please stay tuned. Inside the 15th World Esports Championship 2023, Velajiv and Milko will be back.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
think you've got what it takes. The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Red team has slain the turtle. Hero has been slain.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Red team has slain the turtle.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to match number 3, where we're going to take a look at UAE versus Bahrain. It's me, Mirko, joined again by Vela Jave as well, as we accompany you through another match. After we've seen 2 crazy matches already, Vela, I'm expecting another banger here from UAE versus Bahrain. And also, looking at it, it really feels like we're gonna have to see what kind of crazy metas come up, because right now, it seems like the later we get, the crazier the picks, the more unique, the more creative the players as well. Because we started it with Philippines versus Myanmar, where there were a lot of standard meta picks, nothing too out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, when we looked at match number 2, there's a lot of crazy picks already, with the X-Borg coming into the fray, as well as the Clint. 2 heroes we haven't seen in competitive play for such a long time, but Kazakhstan were able to utilize these 2 picks, these cheesy picks, to win it out. Actually wiping the floor pretty easily up against Uzbekistan, the same team, the same country that knocked them out last year. Looking at it in game number 3, match number 3, if the pattern still stands, it should be another crazy draft that we are going to be looking forward to right now. Because honestly, looking at it, it's the pattern. It's the pattern, ladies and gentlemen. And we have to see what will happen later on in the way they play as well. Because another pattern right now is, so far, it's also all just 3-0, 2-0, clean sweeps left and right. No close game so far whatsoever in terms of the series. But here, Bahrain versus United Arab Emirates, I'm really expecting this to be a closer game than what we've seen today, a closer series than what we've seen today. Because the series that we've seen have been pretty easy sweeps, except for game 2, where Myanmar did give a very, very good fight up against the Philippines. Bahrain and United Arab Emirates, we're going to be taking a look at their roster very, very soon, right here to see and to take you through who's going to be playing in this match. Because it seems like for both of these teams as well, there's a mix of new and old players. Some veterans coming down as we've seen them play as well in the last qualifiers, but a few new players that we are going to be taking a look at with Bahrain. This is the main lineup with Mo, Mad, Look at Me, Troy, and Takiza, set to try to win this match to get that spot to move on to the next stage and maybe perhaps qualify to the main stage of IESF 2023, 15th World Esports Championships. But United Arab Emirates are not going to give up without a fight. It's going to be Jed, 7M Don. We have Viper, Buez, Weird, and A3 coming up as well, doing the same thing. Super high stakes here. You lose the series, you get knocked out. Both these teams will understand it and will have to pull out everything. No more hiding their strategies. It's no longer a group stage format. It is all or nothing, now or never, for both these teams. As we take a look at it as well, MENA, the region itself, has been developing quite for some time now, and we've seen a lot of developments from this region. A lot of crazy improvements as well. We saw Occupy Thrones at M4 performing pretty well, exceeding some expectations for the region, as it is a very new region, especially now with MPL MENA already started. It will give a lot of these countries in the MENA region more of a chance to come up and to play up against the big teams, or the big countries when it comes to the favorite countries when it comes to the MLBB world of competition. We're going to take a look at it again, though, ladies and gentlemen, because for Bahrain and United Arab Emirates, it seems like usually, for the MENA side, they play pretty standardly towards the late game still. The drafts are very late game centric, waiting on their marksman and their mage, usually with late game centric marksmen and mages. Very rarely do we see a Brody and a Melissa. More towards the Beatrixes, more towards the late game carries, like the carry and even the Wan here, not the lane bullies that we see. And even when it comes to the playstyles, feels a little bit more objective based, where both of these teams opt to go for trades and to farm up to wait for that late game. And maybe we might just see that here again. MPL MENA has a lot of different teams with a lot of different styles, maybe with Bahrain and United Arab Emirates at the center stage right now. They might just go for something different. Maybe they want to catch each other off guard with a few early aggressive pickups, maybe just early snowballing coming through to take the game before the late game comes through. Power spikes gonna be massive here. And for the side of United Arab Emirates, I feel like it should be a bit more competitive in this matchup compared to the other two matchups, because for the side of United Arab Emirates, we've seen them play before. Their drafts have been pretty solid, right? Last year, looking at the qualifiers for last year when United Arab Emirates were playing, they always had the general gist of things here when it comes to the draft, understanding what's meta, what should be first picked, and what should be prioed in the second phase as well. They're able to have a pretty good foresight into the game, and we're just waiting for that right now, ladies and gentlemen, to see the game and the drafts for match number 3.
Yeah, sorry for that, Winko, but yeah, match number 3 gonna be super interesting, just like what you've mentioned before, that it's gonna be maybe quite a late game situation. What kind of draft that they will try to bring up for this? Is it gonna be a late game situation, the carry game, or they're gonna be trying a different kind of situation, or also the tactics? Because we know that actually a lot of improvement have been made in the first and also second match. We are going to be witnessing the third match later. We want to see how they are going to be trying to take this best of this series, because Bahrain versus UAE, I bet both of them already preparing a lot for this. They really want to secure a spot definitely for the finals of the 15th World Esports Championship 2023. I really want to see what kind of draft. Is it going to be using a lot of disable kind of hero, or they're going to be trying more into the pick-off situation, or maybe they are more into war combination. It means that they will be bringing maybe AoE kind of hero. I kind of want to see Farsha, to be honest. I want to see Farsha, I want to see 1-1 that haven't been picked so far inside of the Land of Dawn. So I kind of want to witness that those two heroes being picked. But aside of that one, I also want to see different kind of EXP laner. I mean, like so far, we see Arlott, we see Lapu Lapu, we see Yuzong, Terizla. I want some unique picks. Is it gonna be Khalid gonna be picked? Because I do feel like Khalid is one of the underrated hero for if you are playing for wide early game situation, because the Raging Sandstorm is actually helping a lot to play aggressively towards the opponent. So if they are having that kind of strategy on their mind, I think like Khalid will be a very good options. Or maybe if they want to pick over the Esmeralda again, or any kind of hero, because we talked before, we discussed about this before. Now you can pick any kind of hero to be put on each role. Each lane will have a different kind of combination. Even Masha was being used couple of times with the Sky of Guardian helmet, full 5 or 6 Sky of Guardian helmet that will deal tons of damage with 100 clap and everything. So yeah, I really want to see it.
Same here, man. I want to see a lot of these crazy picks come through, because again, the pattern of the tournament so far, of the day so far, has been the later we go, the more crazy picks we see, right? So I really expect Bahrain and United Arab Emirates here to kind of surprise us with some of the picks coming through. Maybe not so much of the meta picks that we've come to know in the competitive scene. Maybe something fresh and new to solidify that early game, like the Khalid, or maybe even push it till later in the game with maybe a Uranus pick coming through. Maybe something even crazier like a Leslie that has been gaining some traction in the gold lane, but we haven't just seen it yet. The Claude hasn't really been prioritized as well in IESF Regional Qualifiers, whereas in the last few tournaments we've seen that the Claude has always been a first pick priority. So it's very interesting to see the development in the meta itself. Despite having no changes, no patches to change anything in the game, we're still seeing already a lot of adjustments being made just based on playstyle and itemization.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're mentioning about Cloud and carry, you know, it's like the first 5 seasons of Mobile Legends when they are having the Cloud. It's always been like carry most of the times, and right now it feels like that. It's kind of feel nostalgic, you know, having the carry and Cloud all the time together. Whenever there is carry, there is Cloud. But with the presence of the Moskov, that having the same kind of build with carry, it's actually like giving a lot of flavors inside of Mobile Legends. It's changing it. it's making a lot of options that is viable to be used inside of the Land of Dawn. It depends on what kind of strategy that you are expecting. If you want to drag this one to the super late game, Moskov will be a very good one. If you want to try to engage to the backline, Cloud will be very good with the Blazing Duat along with the Battle Mirror Image. It depends on what kind of situation. That's why drafting, in terms of the drafting, the coach or the analysts have a lot of homework to do. They really need to know, aside of the heroes that is being prio by the opponent, but also the rotation. What kind of rotation that they will try to make? What kind of aggression are they going to be going for, the orange or purple that can be read by? And that kind of homework implement by the skills of the player, it's what making it better to be watched by us inside of the Land of Dawn. So yeah, it's super interesting and intense at the same time for this match coming, Bahrain versus UAE. I really want to see what kind of homework that they've done, what kind of things that they will try to present us with this one.
The level of forced errors, right? The little small wins that you get in the game, just like the invades that Kazakhstan were able to pull off against Uzbekistan. That's really what's going to happen. That's really what's going to help them take control of the game early on, to control that mid game and possibly maybe even end it as fast as Kazakhstan were able to do. So that's what we're waiting on right now, is we're waiting on the drafts, because that's what's going to set the tone. What kind of play style they go for, what kind of play do they want to go for, what kind of team fighting do they want to go for. It'll all come down to the draft, and it gets set up firstly by the winning lanes, because I feel like now in this tournament the winning lanes has been one of the biggest impacts as well when it comes to how teams have been able to get the wins, right? Whenever a team gets the two winning sides, like the Terizla and the Clint that we saw up against the Carry and the Lapu, they were able to completely dominate, steamroll through their opponents to control the map and give more pressure for these neutral objectives to be taken up, so that they can create that snowball going, and it just becomes super uncontested. It becomes super easy for the team who has that lane matchup to control the game and the tempo, and even utilizing that lane dominance to translate it over to map pressure.
Yeah. I think like winning two lanes is one of the key in the first 4 minutes, I guess. If they are able to do it, it's gonna give them a lot of benefit. Like if they're able to have the very good laning in the gold lane, it means that the gold that they were receiving is going to be very good, that the investment that they put on the gold laner itself. But aside of the gold laner, I also want to mention the mid laner, one of the very potential lane here inside of the Land of Dawn right now. They really depend on these two lanes, the mid lane along with the gold lane. If the mid lane able to actually giving a lot of win in the early game to put the snowball on this one hero, it's just gonna cost them a lot to be going to the mid to the late game. It means that they will have another kind of hero that will deal tons of damage. It depends how they are going to be trying to do it. The rotation of the jungle is also necessary. We saw it in the previous game. How is the Axborg actually giving the chance for destroying everything by doing the rotation into the neutral jungle of the opponent? It's making this Valentina do the rotation with a lot of poking damage advantage of over the EXP gap that they got. It's making the opponent unable to move, while also gaining a lot in terms of economy and also rotation.
It's been so dynamic, honestly. Like, even the teams who don't utilize the rotations, not even the neutral objective control like Myanmar, the way they're able to utilize the killing pressure that they've built in their compositions really shows that MLBB is in a really healthy spot when it comes to the meta, right? Very flexible. Yeah. You can win through a lot of different scenarios. You don't necessarily need to go for objectives this time around. You can go for team fights, and even in a lot of these skirmishes, high-level competitive matches, we've seen that a lot of teams prefer to just take the team fight instead of going for the Lord. Even though it's an evolved Lord, even though it's a game-changing Lord, they would much rather go for the team fight to end the game instead of pushing with the Lord. And we might just see that again here, right? I mean, Myanmar tried it. It wasn't successful. So I think right now, the most efficient tactic would still be to just focus on the objectives and get map pressure to play on around that little win trade that you have, a little bit of that advantage that you have. But you know, when you understand the rules, you know when to break them, and that's the beauty of MLBB right here. A lot of the kill pressure can be utilized just like that. Even the wave control can be utilized to just bait out your opponents. And again, very adaptive, very friendly meta to teams who can adjust really fast.
Yeah. Whoever can adjust really fast is just gonna be super good, because I think like talking about like adjustment, all of the pro players need to do that, need to have that kind of mindset on their self. If they are able to do a lot of adjustment really fast, it's gonna be better for them, because a lot of patches always have help before the tournament. So if they are having it, it's gonna be so good for them to adapt and try to maybe even use the things to go against the opponent. Use all of the adjustment to actually pick off the weakness of the opponent itself. And also the mentality inside of the game, you really need to know and how to count the damage that you have to really focus on. If you are unable to do that, it's just gonna be a slight mistake that sometimes happen. The retribution battle, it seems like it's a minor thing, but it's also like a domino effect. Like if you're losing something, you're also losing in a lot of stuff. And after you're taking the good benefit of it, it's just gonna be so good for you to try to push it back to your opponents. But yeah, we will see it later inside of the game, based on the draft that they will be having. Hopefully we will see a lot of uniqueness in terms of the drafting itself. Before we were seeing that Myanmar actually not allowed to use the Natalia, despite that we don't know that. We know that actually the players is not the players that who use Natalia often, right? And because they are coming from the same sub-region, I hope that they know each other to actually respect each other's heroes.
Yeah, that was a very interesting ban, right? Seeing Natalia banned out 2 games in a row by Team Philippines up against Team Myanmar was a really, really interesting sight to behold there, because of the fact that Natalia hasn't really been in the meta for quite a long time. So it really does show you the level of concern, the level of caution that Team Philippines took up against Myanmar. Even though it's a new team, it's a team that they definitely did not treat, like a new team. They treated the Myanmar team with the utmost respect, going for the bans instantly, respecting their heroes, and forcing Blink maybe to a hero that he's not too comfortable on, which is the Cho, right? Maybe he is, a very good Natalia, and he can take the game into his own hands, where he can carry through the rotation, through the early killing pressure, similarly to another Burmese player known as Naomi, another Burmese player that always gets his Natalia banned away as well. So maybe something with the Burmese and their Natalia picks and their early aggressive picks. Back at M2, it was the Diggy feeding strat. We see the Natalia. We even saw the Johnson at MSC. So it's always something with the Burmese squads, and that's what makes it interesting. But with their loss, it is going to be a bit harder to make it to the main stage there, with Philippines having a bit of a smoother ride with their new lineup, which is the brand Esports lineup. Here though, Vela, again with UAE and Bahrain, it's going to be interesting to see, because a lot of amateur players will be playing as well in a lot of these different countries, and honestly, it could be a good scouting ground for a lot of the teams wanting to get new players, fresh blood for the scene.
Yeah, it is. The scouting with this kind of big tournament is actually going to be a very good one, especially like back again, if we can talk about the MENA MPL that just started. I think like it's 2 or 3 seasons that already happened for the MENA MPL, and I think like that's the power of growth. This is the time for them to shine, to show what is the potential that they have as the team that is competing inside of the 15th World Esports Championship 2023. And
absolutely
might create a long journey for them as a pro player, so they really need to be all out as well, not only as a player but also as a team here, with how they are able to actually execute the plan that they are having. I bet they're having a lot of plans right now going against Bahrain, or maybe UAE.
Speaking of plans, Vela, I believe right now, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, please do be patient with us right now. We are going to be heading to just a slight break right now to wait for a little bit more information. So please be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned, because Mirko and Vela will be just right back.
makes esports great? Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about about to take your breath away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to once again the third match.
Yeah, we're back here for the third match. We will be seeing Bahrain versus UAE. Still with me, Villajev and Mirko here for the third match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We are so happy to be back here for this match because this is going to be intense match between Bahrain versus UAE. We talked about this before, Mirko. How is the progress coming from the Mobile Legends players so far in the world? It's like the growth is just like so intense and so fast, and we don't know what we are expecting for this match.
Definitely not, right? We've been seeing a lot of crazy drafts here and there, some cheese, some crazy strategies that we thought might not work with the Clint and the Export pick, but it all proved us wrong. Kazakhstan was able to make quick work of Uzbekistan earlier in the best of 5, getting a 3-0 clean sweep with the games only lasting 10 to 12 minutes. So here, looking at UAE versus Bahrain, we might be in for the first close series of the day here, Vela, with already 2 matches going all the way 2-0, 3-0, clean sweeps. Maybe, just maybe, we could get a close 2-1 game.
Amen. That's what we are expecting. I mean, like, to be honest, I want to see the close combat between two teams or even the rest of the teams here because we want to see how beautiful the works inside of Mobile Legends, the war of mechanic, the war of the strategy, last second thoughts inside of the moment. It's just like
Absolutely.
especially for this match between Bahrain versus UAE. We don't know what kind of preparation that they've been done so far because definitely with all of the things that happened, they were having previous match as well, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely they are planning up something. They're planning up something. They're having the fuel here ready here for this match. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen who just come up to this match, we will be having 10 slots for Asia Championship here inside of the 15th World Esports Championship 2023 that will be held on venue later in Iași, Romania. So for ladies and gentlemen, we already witnessed 2 matches. The first one is Myanmar versus Philippines with 2-0 in the hand of the Philippines, and also we have Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan. That is a sweet revenge from the previous World Esports Championship. 3-0 for Kazakhstan, and now we are going for the third match of the day, which is Bahrain versus UAE. But later on, we will be having another match that still can be happening inside of the World Esports Championship 2023. And for all of the Asia, we are having 6 regions so far, right, Mirko? We were having Central Asia, East Asia, West Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, Oceania, and also the host of the country itself, Saudi Arabia.
There you go. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Get hyped because we are going to be accompanying you throughout today, the entirety of the day, and then also tomorrow with another set of 3 matches, 2 best of 5s into playoff matches to get 2 more qualified teams to the next stage of the tournament. So as the tournament progresses, we will see as well what will happen here in the match. UAE, have they progressed? Have they improved since the last time we saw them, as well as Bahrain? Both these teams obviously will have shown improvement from the previous year, but Bella, I'm looking at Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. Some teams have had just explosive improvements, right? They have been improving at a very crazy rate, like Kazakhstan out of the blue, just picking up the same weird picks that they were able to pull off last time, but now dominating. Because the last time around against Uzbekistan, just a year ago, they were actually beaten 3-0. This time, they were able to 3-0 Uzbekistan, so that growth is already just insane. To be able to clean sweep a team that just swept you last year.
Yeah, it's like a whole different story. You are mentioning Myanmar versus Philippines also last year. Philippines is the one that gets beaten by Myanmar, but this time around it changed. Now Philippines is the one that shut Myanmar down with this 2-0 clean game that happens before. It was so beautiful, but also like very interesting, because we don't know what is the plan coming out from Myanmar or also the other country here to go for the main event, because definitely they want to be part of this World Esports Championship 2023. So after that loss, what is the adaptation that they try to make? They will try to figure it. What is the problem? What is the things that they need to be fixed for the next game?
Definitely, right? A lot of adaptations need to be made by both of these teams, not just after the game, not just before the game, but during the game itself. A lot of adjustments can be made in the game itself. We've seen this even in the Philippines versus Myanmar game, where Myanmar was able to adjust a few times with their killing pressure in game number 2, just trying to maneuver around a neutral objective takes to go for a better team fight with a lot of different angles to fight for. But then the Philippines did the same thing. They adjusted mid-game. They were able to stay disciplined and control the map with the map pressure they've already built up for themselves from the early game. So just like actually match number 2, Vela, we saw that Kazakhstan was able as well to adapt pretty fast. When the going got tough in game number 2, when they weren't able to dominate as fast or as quick as they were able to in game number 1, they just took it slow. They went into their winning lane and they kept on playing, they kept on committing. They did not overextend, they did not overcommit, they just stuck to the game plan, and with that discipline, it certainly worked, because right now, let's see if it will work for Bahrain or United Arab Emirates as we enter the draft for game number 1.
Yep, what kind of hero that they will try to pick for this one. This is the first game of Best of 3 series. Obviously, this is going to be super interesting. Just like we are expecting here, 1-1, one of the hero that actually I want to see inside of the Light of Dawn getting banned here from the side of Bahrain. Well, for the side of United Arab Emirates, they are banning over the Benedetta, one of the hero that is actually very flexible, I must say, with the possibility to dive into the backline. But why they are banning over the Benedetta? Are they respecting the players from Bahrain, or they have something to go against this Benedetta? They have some strategy that they are getting ready for. But Arlot, I think like it's gonna be like typical kind of meta hero to be banned here. Arlot, maybe the Faramis, or maybe even the Valentina. They're still being left open so far.
Definitely a few crazy heroes still up for grabs here. What's interesting is UAE have decided to go for the Benedetta ban, a hero that we haven't seen at all so far in this in the day so far, right? The 2 matches we've seen, we have seen a Benedetta ban, but we haven't seen it picked up at all, even though it was left open a couple of times. I think it was only banned out once. Now this is the second time of the day with a Joy ban as well coming through. It's still pretty standard. You could expect maybe a Faramis to follow through, and maybe even a Valentina or a Glue, depending on who bans out the Faramis, who tries to set up for that Glue pick.
Yeah, because I think like Glue Verm is still top of 2 hero that is still kind of prioritized inside of the Land of Dawn. Inside of that one, they still can go for the Kaja that is still being left open. But with Kaja and Valentina still available, I don't think like whoever gets the Valentina will get a better things here, since the Valentina have like better mobility along with the passive is actually going to be helping a lot. But this is the Glue, the one that is getting banned from Bahrain's side. What is the last ban that can be brought by United Arab Emirates here? They still have the Faramis, they still have the Valentina, they still have the Kaja, or maybe even if they want to ban, the Marksman is still available right now. One last ban coming from United Arab Emirates. And I think
Blue and Arlet ban? kind of signifies something, Vela. Kind of signifies that maybe they want to go for possibly a Lapu Lapu, but I'm not sure if it's going to be first pick here. I think the Valentina is still definitely a prio for Bahrain. Looking at their bans, with the Arlet and Glue, they want to just take away any sort of hero that can actually match that priority level when it comes to the Valentina.
But it's actually betting over the Melissa here. They're not even... They would have something on their mind right now, banning over... It's actually pretty early to ban over the Benedetta along with the Melissa. I know that Melissa is one of the strong heroes inside of the gold lane right now with the range that she is having, but there's still plenty of hero that can be used against that one, unless they have the plan to use dive hero to go against Bahrain. That's why they don't want the Melissa to be picked by Bahrain. But it's still a guess here coming from me. And also Mirko, we can see that actually a lot of hero that is still open. It depends on what kind of hero that want to be picked by Bahrain. But turns out it's a Kaja pick coming from their side.
You see, going for the Kaja pick here. I guess the Valentina, but I guess they are looking for more of a reliable engage with the Kaja, a bit more roaming presence as well. Where now UAE can definitely pick up a Valentina for themselves. A hero that can steal that Divine Judgment, can have a similar pressure in the game with that Divine Judgment steal. And maybe they might just want to take out the Lapu Lapu now that the Arlet and the Glue has been banned out. Two heroes that do pretty well at bullying the Lapu Lapu. It will definitely give the Lapu Lapu a lot of chance to carry the game, to snowball out of control from the lane itself. They've also already banned out the Benedetta, so it does do well here. It's a good setup already for that Lapu. They go for the Fredrin instead as the first pick. Another reliable jungler that... Whoa! United Arab Emirates. Not...
What is that?
They... Not... Wow, okay, that's a very interesting move. They left the Valentina open, the Faramis as well. They don't decide to go for a Lapu, and they don't decide to utilize the flex pick potential of this Fredrin. Instead, they just pick up the Fredrin and the Marta, so it's confirmed jungle and XP picked up for the side of United Arab Emirates.
I don't know, this might look and sounds not appropriate, but is Marte still gonna be available to be used as a roamer now, lately? I don't think it's
I don't think so.
Okay, because
No.
I think like the flexibility here, it's gonna be super fun if they can flex one hero. But yeah, it's just like giving them the clue here, EXP and also jungle. But from the opponent side, they're using the tanks a lot, along with Lapu Lapu and also Kaja. You mentioned the Lapu Lapu here is just gonna be super strong. But remember, there is still a Lunox that can try to melt down this Lapu Lapu if they are gonna be trying to pick over that one, because this Kaja, I think like this Kaja needs someone to actually help him burst down the player that is gonna be kidnapped using the Divine Judgment. Aside of that one, it's actually surprising me that they're locking out the marksman first coming from the side of United Arab Emirates. They're locking down the Beatrix here.
I think it's a pretty good move with the Beatrix lock-in right now. They've already banned the Melissa, and Bahrain have already banned out the Wan. So with the Beatrix pick here, they can actually just go and target down the other gold laners left here for the side of Bahrain. Maybe going for a Brody ban, and next maybe possibly
Ari?
a Farsa. Okay. Yeah, I can't really think of any other hero that does really well against the Beatrix. I think the only one that can give Beatrix trouble is the Melissa and the Wan with the Brody being a skill matchup. So if they want to go for a marksman ban, it should just be the Brody. They get rid of the Farsa, a hero that does super well with the range and the burst, into a marksman. So again, setting up their marksman for success. But as we can see, Bahrain have locked in just a solid composition for themselves as well. They can start to narrow down on that XP lane even more. Or no, maybe they're just a roamer at this point, because one of the heroes, Fredrin or Martis, is definitely going to go to the XP. One's definitely going to go to the jungle. So it does give them a bit more room to target ban the mid lane or the roamer.
Yeah, I think like mid lane is much more makes sense. But the thing is, if they're trying to getting down the mid lane, it will trouble them as well, since they haven't locked the mid lane on their side. So I think like they really need to be careful over the options that they are banning towards the side of United Arab Emirates here, because we already have the Farsha being banned along with this Faramis. Maybe even if they want to ban another kind of hero that can dive into the backline, it's gonna be super good from the side of team Bahrain itself. If they are able to secure maybe a big CC kind of hero, Yves is still available and still gonna be able to be banned if they are going for it. But if they are going for the Roamer, I think like a Franco or maybe another kind of hero that can CC Bahrain, it's gonna be super good. Kufra is still available as well.
Wow, you're right. That's the Yves man coming through. So they really want to set up for this Beatrix, not even banning the Brody. So it shows the confidence that they have. And that's going to be a Valentina as well. Knowing that UAE have the first pick on the red side, I'm not too sure as to these bans coming in from Bahrain. Yves, Farsa, Faramis, Valentina, the four prio heroes that we usually see picked up in the first phase has been completely banned out. The only remaining choices are the Lilia, the Lunox, Kagura, perhaps, if they really want to go for it at this point. But I feel like for both of these compositions, they have compositions with two frontliners to pull off the Kagura.
Kagura. Now you're mentioning it, but I think like Lunox is just gonna be like very good here. I think like it's a solid pick coming to the side of United Arab Emirates. We know that actually it's gonna melt down Lapu Lapu really fast, but I think from the side of Bahrain, they really need to pick someone who can help this combo coming from the side of Kaja. So if they can pick maybe a burst hero, it's just gonna be very good. Kagura, Kadita maybe? If they want to go have another CC, Kadita will be a very good one. But it means that you need to go all in to jump into a big war. But Lilia is much more makes sense, to be honest. With the black shoes and also the agri glue, it's gonna be helping a lot to poke the damage towards United Arab Emirates. But if they don't want to have that both heroes, I'm thinking about maybe a unique pick that can be used. I want to mention it, but I'm scared that it might be sounds too lame here. I mean, like Odat is still available and it's having a very good AoE.
Definitely. There's a lot, but again, as expected, they go for the Brody here, Vela. The only other hero right now that is still left open that does pretty well against the Beatrix. If they go for the carry or the Claude, it will definitely be a little bit more tough to play through. But that's a hero that I did not expect here, the Xavier. I didn't even mention it, considering there's quite a bit of dive, I would say, with the Lunox here and the Martis towards that back line. But looking at it now, it honestly looks pretty good. Now, what United Arab Emirates can go for to try to really target down and dive towards that Xavier could be just a very aggressive roamer, either a Grok or maybe even an Atlas here up against a Xavier to try to force him onto a Purify, an ability that won't really do him a lot except for getting out from the Atlas. And there you go. There you go. Forcing that Purify away from the Xavier. If the Xavier goes Purify, he can't really escape from the damage coming through from the Lunox. But if he doesn't go for Purify, he is wide open for the taking for the Atlas.
Yeah. I think like Xavier really need a space for this one. If he is unable to put a really good positioning a lot with this space, it's gonna be super heavy going to the late game, because Xavier right now is much more into the super late game condition, but the Downing Light actually gonna be helping a lot for a big war that might happen coming from Bahrain going against the United Arab Emirates. So we will just go into the first game here into the best of 3 series. And we will witness who is actually going to be taking the first game between Bahrain along with United Arab Emirates. But based on the emblems so far, it's actually pretty okay. Like Demon Slayer versus Demon Slayer. This is going to be maybe quiet. I don't think like it's going to be like a lot of things going to happen in the first like 2 minutes.
Wow, I'm not a big fan of this Purify and the Brody, Vela. And because of that, you can already see the pressure that they've placed down on that gold lane, knowing that the Brody won't really have any sort of disengage except for his second skill that can be countered a lot. One of the weaknesses for Brody is not being able to actually, they shot the right amount of damage for the torn apart memory and getting in range for that torn apart memory. So without the flicker, it does take away a lot of that early game to mid game pressure on this Brody that can definitely be punished here. You can already see the freeze built up in that top lane. Mad has been completely zoned away from the minions, and they will do their best to try to take him out. And that's already one gold minion taken away from him. There's already the pressure popped in to that top side, and Mad's just not going to have a good time in this game with a lot of pressure being placed on him.
Yeah. He's just like having quite a hard time here in going into the laning phase, and also the presence coming from the Atlas, not letting this Kaja to get close to the side of Team United Arab Emirates. This Beatrix is just like went free to do whatever they want, and the presence to the top lane, this is less than 2 minutes, but they already got the gold shield turret to the top lane. It's just gonna be super massive.
They want to take the first turret? First minute in the game, and we see a turret take, the fastest first turret take on the day so far. My goodness. Speaking of snowballing, man, this definitely has given them much more pressure to play with, but Bahrain not staying idly by, already going onto the turtle, looking for a trade. That's going to be 7MDan looking for a play, maybe possibly trying to open up the map, but it's still going to be controlled by Bahrain here because United Arab Emirates weren't really able to rotate fast enough around the turtle. They put too much of their resources up top in the gold lane, which I still think is much more worth it.
It's much more worth it, yeah. I think like right now from the side of Team Bahrain, they really need to keep up all of the farming that they can get. But without the first turret in the top lane, I think like this Beatrix will be having much more item rather than the opponent. But look at that one!
3-man Fatal Links, man. That's gonna be Troy who flickers out to safety. The Purify's been placed down, but the flicker comes through! And that's the problem that we mentioned in the drafts. When you go for the Purify on the Brody, no flicker means that you're very susceptible to everyone else. Yes, you could escape from the Atlas, but that's about it. You don't go for that. You don't go for one battle spell for one dude, unless you can really afford to. And in this position, you can already see a little bit of a mistake by Jed, but he recovers really well.
That is a huge first blood, you know, getting over the gold laner from the side of Bahrain here, and the one who getting it is actually the Lunox, who actually can snowball going to the lane.
Wow!
That one, the damage! That is massive damage coming from Beatrix!
Massive is an understatement. They literally just bonked Troy in the head. Looking for more here in that top lane. Perhaps looking for a tier 2 take. 7MDan knows there's no Purify up. He jumps in with a perfect match. This should be a Fatal Links, and there you go. The Brody is gone again. No flicker, no farm. 0-2-0. United Arab Emirates really hate Mad right now. They really want to shut him down, and they're doing a good job at it. Doing the same thing into the enemy jungle as well. A3 invading now with a Mystic Field, locking him down. Troy's looking for the Divine Judgment. Still holding on to him, but he finds it here as A3 pops in Immortal Coil. Still able to escape right now as Viper is rotated back into the turret. It's going to be Jed who follows it through, and the Chaos will be able to take him down. Look at me, jumping in with the Bravest Fighter. Onto Jed, not really wanting to overcommit here. There's no more damage or any more CC to lock them down, and all the while, United Arab Emirates are able to utilize this Beatrix pick to pick up a tier 2 in the 4th minute of the game.
Let me remind you, Mirko, this is only the 4th minute, going to the minute number 5 inside of the Land of Dawn. But this Lunox already getting 4th kill. He is getting the kill number 4 on his hand, and he is getting the mega kill. It means that going to the late game, this Lunox will be having tons of damage. Not only that, but this Beatrix already having the 3 assists, and so far he is doing a lot of rotation, going to the top lane, going to the mid lane, doing some push, joining the war, trying to put up the damage towards Team Bahrain. They are unable to recover, even 2 times being taken down, and again a movement to the bottom lane, and I don't think
Wow! I thought it was going to be good for Bahrain, but they only lose a roamer here. United Arab Emirates still fighting with the brilliance and the snipe! Buez looking for one more. Takiza dodges away with Thorn Rose, but Buez is hunting him down. Still on point, just barely out of range. That's the Dawning Light to clear out the way, but A3 is right here to punish. Already taking away the orange buff. Takiza will try to dish out some damage back with the Thorn Rose, but it practically just tickles A3 now. The orange buff finally respawning in. Buez is looking to burst it down. Troy opening up the side of the orange buff, but that's another shot right now. Buez with another Renner's Apathy connecting on Troy. They are really suffocating Bahrain even out of their own jungle.
They are really suffocated. They are not allowed to even jump into their own places, their own orange or even purple buff. You can see the difference. Look at this Lancelot, 2.9k only, while for this Beatrix is 5k, and they're not even stopping. Look at that one. The Beer Station is being popped, and they getting 2 kills on the hand of this Marcus.
2-man Fatal Links, even with the Purify, it's on. The Fatal Links is on a much faster cooldown, and they're able to bait the Purify out so much that Mad again will be slain for the 3rd time in this game as a Brody. As a marksman that needs to get ahead right now. And that's going to be the perfect match once again. The Torn-Apart Memory does no damage. 7M Dan able to escape, but that's a massive shutdown picked up by the Xavier. Mo will have a little bit more to say here in this game. 1-0-0. Farming quite well despite his gold laner being super behind. They can still pull a comeback here with their Xavier.
Yeah, 5,000 gold lead here by UAE, but look at that setup going over the turtle. Who is actually going to be getting that one? A3 getting ready to jump in, but no, Takiza secure the turtle right now in the hand of Bahrain, and they don't want to overdo it. They just want to disengage. They just want to secure maybe slight money here, slight gold to their side, so they can try to bring this game to going to the late game. But it's 2-8 going to the 8th minute here with 6,000 gold lead from the side of UAE. And so far we can see that actually the movement from Atlas is just so crazy. We know that actually it's very famous over
We're looking at now. Oh, that's going to be a 2-man Fatal Links into the Mirror's Passion. Mo has been slain. And that's your main carry. The Torn-Apart Memory finds its mark onto the gold or the Roamer here. But look at the flanks coming in from Viper with the Brilliance, with the Flicker. Able to flank super well as Buez is swapped to the Bennett. Takiza with the Thorn Rose. Able to chunk Buez a bit more. But Viper will be able to clear out that mid lane. A3 is looking to sandwich them with Jed as well. They're looking for this tier 2 in the mid lane. Only Mad and Takiza. Now with the puncture, able to buy some time now. Mad with a basic attack and that first skill. Clearing out the waves, giving Bahrain a bit more time and space to play it out.
Oh my god, another 2 pick off, and look at that one. A3 is non-stop moving, trying to punish everyone from Bahrain. They really want to secure the objective gameplay here. Bahrain even unable to touch the tower, the turret here from United Arab Emirates. They've been giving them pressure over pressure, and the presence of Dan, I was mentioning this before, Atlas is well known as not super tanky kind of tank, but he is doing really well to jump into actually giving the pressure and not even being picked up a lot here by the side of Team Bahrain. It's 2 times, but getting 9 assists on his hand. He's opening up all of the way here. 90% kill participation for UAE side from this 7 Dan. So I think like so far, it depends on how he's playing with the pushes, how he's gonna be trying to do an ambush movement towards Bahrain. But now the Lord is gonna be locked down to the side of UAE without any contest, Mirko.
With the Lunox pick, it just becomes so easy for them to go for this. A little bit of a mistake there with the Bennett's range, not connecting onto Look At Me, but it should still be fine as they will be able to gun him down. The Dawning Light only connecting on 7M Dan, and the timing as to how they took Look At Me down is just perfect for them to set up for a proper siege to take every single tier 2 turret left. Even, they might be able to crash that top lane minion wave into the top lane base turret so they can actually bait out the turret passive. Renner's Apathy being charged up now onto Mad, who's basic attacking. That should be doing a lot of damage, and that's going to be the damage coming through as well with the Flicker from Viper. poisonous, and he is venomous. Double kill picked up. Viper still looking for more, but he's gonna get stunned down and shut down. Still a value trade. Two of their high ground wave clearing heroes have been taken down, and Dan doesn't want to stop there. Flickers forward with a fatal links into the Mirror's Passion. Takiza will be taken out by the decimation, and that's the Lord up top, free for United Arab Emirates to take down.
And if it's the case, they might be going for the bottom lane as well, because the wave is coming here from the bottom lane while it's still like 15 seconds for Takiza to come back into the Land of Dawn. It's still a lot of pressure that is given by United Arab Emirates. They still for it. But you know what? They're being very disciplined here. They don't want to overdo it. They just, yeah. They don't want to overdo it. They just like, okay, we still have the time to try to get something, maybe wait for the next wave, maybe freeze their lane. They want to take every kind of resources that they can to put it back to the hand of Team Bahrain. So they're gonna be like giving them hard time.
It's already a very tough time for Bahrain here, as they are quite a bit behind, almost 10,000 gold behind right now. And look at what United Arab Emirates are doing. Even when they have a 10,000 gold lead here, they're not actually shoving the wave with the super minions. They're just waiting there, waiting for someone to come in to clear it out. And you can really see Dan, he's in prime position to look for this right now with the concealed play. Look at me. He's forced to run away. Takiza as well with the Phantom Execution defensively. And the Thorn Rose gets out to safety. The Dawning Line only connects onto Dan, but they're doing a really good job at freezing the waves up. Bahrain are not able to farm anything while they are behind here, and it will only give United Arab Emirates some more room, some more gold to play with.
Yeah, and it's like less than 20 seconds into the next Lord, into the Land of Dawn, so they're going to be having more chances to get it. And Takiza actually admitting this, Fredrin is not very good situation. They really want to get the Lord. They know how valuable this Lord is, but I don't think there will be no chances for them to try to pick it off. I think like if they go all in to try to snatch the Lord, it's gonna be like very risky. It means that later on there will be a member to be picked off by the side of United Arab Emirates. So yeah, now the second Lord is on the hand of UAE. So we will see with the Lord that is marching to the top lane, what is the thing that Bahrain, since like right now I feel like the damage from Mo is supposed to be ideal to play in the high ground, but I don't think it's gonna be easy since the dive that UAE brought is actually pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it right now, it's absolutely disgusting to see the Lunox and the Beatrix just clear out the Lord like it's nothing, right? They took that Lord in less than 3 seconds, I believe. Jed is 1v1ing the tank slot. Takiza's not going to be let go here. And that's going to be the flicker! Purify from both Mo and Mad used up, but that just gives them some more space. A3 gets brought back. The Divine Judgment finds its mark. Look at me with an amazing shutdown, and that's Mad as well. United Arab Emirates have overcommitted, and now they're hunting down the last member remaining in that bottom lane is the Flicker as well. Viper will be taken out by Look at Me as he walks up, but the Brilliance buys a little bit more time right now. That's the Bravest Fighter used up, and that's the kill taken away. Jed looking for some more of a trade right now as the stun doesn't connect from Look at Me. A little bit of a mistake right now as the Appraiser's Wrath takes Look at Me down. 7M Dan has respawned in. That's how long the fight is gone, with a Dawning Light from the base connecting, but with the Fatal Links, that's it. That's the taunt, and that's Mad taken out. Takiza, Phantom Execution, now with a puncture, dashing back and forth, not getting the final reset there, but is able to dodge from the perfect match stun with the Thorn Rose, taunted up, knocked up, but that's a tank slot for you. Still able to sustain with a Dawning Light connecting once again. That's Takiza with a puncture to escape, and the Flicker as well from Jed, and it does not find anyone. Takiza is able to dodge away from it. Buez has finally rotated back below. Man, what a sequence.
My god, that is crazy. How, like, 2 heroes, only 2. It was like Fredrin along with the Atlas, but they are like taking everyone from the side of Bahrain. Yeah, I know, most of them are not in the full health, but you know what? These 2 is like giving like 2 minutes of a show there with a lot of resources that using in the bottom lane just now. So I think like from the side of United Arab Emirates, despite that they are not having enough damage, they still can like hold the damage. They are very tanky here. This Fredrin and also this is just able to aid all of the damage that is given from Bahrain. It seems like from the side of Bahrain, they really need to have more penetration damage, I think, to the side of UAE. But how they will get the damage, the item, the gold? Because right now, the difference is just hit so hard. We see the Fredrin is 10.5k with full item. 3 heroes actually double digits here. With the Fredrin, Martis along with Beatrix.
16 and 8, 2 times the amount of kills. Still with a 7,000 gold lead in the hands of United Arab Emirates with a composition that does scale into the late game, but with a slight concern now of an ongoing threat from the early game of that Xavier, mad with the Purify, and that's what it's for right now with the Flicker there. But the damage is going to be cancelled out. Good stun from Look At Me. Able to stop that kill from happening. Viper wasn't able to do or get that assassination onto Mad.
Yeah. Now the setup for the Lord. This is not looking good for the Lancelot. Takiza needs to get back because it's like 4 members of UAE getting ready to try to pick them up. But oh my god, I saw the sounding light. It was close. It was close.
Same here, man. That almost was a miracle steal from Maw that could have prolonged the game even longer. But with that enhanced Lord in the hands of the United Arab Emirates and with the items already here, all they need to do is get one good team fight. 7M Dan needs to be very careful with his timing because if he misses just a bit with the timing here, it does give Bahrain a lot more of a chance to come back from this game.
But look at this one. Oh, the Lancelot still
a mistake by Takiza, locked down and taken now. Vela, a big mistake, a blunder from Takiza that should be punished completely now.
And it's gonna be 6 versus 4. The Lord is marching now to the base of Team Bahrain. What will they do without Takiza on their hand? And the Lord is actually easily taken down here. But look at the damage from the United Arab Emirates. They're focusing over the base. And there you go. I think this game might be taken by them.
There you go. That's the mini waves coming through. Even with the kill on the Beatrix, the rest of the team is enough to take Bahrain down in game number 1. Match point for United Arab Emirates.
Yeah, match point for them. After quite an intense movement here, the Atlas actually doing a lot of pretty work here since the early game, how they are able to put the Lunox in a very good condition with a lot of pick off that happens. We saw the first blood going towards the Brody is actually a big slap to the face of Bahrain because it's just like stopping the growth there. It's like slowing them down very much. And less than 2 minutes, they're getting the gold shield lead along with the turret in the top lane. It's just massive. Like you have less than 2 minutes, you have more space, you have more control over the map, and it's causing Bahrain to lose one control. We mentioned this before, how important the gold laner is, how important they are going to the mid to late game. But we saw how crazy, how brutal they are going towards this Brody on the top lane.
Super brutal, man. Not giving Mad any space to play, completely punishing him for going for that Purify, having little to no kill pressure whatsoever in the early stage of the game, was zoned away from the Beatrix like it's nothing, and all that is due to the Atlas constantly babysitting the gold lane. But on the other side, for Bahrain, there's really not any pressure or resource placed into that gold lane where they should have placed it in, right? The Brody, the only reason you pick it up is to get him snowballing, and if you leave him to go all alone there, get bullied all the way to 0 and 3 in the first 4 minutes, then it ultimately just becomes a bad pick. The Brody did not find the win condition that was supposed to, and that gave United Arab Emirates so much more room to play with, even though Mo was able to still scale up to the late game despite the enemy mid laner having an 8-kill lead. It was not enough.
That's the case of Xavier. I mean, like, despite that you were having a very good damage that can be dealt by the Xavier, but you really need a really good setup. But based on the hero that they pick here from the side of UAE, they were having the Martes, which actually can be the initial counter for the decimation to focus on that one. And that one, they were also having the Atlas with the Featherling perfect match to actually pick him off. So it's pretty hard for the Xavier, despite that the damage is very huge, but there is no proper setup for him. There is no way that he can actually control the movement from the opponent's side. Well, for the Brody, he's trying so hard to actually pick up the players, but this Benedetta, the runner's Apathy, the Nibiru station, it's almost 90% on point. It's just, the damage is crazy, it's massive, and it's being helped by the presence of the Lunar. So the setup is there, the damage is there, and they keep doing the discipline movement. If they know they cannot do it, they are disengaging. Only one time, I think, when they are forcing it near to the base, when most of them getting picked off, like it's like four or five of them getting picked off, and it's only like 4 players coming from the side of Bahrain. Even the Martis was trying to steal the purple buff on the other map. So I think that's the case there when they are trying overdo the movement towards the base and try to end up the game.
Definitely, right? I mean, it feels like Bahrain kind of overthought what their composition was meant to do. After the Brody got, you know, just silenced a bit in that top side, they should have still stuck with their main win condition, because it really does all lean on to the Brody for the early to the mid game, right? You can always just transition into your mid laner once it goes to the late game, but if your Brody gets too far behind like that, no damage, not even a cover that he can provide for it, the Xavier gives, again, just so much room for that dive comp, for that team fight comp that UAE went for to just, again, pop off, right? Absolutely pop off. With the Atlas pick, despite them having 2 Purifies, it really still was a massive problem for them. It was a massive threat to them. And every single time, they were just waiting on the Purify instead of focusing on damaging, which you can't blame them for, because they were up against the Atlas. I feel like it just started in the drafts.
Yeah. I mean, like the Purify is, you mentioned it before, the Purify is also like the case here. I think like it's like a bit of 50-50. Because if they're not using the Purify, definitely this Luna's playing aggressive. Even we can see how he is using the Brilliance of Order to play offensively, not as defensive movement, but as an offensive one, and he dived in to try to get and secure the kill here to the side of Team Bahrain. And I think like if they're picking over the Flicker, the Atlas will still be there to try to pick him off. So I think like the surprise pick coming with the Atlas as the last pick is just like very ideal here for the side of UAE, and they're getting a very good moment right there after getting that hero. So for the next game, they really need to be careful over the pick on the hero. I think like initially Bahrain was trying to get over the Lunox, but they are unable to do it since UAE is the one that locking down the Lunox on their hand. So they are lacking of the hero to actually make the movement from Kaja can really work. Because Kaja really needs someone who can actually help him burst down the hero whenever he picks up the opponent side. And it's not happening with all of the movement that is being brought. So the plan is kinda not working for the side of Bahrain. But we'll see in the second game later, right?
We'll definitely see in the second game later, Vela. With the second game, we might see a different Bahrain as well, maybe with a different draft here to try to decode the absolute monster that is the United Arab Emirates team of MLVB right now, because they were able to just make a lot of crazy plays, absolutely pop off in the game right now, as we're still waiting for the post-match recap, ladies and gentlemen, of the eliminations and the kills. We'll get to that in a bit, because it really felt like, despite there being a lot of crazy skirmishes, the kill points were a bit low for a game that intense, you know? It felt like a very aggressive game, super fast tempo, a lot of objectives, a lot of actions per minute, but the kills, mostly in the early game, was only just onto the Brody. The Brody was picked off a lot, and for the rest of the team, even more on the Xavier, who I thought was going to be the main target for United Arab Emirates, was pretty safe. 0 kills, 0 deaths, 0 assists, just farming up a storm in that mid lane.
Yeah, eventually he got picked off. But yeah, I got your point. When the early game he is just like pretty free, they just want to stop the growth from the gold laner. I think like they just focus on that one, and they're thinking we will see the match summary, just like what you're mentioning before, like 16-8. I mean, like, it's pretty much not as much as I thought as well. It was pretty intense, but there's no other follow-up, I think, to finishing off the points of the kill in this game itself. But 19-17, I think, for the last movement. But Troy is the one that being picked most of the time as the, I mean, like, as frontliner. It does make sense. But Kiza, I just realized that he doesn't get any elimination point.
Definitely, right? I mean, Takiza on the tank slot wasn't really able to put in any kill threat. He was able to get the first neutral objective with this Lancelot, with that Demon Slayer. You're able to clear super fast. They were able to trade really well early on, but United Arab Emirates, with their proactive movement, basically kind of forced Bahrain into their tempo, right? That fast-paced tempo where Bahrain had to play more towards Mo, had to scale a little bit longer and, you know, prolong the game a bit longer, but they were brought into these fights constantly because of 7M Dan, who was basically forcing these fights every single minute. Literally,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It feels like every time his ultimate is up, he's always engaging. Even sometimes without his ultimate being up, he engages.
That's right. I do feel like he is like very confident using the perfect match along with the battle lane to just try to pick up somebody here to the side of Bahrain. But yeah, 19-17 elimination point, 12-30, and 17-9. It's a lot of things going on. You know, United Arab Emirates mostly like going into war together, like full group. Because they are having that kind of heroes on their hand. They're having the Atlas, they're having the Lunox that can work really well with the combination that they're having. So I think like that kind of grouping, whenever they are having a perfect time, is also really good. But I really want to talk about the Beatrix, the rotation. We usually see it's coming from the mid lane or maybe the jungle or the roamer, but this is the gold lane. The one that doing the rotation. So minutes, okay, he farms on his lane, and after that he go to the mid lane, he go to the bottom lane, he go everywhere. Even if we can see the heat map, it's definitely showing how his movement is everywhere inside of the line of dawn. So I think like that's also one of the things why this Beatrix is also like having tons of impact inside of the game.
There's a lot of impact there, especially, again, this is a very similar case to match number 2, Vela, where, again, the Lunox is a scaling hero. If you get her snowballing in the early game,
Yeah.
it's almost over, right? That Lunox was all over the place, was absolutely styling back and forth, and again, you really need to take into account that this Lunox is a late game hero. If he gets that much gold, that many items in the first 5 minutes of the game, you really need to prolong the game for your own mage to get his own item power spike, right? Which I think just never really happened. Even in the 20th minute, Vela, we really did not see that Xavier pop off. The damage was there, but he was always caught off. He was always forced away where he can't actually land that Mystic Field, can't actually land the brunt of his damage.
That's the case. They don't have a proper hero to set up a way for this Xavier to shine. So the fact that they're having tons of damage, they are unable to finish off the player coming from the side of UAE. But we will be having the second game. The drafting is ready. I kind of wonder what kind of situation that they will try to put over this one. What kind of draft? Actually, it's actually pretty fast ban coming from both of the sides here. The Benedetta, the Varamis, the 1-1. It's critical, but practically same hero just like the first game. But we're still not sure what kind of hero that they will try to prioritize in the first pick. Are they going to be picking again for the Kaja for Bahrain, or maybe UAE will be having a different kind of strategy to be shown for this one?
1-1 Joy still banned out so far. Nothing new, right, Vela? The new strategy we were talking about just isn't coming through here for the bans at least. United Arab Emirates still sticking to what works with the Faramis and the Benedetta ban. You know, if it ain't broke, do not fix it. And that's the kind of mentality they're bringing here to the table. Again, with the Faramis and the Benedetta ban, they might just go for the exact same 3 bans. As for Bahrain, they're still respecting a lot of these mobile heroes like the Wanwan and the Joy. The Valentina is going to be left open and the Kaja too, though. And this time, United Arab Emirates can definitely pick it up for themselves. The Kaja is definitely going to be a big impactful hero here, considering how United Arab Emirates likes to play. That aggressive tempo really suits the Kaja.
Yeah. I think like if they want to play aggressively as well, the Valentina or maybe the other kind of hero that can go further, like a Franco, is actually going to be a very good one. I want to see something fun here. If they want to go for something like a Jawhead or maybe something else, it's just going to be super good, because I think like Jawhead is getting more popular these days, right? So hopefully we can see something new here inside of the draft. But Valentina, Rames, Benedetta, 1-1, Joy, and one last ban here from Bahrain. It means it might be a battle of AoE, because Farsha and also Yves is still available, and without Faramis along with the Valentina, I think that those 2 heroes will be very popular and might be picked for this game. And Blue is the one that is getting banned from the side of Bahrain. First pick towards United Arab Emirates, and it's Melissa directly.
Whoa, they pick up the Melissa. They ban out the Faramis. An interesting choice. Usually you would like to face off against the Faramis if you want to go for the first pick Melissa. I feel like they were setting up for a first pick Glue, but because Bahrain actually banned it out before they could pick it up, they instead went for the Melissa. But this Melissa certainly can still be countered by a Claude pick that can come through in the probably last pick of the first phase here. Bahrain can just go and secure a few other heroes first, to a few other heroes like the Farsa that we mentioned that does really well against the Melissa, maybe even the Lapu. If they really want to shut down this Melissa, they can go for Farsa, Lapu, and then the Claude later on.
That might be the case here for Bahrain to try to get those 2 heroes, but if it's not like that, they might be going for another. I'm not sure if they can go over the diving hero like a Kufra or something else, but Farsha is definitely one of the heroes that they should not let go to the side of UAE. Imagine they will be having the Melissa along with the Farsha. It will be massive for them. But maybe they can try to get hero, maybe like a Ruby or maybe another kind of hero that can try to pull out the players. Actually, Kaja works pretty good here with the Divine Judgment, but the range is what I'm scared of. With the go away coming from this Melissa, the initial plan to actually pick him up is not going to be that easy. But Arla pick from UAE.
Ooh, wow. I understand the Kaja pick there, but the Arlet and the Hayabusa have been left open, and now it does give the Kaja so much to think about. I mean, usually when you're on the Kaja, you just have one target that you can go for, but this time, if you go for the Melissa, you leave the Hayabusa and the Arlet completely free to disintegrate your back line. If you go for the cover style of play on that Kaja, then the Melissa can absolutely destroy your front line with that front to back composition. And this is already looking pretty good for the side of United Arab Emirates. With the Arlet pick, they're kind of forcing that Lapu pick. I would have expected maybe a Yu Zong to be a better choice here against the Arlet and even against the composition, but they still opt to go for the Lapu because the Lapu does better against the Melissa on paper. You gotta remember though that the Arlet will bully this Lapu quite a bit in lane, so already some concerns for Bahrain. Again, the Atlas ban comes through, so there is already respect coming through from the side of Bahrain. They know exactly what gave them so many trouble, so much pressure in game number 1, so they'll take that away. And United Arab Emirates are actually gonna go for the Fanny ban.
Yeah. Vanny ban, that is super interesting here. I feel like they know each other, that's why they try to ban it out, because Vanny actually is also makes sense. They can try to go into the backline to focus on Arnold or maybe Melissa, because so far the CC that they are having is also on the hand of Lapu and also Kaja. They still need someone to go for it, but Cloud is still left open right now. You were mentioning it before, Mirko, and I think if they are still going to that it's still gonna be very good, but Lunok's ban also happened right now inside of the Land of Dawn, and it's coming from the side of Bahrain. They don't want anyone to have a very good damage, but I was thinking about Yip instead of Lunox, to be honest, because I do feel like Yip will be much more suitable for the lineup coming from the side of UAE right now. Link ban, so they don't want to see the Link, and they're banning every assassin possible inside of the lineup, leaving out Lancelot that might be picked by Bahrain if they are going for it. But if they don't, the Akai is still available.
The Kai, even honestly, the Fredrin is still up for grabs. The Martis as well. A lot of junglers right now up for grabs for Bahrain. I think they might just leave it towards the end here. Or heck, if they really want to go for it, yeah, the Lancelot does pretty well here up against the Melissa and the Hayabusa. You're able to escape from the Shadow Kill with the Thorn Rose and even the Phantom Execution. Two invulnerable abilities that give you a lot of options, but they will just go for the Brody again. Now, after game one, if I was the Brody, I would definitely try to, escape, avoid that hero at all costs because of what United Arab Emirates were able to do to Mad. But it seems Mad is still pretty confident this time around up against the Melissa. He thinks he can just do the job this time with also a little bit more pressure in the mid lane. Remember, that mid lane control was non-existent for Bahrain in game number one, and that may be the reason as to why United Arab Emirates were able to gank constantly into the top lane with no reaction from Bahrain. Now with the Farsa and Kaja, they secured a mid lane duo that is almost impossible to beat unless they go for something like a Cho and a Lilia. Okay, they go for the Kadita first. They could go for Kadita Lilia as well if the Kadita becomes the roamer here, but then they'll be severely lacking a frontline presence.
It will be pretty hard if they're putting the Kadita into the roam here, but if they're picking over another hero, it will be the Kufra here coming from the side of UAE. They want to have a proper setup here. 7M Dan, it feels like he is much more confident with momentum hero such as Hufra along with Atlas previously, but right now one last pick from Bahrain. With this kind of setup that is being brought by UAE, I don't feel like if they want to go for something much more tanky, Fredrin will be a very good option, but if they don't want to go for it, they definitely need someone tanky in the jungle. I don't think like the other things will work, but Marta is actually going really great here with the Mortal Coil along with the Decimation that can jump into the backline, but the CC that's being brought by UAE is pretty scary, to be honest.
There it is, the Marta's pick comes through in the jungle as well. They need a bit more utility, and they get a utility jungler who has anti-CC to escape from the Arlet and the Kufra. So sorry, they are really, really good composition here for both of these teams, and honestly, looking at it, I like the adjustments made by both of the teams. United Arab Emirates and Bahrain have adjusted accordingly to their mistakes in the game prior. So I'm just really excited to jump into the Land of Dawn to see if United Arab Emirates can continue the pattern of 2-0s, clean sweeps in day number one of the Asian Regional Qualifiers, or if Bahrain can stop that, can stop the train, stop the pattern, and maybe get a dub here to start our first ever full 3-game series.
Yeah, hopefully that will be the case here because I really want to see close game, a very intense game if we can have it inside of the Land of Dawn. But A3 going for a high and dry, while for the side of Martis we'll be having the Demon Slayer. This is like typical kind of emblem that we'll be using inside of this game, but 7M Dan in the top lane. This is the aggressive movement. This is a signature movement from the side of Team UAE.
Remember what we said though, right? The Melissa does really well against the Brody, and that's why we didn't see the... Well, that's why we saw the Melissa banned out earlier. Viper putting some pressure down. Takiza still has Retribution. Decides to utilize it here a bit late, but it's fine as long as it gets the job done. Secures it freely for the team.
Yeah, and right now, with the movement that is being brought by UAE, actually, with all of the pressure in this kind of like less than 2 minutes, they still want to have the same kind of concept like the first game, to have like a very good setup to try to punish everyone from the side of the opponent, but energy impact along with cross crow here, still using the wings by wings to run away. But I think like the moment he's having the Pharaoh Shrek, it's gonna be helping a lot to have a very good war. It depends how is the setup that will be brought by the side of team UAE or Bahrain in terms of picking off the players here.
Here, already a bit of killing pressure placed down as well. Onto Tekiza, whoa! Random Tyrant's Revenge from out of nowhere there, also connecting onto Tekiza. Unfortunately for United Arab Emirates, the regen wasn't popped first. Now for the mid lane, they haven't rotated to down below. It's still going to be Jed, who tries to look for an opening here, trying to get level 4 right now, but it's going to be Look at Me who finds it first. The final slash is available, but he decides to flicker out to safety. Mo able to clear out the waves. The pressure now is on for United Arab Emirates. Bahrain have a man advantage, but Tekiza actually resetted the turtle despite having more pressure to play with, which can give United Arab Emirates some more room to actually walk in. And that's exactly what they do. They're trying to punish the little mistake that Bahrain made. Tekiza needs to be careful here. Tyrant's Revenge is going to be popped in. The Mortal Coil is used up, and they have conceded the turtle. United Arab Emirates as well, not going to go for it. All they wanted to do was reset. They want to go for the purple buff first to give A3 the proper buffs to look for a fight.
But the Terror Revenge again here from 7M Dan here. He's waiting for a perfect moment to actually trying to pick off somebody from Bahrain's side. But in the top lane, we're seeing that actually Matt along with Viewers is actually pretty calm here. They're doing their job, try to farm, try to get what they want. But the Red Red Strike tries to zone the players coming from UAE here, Mirko.
Oh, beautiful flicker there with the Tyrant's Revenge. It actually catches Tekiza right now with the resets happening with a vengeance. First blood over to United Arab Emirates. Bahrain bit a bit too much than they can chew. They got the neutral objective, yet they stayed for the fight.
Yeah, they're staying for the fight. They're losing a member, and it's a Tekiza, the one that he is being picked off by UAE here. It's actually unfortunate, to be honest, because they were having a very good barrier just now. They are zoning out the player using the Pharaoh Strike, but in the bottom lane, we will be having a shadow kill to focus on Look at Me, and he still survived for this one. But in the top lane, Mirko.
Well played by Look at Me. Down below here, Buez actually already using the Inspire as the Tyrant's Revenge actually connected, but he wasn't able to find the Tyrant's Rage. Mo with a beautiful Purify to escape. Troy looking for some more pressure. Down below, it's going to be a trade back from United Arab Emirates. That's the Riot's Revenge and the Rage. Troy going to be locked down here, but it's only the Roamer. Mad free hitting onto the back right now. Torn apart memory. Popped and used. But I feel like the targeting was a bit off for Bahrain. They could have gotten the kill on the Melissa. Instead, focused down the Kufra. And that will give United Arab Emirates some more room again to recall and come back into the lane like nothing's happened.
Actually, United Arab Emirates was being forced to do a lot of resource use in the top lane just now. Bahrain was trying to focus to get over the gold lane shield here in the top lane, and that's what the Brody was trying to do towards this Melissa. But the Melissa, with the range that he's having with the go away, actually will be able to survive the condition that is being brought on the top lane. Despite that, Look at Me is trying so hard to seeking for the moment here. But in the top lane, Terror Revenge.
Oh, beautiful bait as well though. The go away is placed down. Still going to be a 1-for-1 trade. That's definitely worth it for United Arab. Nope, actually, Bahrain actually cleared the wave. United Arab Emirates are going to lose. Well, Buez is actually going to lose one big cannon minion worth of gold. A3 is looking for a steal right now. Pops in the quad shadow. Tekiza still on it. Retry battle 50-50, and it's Tekiza who secures it with a Mortal Coil with that anti-CC to escape from the Kadira.
And the A3 didn't even put the Retribution battle on. And at the moment, he's just like letting Tekiza taking it with the very hard situation to dive in using the quad shader just now. But in the bottom lane, Look at Me, unable to secure the turret, and maybe even will be able to be picked off here by the presence of Arlot. But yeah, running away from Arlot and able to survive from this kind of condition. It's 6 minutes. It's a lot of action that happens inside of the Land of Dawn. But only 3 kills happen so far, and it's 2,000 gold lead by the hand of UAE right now. so far they are having a very good condition, but Bahrain able to actually slow the tempo coming from UAE. This is the plan that they are maybe trying to drag the game to mid to the late game, but will that happen for the Brody? Because Brody already being picked off once here. He really needs item to have penetration to be given to the side of UAE itself.
You know, there's something that I actually just noticed here. It's the fact that Viper actually is on a flicker, not a standard petrify, right? And honestly, in this game, I'm not too sure about that. I think the petrify would have been able to do so much more. But there you go. That's going to be the Divine Judgment used up already. The Breath of the Ocean as well. Viper, not sure about this. Still wanting to go for Takiza. Baits him in. That's a shadow kill onto the back right now. No Divine Judgment. As 7M Dan charges into Tyrant's Revenge. But there's no more follow-up. They utilize that killing pressure to go into the mid lane to force them away from the turret as Jet is rotated as well. And it should just be a free turret picked up for United Arab Emirates. Beautiful quad shadow placement to take it away and to flank the turret.
Oh, yeah. But just like what you've mentioned, I just noticed the Viper with the flicker just now. Yeah, he can self himself just now using the flicker, but that's why they are unable to have a proper setup. Maybe they are depending with the turret and arrow rebate just like in the top lane right now.
Hero has been slain.
My goodness gracious, 7M Dan continues to push on the pace, just stepping on that gas pedal, not letting go at all. No breaks here today, always just going in and initiating. Mad was forced to flicker, Moh was forced to purify, but it did not matter at all as A3 picks up a lot of gold down below, able to push in the turret as well. Now the mid lane is going to be pressured at the same time as that top lane, and it gives so much pressure back again to United Arab Emirates to do the same thing they did, and it's going to be Troy who gets caught, taken out. Buez, third kill of the game. A3 even in the mid lane with the quad shadow, able to escape. Takiza hasn't been able to really shut A3 down. Buez now walking back with the Inspire still holding on to it right now. Pops it finally as that's going to the Bravest Fighter onto the back line. 7M Dan looking for the engage, but the final splash finds Mad, and it should just be another kill picked up. He jumps into the Vengeance one more time, flickers out to safety, and it zones Bahrain away from the tier 2. United Arab Emirates getting clean team fights across the board.
And there are only like 4 members to fight on that particular moment. They're just jumping in with a lot of resources that they have. They just prepare with the resource that they have with the rock waves, with the breath of ocean, along with the terror rage that was ready for 7M Dan in case someone from Bahrain wants to jump in. But with this level of confidence and also the damage that is given by Melissa, they are melting down every single turrets here from the side of Bahrain. And look at that one, already having the corrosive side, Demon Hunter Sword, a lot with the golden staff. The attack speed will be very huge coming from this Melissa, along with the penetration from this Hayabusa after getting that Malefic Roar, despite he is having 0-0-0 on the KDA list here.
Even there, you can already see the hesitation from Bahrain, man. The quad shadow was very visible for Troy, but he felt like maybe it was just a bait. Maybe the entire team was waiting down there. And with a lot of the plays... Oh, wow! Wow! Beautiful steal by Takiza! Just with the first skill alone, not even utilizing the retribution. But back to the point here, because a lot of the times that Troy's been trying to going for proactive movements, he's been punished. He's not able to make those proactive movements anymore. He's lost that confidence, and that's definitely going to hurt the team with the Kaja. 7M Dan charging the Tyrant's Revenge, looking for the play, cancelled out. Another beautiful first skill by Takiza.
Yeah, and I think like that barrier that being put by UAE, especially 7M Dan in the front, nearby the orange buff, what makes the Lord taken easily by the side of UAE. It's just very free for this Hayabusa along with the Melissa to clear it out. And with the Lord that is marching to the mid lane, they're supposed to take the outer threat to the top lane, or maybe even trying to contest, going for the base, despite that it's not even a charged Lord, so they are not going to be that easy for them to try to get over the base. But maybe picking off the hero from Bahrain will be the case here, because 7M Dan is much more famous for the setup movement that can be brought by the Star Rage and Star Revenge from Kufra.
Whoa. Okay, Final Slash used up their Divine Judgment trying to punish Jed, but you're still gonna be able to escape, man. 2 big ultimates utilized already, and that's gonna be the mid lane turret for sure taken out of play for the airstrike as well. Onto Jed, that's a lot of damage with the Final Splash! 5-3 members now, Buez is free hitting, but the torn apart memory will not be there for Mad. They don't get the punish down, and even in the top side, that flicker is doing a lot for United Arab Emirates. Even in the back, that's gonna be the shadow kill popped in, even the quad shadow to escape. Troy unable to lock this Hayabusa down. Base turret has been taken out with the First Lord. Incredible value from United Arab Emirates as Sakiza walks back in front. Not sure about this. No Mortal Coil. Tyrant's Revenge locking him down, and that's going to be the Quad Shadow and Viper as well with a follow-up, but it's a torn apart memory to take a kill back into the hands of Mad. It's still just going to be 1 base turret taken down. Bahrain are able to defend, but they've lost so much.
Oh ho ho ho! This is just looking not so good for Bahrain. They are losing 1 base turret in the mid lane, almost losing up the bottom lane one, but the growth that they were having is just like pretty much stacked here. We see that actually Matt already having the half assist along with the Malefic Roar, maybe planning going for the another Wind of Nature to actually prevent the damage that can be given by the Hayabusa or maybe even the Melissa, since Melissa already have the Wind of Nature. So whenever they are engaging, it's gonna be super painful. But the Farsha actually going to the late game, the later the game, I guess like the damage coming from Farsha is just gonna be so good. That's why the Farsha really need to take care over the positioning here. If Bahrain want to win over the high ground situation, the initiation coming from the Lapu Lapu along with the follow-up from the Farsha will be needed. So I think like not being picked up outside of the base will be the key here for Bahrain, because most of the times they are always getting caught outside of that one.
Whoa, walking up too aggressive. Oh, there's a flicker as well there. The Tart's Rage unable to connect right now, but there's a lot of resources. Whoa, they want to go in with the bravest fighter. Look at me, not too sure about that, man. Your whole team is going to be zoned away and you're isolated. A3 isolated himself, now taken out 1 for 1. Jungler down for XP lane. Bahrain definitely got the better value trade. Not too sure why A3 jumped in all alone there. He didn't even bait out the Divine Judgment, so Bahrain are still very healthy when it comes to looking for a team fight right now.
Maybe he really wants to get a kill towards this Mo or maybe even Matt here that is being well protected by Bahrain. Just like what we are seeing just now, almost getting picked up, but the wings by wings saved the Farsha. But now it's the moment for the second Lord and the damage. Whoa. Ooh, Viper.
That's a flicker though. Viper is gonna fall right now, but look at Buez! With nature buying a little more time, but Mad should fall here. Whoa, Mad! Still able to outplay, finding the kill back. Look at me with a stun, unable to connect. Now they're chasing Mad down. Jed looking for the play, gonna be chunked down. Vengeance popped in, the reset's not coming through. Mad not able to do it for Bahrain. He will fall to Jed, who still was able to find the resets on the Vengeance. And this should be it, Bella. That's going to be A3 jumping in now with a shadow kill as well. Onto the minion waves, clearing it out. As look at me, jumps in with the stun. Tekiza has rotated back in, respawning into the game. A3 trying to go for the base. Troy with no Divine Judgment, the base wide open. 7M Dan looking for the opening once again to look for the initiation. Another turret falls up top. Base turret very, very low. But they will not be able to end it for now.
Oh, they're still looking for chances here, Mirko. They're still trying to hold it up. The Pharaoh Strike actually having really good positioning, but the Divine Judgment focusing over the A3 here, being picked up. And not only that, but 7 and Dan also being picked up. 2 members and Viper almost getting countered here, Mirko.
They gotta be really careful though. United Arab Emirates, they kind of overextended, overcommitted onto the base right there. Buez was nowhere to be seen. He was just respawning in, yet they still tried to force it. And for Bahrain, they still have, I guess, another day where they can actually just stay in this game. It's still gonna be another Lord for United Arab Emirates, but it feels like if Bahrain aren't able to contest for the Lord, they're just prolonging the inevitable.
Yeah, I think like if they are unable to actually try to go for it, I don't think that there was any initiation towards the Lord. They just like watch them take it, despite that they know they are doing the initiation towards the Lord because of the presence coming from the 7 and 10. But I think based on the replay, we can see that actually how the Divine Judgment focusing over the A3. It's just like looking so good. Like the rest of the player from United Arab Emirates doesn't want to go for it. They just like, okay, let's be disciplined. Let's just go back. Don't let them take what they want, despite that they're already securing 2 points. And 7 and Dan, they really need an opening coming from this 7 and Dan. If they are unable to really opening up moment right there, it's just gonna be pretty much a huge problem here for the side of team Bahrain. That's why from their side, they're just like protecting their base. But if they're tough, it's gonna be over.
Okay, Troy still has the flicker, uses it up defensively. Running away now, but look at the flanks coming in. Viper's looking for a Takiza with a Mortal Coil, but that just might be an opening for, yup, there you go! The Breath of the Ocean connecting, the rough waves. Takiza's been taken down, now the terrorist raging! The final slash onto the back! Look at me, the stun, buying a little bit more time, but the sustain is not enough. Jed will fall, but that's another terrorist revenge. And look at the Muddles doing all the damage in the world. Mo all alone, left to defend, now the Feather Airstrike, needing some damage, but the dive is too much. United Arab Emirates with a clean sweep.
Another clean sweep here, 2-0 for UAE here after seeing a very intense last minute here. We can see that actually how everything is just like being so intense, going for the last 5 minutes. Everything is just being used, trying to push it back. And look at me actually stopping a lot of movement coming from the side of UAE, but back again without any damage. I think like look at me will not be able to actually pick up the players coming from the side of UAE side. The UAE just like focusing, okay, let's belt down this Lapu-Lapu and we can go further. And I think the Divine Judgment is the key, but the Melissa on the back, really on the back of the positioning is just like being hard to touch him. It's untouchable. Really hard for the rest of the player. Yeah. It's really hard for the rest of the player from Bahrain to actually dive in. They were having the Martis, but it's not that easy to actually jump into that area because if he jumps, it means that he might get taken down with all of the damage that can be provided by UAE. So yeah, still a good game, well played for Bahrain. You still do your best job here going for the qualifier, but congratulations for UAE that is already winning for this match.
Congratulations to UAE with a phenomenal performance. Though we did not get our first full best of 3 Vela, that was definitely the closest series, right? I mean, from the entire set of matches today so far, the third match was definitely the closest, the most nail-biting there. There's a little bit of there's a little bit of back-to-back. There's a lot of fights going on where Bahrain were able to actually win, but in the end, UAE, with their disciplined gameplay, they were able to push the tempo, to push it all the way up to that victory. Still as consistent as ever, and obviously with a brilliant terrorist revenge and rage in game number 2, a brilliant Atlas in game number 1, the roamer for UAE. Man, he's been a standout for me.
Yeah, it is. Like the performance that is being shown by 7 Amdan, I cannot take my eyes off of this guy because he is always trying to seek for momentum. Whenever he tried to open up bushes, he's just like, oh, let's try to see if I'm gonna be lucky, and he keeps doing that, and he's just like showing how to be a very good roamer. So far, the 3 matches that already happened inside of the 15 World Esports Championship 2023, I saw a lot of quality inside of the roamers. I saw a lot of potential on their side. With the 7 Amdal, we saw a lot before with the Kubra player as well. I feel like, how is the progress as the roamer? Because usually it's the hardest role to be found is actually the roamer, because most of them want to play as the core, like the gold lane or maybe the mid lane. But the quality that is being shown by this one is just like looking so good.
Absolutely, man. Just again, well played. GG to both of these teams for performing really, really well. Despite Bahrain losing, you know, I feel like the drafts were always really solid from them.
Yeah.
Even though they picked up the Brody against the Melissa, I feel like it could have definitely worked with the Farsa and the Lapu Lapu, but it was just bullied to, well, out of this world against the Arlet in the XP lane. Unfortunate, but the winning lane still are here and are still one of the biggest win conditions that we mentioned all throughout the day. Winning matchups get you so much more pressure and ultimately gets you neutral objectives, which leads up to snowballing, which leads up to mid-game control, and it just chains all the way to getting that victory as long as you're disciplined. So we're going to take a look very soon at the post-match recap to take a look at everything, to give you guys a recap of what just happened earlier, maybe give you guys a little bit more of a deep dive.
Yeah, because I don't think like in the first like 5 minutes or 7 minutes, a lot of kills happen, despite that they are doing a lot of actions, but the elimination that they got is not a lot. They are doing a lot of rotation, they are doing and using a lot of resources, but that's it. They are changing the resources to the objective gameplay, which is lead them to the turtle or maybe even the turrets. They try to melt down one to another, and the differences in the second game when we see that actually the gold lane staying on their lane, trying to focus over the farm, trying to get what they want, try to scale to the mid game. But after in the mid game, a lot of plans that is being brought by Team Bahrain is not really work. So we will see here the resources, the match result over this second game from best of 3 series here. We saw that actually the total elimination point was, I think like it's less than 30. Yeah, it's less than 30. It's 18 and 10 here. 18 for UAE and 10 for Bahrain. With 7 and then 16 participation. Wow, that's huge.
1 and 15. Wow, just 16 KP all throughout. The most KP you see in this game, man. Oh, wow, 16 out of 18. Again, what a solid number here. And 7M Dan, man, again, just a standout player in my books right here as the roamer. Able to set up for so much because Buez, sure, played an incredible game himself. 8-2 and 4 in the Melissa, but mostly it was always set up by 7M Dan, who was always there. And Buez, not to take away any credit from him, but he is there just to follow it up, right? The engages happen, and he's there to follow it up. A lot of people have been clumped up already because of the Turn Revenge and the Rage, and even the final slash. So Buez has a relatively smoother ride compared to 7M Dan, where he has to really look for those engages. And big shout out to Matt as well, man. Despite losing and having a horrible, horrible game number 1 because of all the resources placed onto that lane, he's still able to pop off here as the Brody, doing a whole lot despite being placed in a losing matchup in game number 2.
Yeah, he's actually doing a really great job, and I do feel like with the Shadow Strike coming from the Brody is actually stopping a lot of movement for A3. That's why A3 having quite a hard time to try to dive into the side of Team Bahrain. But this is the post-match, 18-10, 39-21. The comparison is actually pretty much far from one to another here, from UAE and also Bahrain. They're having a different kind of situation, despite the jungler coming from the side of UAE. It's not really performing. If I can be honest, from this second game, it's not really performing just like the first game. But we saw that actually the players such as 7M Dan showing them how is the teamwork work. And it's just so beautiful to see the follow-up of movement that is being brought by the side of UAE or also from the side of Bahrain. But yeah, before we're jumping to the next match, we will be having we will be taking short breaks. So for everyone that is watching right now, please stay tuned because 15th World Esports Championship 2023 with Mirko and Belgium will be back.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, international esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Iași, Romania is the place for the 15th World Esports Championship 2023. And who is actually going to be attending that one? I'm Villajev and also Mirko. We are back here for the fourth match of the day with the Asia Regional Qualifiers for the 15th World Esports Championship 2023 that we already witnessed 3 matches so far. Myanmar versus Philippines, 2-0 for Philippines, 3-0 for Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan, and the one that we saw just now, UAE versus Bahrain, 2-0. And after this, what is the country that is going to be participating for the fourth match, Mirko?
We're going to see Bahrain versus Iraq for the final match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. So get your popcorn, sit tight, all right, because we are about to enter another very intense game. Bahrain, again, they've just lost, so morale might be low, but it also might be actually a morale booster since they've already had kind of a warm-up here up against UAE. They can finally just show up, pop off, and maybe take Iraq down to get that morale and confidence back in. But obviously, with the way they were playing and the way they were drafting, Iraq already has some data to go by as to, you know, how they draft, how they play, because this is the matchup right now. Bahrain versus Iraq. Once again, it's going to be a best of 3.
Yeah, it's a pass of 3, and Bahrain, just like what you mentioned, it can be one of the things that they can use to boost the morale inside of this one with Mo, Matt, Look At Me, Troy, and Tekiza. What kind of hero that they will prepare for this game? Are they going to be trying to focus on the Brody once again, or maybe the Lapu Lapu again for the Look At Me? We still don't know for this. The drop might be different, especially because they are against Iraq.
And here, for Iraq, it's Spectre, Pixie, Klaus, Fubuki, Suzoi, and Hassani YT. A team, a roster that we haven't seen before here at IESF. So it is a new roster that's going to make its debut live here on stream up against Bahrain. And we've already seen what Bahrain can bring to the table. Impeccable drafts, but execution may still be questionable for Bahrain. So Iraq, they can definitely learn from that, from the game that maybe they have watched earlier to try to, you know, exploit those mistakes once again, just like UAE did.
Yeah, actually they can use the data that they were having previously to actually going against them, especially because they know how to actually try to beat them, since like previously UAE was doing it to the Bahrain, so they can try to get the concept, adapting that one, try to bring it out to Bahrain. But it also can be Bahrain preparing something different going against Iraq. So they are going to be changing in terms of game plan, game style that can be used going against someone new. Because just like Mirko have mentioned, Iraq haven't played against Bahrain today, so definitely it's going to be something new for today's match, especially they are already warming up from the previous game, so it's going to be a very good idea to be used for this one.
Definitely, right? I mean, again, with the warm-up, you actually gain so much with a warm-up match. Just not just mechanical, but also that macro decision-making that can definitely help Bahrain to maybe make a few more riskier calls. We saw that Troy in game number 2 really, I feel like, lost his confidence in towards the later stage of the game, right? He wasn't able to make any of the proactive flicker divine judgment plays on the Kaja, and when you're on a Kaja with almost no confidence, it's very hard to pull off that hero. You need the confidence to go for it, and you need to be able to just sometimes shut everything off and listen to your instincts, right?
Yeah.
That's what I feel Bahrain need to do. They need to reset completely, and they need to think about this game as just another one of their ranked games, another one of their scrims, right? Because if they think about it too much, the pressure will eventually get to them.
Yeah, actually that's what always happens inside of the competitive scene. If you are forcing it too much, it's not gonna.
Absolutely, it's just gonna be very tough.
Yeah, it's gonna be different. Despite then, you still need to put the discipline there, but it's just gonna be so much better. The ambience is even gonna be like so much more fun for the team to communicate better, and it's gonna lead you to something nice. That's why start your day with smile, and because the happy vibes actually bringing up a lot of things, Miracle. If you start your day with smile, if you start your game with to the happiness.
As cliche as it might sound, mentality does play a massive factor, especially for these high-end competitive games, right? With all the skill levels being so close together, sometimes the edge that you have may just be that mentality, man. You can push forward when others fall under the pressure. They crumble, you guys thrive under the pressure. And right now, we might just see that from Bahrain. We may see a different Bahrain, or we might see Iraq as well absolutely pop off, right? We haven't seen this roster, so that may be the double-edged sword that they can utilize as well. On the good side, Iraq don't really have any data where Bahrain can utilize to maybe outdraft them. But on the other side, maybe they're just not warmed up, right? Maybe they need a few games to get going before they can actually pull up a fight here. But because of the ban so far, Iraq, they're taking the same exact route as UAE with the Benedetta ban.
They do actually. They're banning the Benedetta. Are they gonna be banning the hero coming from Bahrain again? At this point, if they're banning the same kind of hero, just like what UAE was doing, what was did previously, it's just gonna be like super good to stop the movement from Bahrain. They just don't want them to have the flexibility inside of the Light of Dawn. But Benedetta Joy, along with Melissa, along with 1-1, so they are eliminating a lot of gold laners from Bahrain side. I think like they really want to focus over how they're gonna be let this map to have the moment using the hero that he is comfortable with. That's why they try to eliminate the hero that can cause a trouble inside of the laning phase for Matt.
We've seen Mad really struggle, especially up against the Melissa here, and we know that, in the last 2 games that he's played the Brody, so maybe that's just his comfort pick. Maybe you want to get him on a winning lane on that Brody, but honestly, if that's the case, then you need to try to take game 2 against UAE really seriously, right? You want to pick up a solid mid duo to get that mid control so that you can utilize the Brody in that lane to just, again, snowball with the Brody. There's no real reason to go for the Brody if you do not play for that lane, if you don't get the Brody ahead, because that's kind of the concept of the hero. That's what makes him good. You try to get him out of the laning phase ASAP, and then he just snowballs out of control by sieging down turrets and taking down a lot of people in these early team fights. And yep, there you go. The complete setup. Glue, Melissa, and Wan all for the Brody.
But it's a first pick Brody. It's pretty much risky, and I don't know if it's like very good decision to put the Brody as the first pick here. It means that you let the opponent to have a very good hero. I mean, like, it's a Valentina along with Kaja directly being taken by Iraq here. It means that they're having a very aggressive hero with these two being picked in Iraq, with the IMU, with the Divine Judgment. Despite that it's a Brody, it's still gonna be easily being picked off, and you cannot use Purify on this one. You definitely need to use the Flicker, because it's gonna be useless if the Purifier will be used right there. But the Yve also been taken out by Bahrain. They really want to put a setup, you know, for this Brody, but Fanny Pig! Wow.
That's the Fanny that was banned out, remember, by UAE in the second phase of the draft. So you can already see a little bit of that adjustment. They're playing towards their comfort, right? There's a reason they got the Fanny banned out last time. The respect given by a team like UAE, who were able to absolutely outclass Bahrain, shows you that Takiza probably plays a mean Fanny. Thing is, though, there's already a counter hero on the other side here. Iraq have picked up the Kaja and also the Valentina. With the Valentina able to steal that real world manipulation, it's going to be another big ultimate that they can utilize to maybe shut this Brody down. That's why I honestly don't really like the Yve pick coming in right now. I would definitely expect or would prefer the Lunox or maybe even a Lilia over the Yve, because it's such a big ultimate for the Valentina to take and utilize against the Brody.
I do agree with you. I mean, like, if it's the case, it's better to pick up the Lunox, or even taking the Valentina as the first pick for Bahrain. I don't think like Iraq will be trying to contest the Brody on the list right there. They're still gonna be trying to pick another kind of hero. It's a big question right here, but yeah, they already secured the 3 heroes so far. Vanny, Brody, Yve. Well, for Iraq, it's Valentina, Kaja, and Lapu Lapu. Hayabusa is there with the Arlot. So they're still gonna be needing the EXP lane for Bahrain. Going against Lapu Lapu, you really need someone who actually gonna be able to sustain on that case. But without the glue, I think like Yuzong still gonna be a very good option to try to dive into the side of team Iraq. But I don't think that is ideal for the draft that they are having, because I feel like they really need someone to actually distract or loosen up the setup that can be brought by Iraq.
You know, I would actually expect the Yuzong ban from the side of Bahrain here, but the Yuzong comes through for Iraq, so it does show you that maybe they're going to go for something like a Beatrix, and I think that is the most viable option to go for up against a Brody, considering that the Melissa and the Wan has been banned out, right? And it's also just very strange for Bahrain here that they ban out the Hayabusa and the Martis. Sure, some respect into the jungle, but if you really want to set your Brody up for success, you want to try to just take away the other marksman that can actually lay in properly against the Brody, which is the Beatrix, and it's most likely going to be picked up here by Iraq unless they go for something out of the ordinary, which I don't know what it is yet. They pick up the Fredrin first, a safer pick. There's no real reason to force out the marksman pick first. They already know what they're up against.
Yeah, I think like they really want to surprise Bahrain here, or maybe they want to pick something different as the last pick, because I do feel if they want to pick another kind of hero aside of the marksman, it's still going to be like very good one. But if they want to lock over the Moskov, it's actually going to help them with the CC to go against a Vanny. So they'll just see what kind of hero that will be picked up by Bahrain, but it's a Grok along with the Franco. So EXP Grok along with Franco roam here from the side of Bahrain. Now, from the side of Iraq, if they want to pick over, I don't know if this works, but what if the Lunox is the one that is being used for the gold lane here?
That would be very interesting. But no, yeah, they go for the Beatrix. They go for the Beatrix. See, I was, I would be pretty speechless if they actually went for the Valentina, because up against the Brody, you actually do pretty well. The only laner that Valentina really struggles with should be the Melissa. So, okay, not bad at all right now. Looking at the draft with the Beatrix pickup, it's a good matchup against the Brody. I really, really like Iraq's draft here, but that Franco and Grok from Bahrain, it's also such a solid pick that can actually disengage or become their first initiation onto the squad of Iraq.
Because I do feel like the presence coming from this Iron Hook later from Franco will actually stop the movement from Beatrix. That's why I was like thinking another kind of possibility here to be picked as a gold laner. But just like what you've mentioned, like for the laning condition, I think like Brody versus Beatrix is just gonna be like super okay coming from both of the sides. Depend on how they are going to be trying to utilize the resources that they have, along with the rotation that can be made by the Franco along with the Kaja. The initiation is pretty much the same here. The rotation coming from Vanny will be crucial. If the Vanny able to secure something or maybe playing aggressively, it will be pretty different. But yeah, this is the first game of Best of 3 series between Bahrain along with Iraq for the 15th World Esports Championship 2023 here with me, Bella and Mirko, as your caster for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 1 right now. And wow, already very aggressive early on. Takiza really finding that comfort. And look at me in the XP lane, also with a high and dry emblem. Again, they're going for a lot of damage this time around, man. They have 3 assassin emblems. But whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a very interesting emblem to go for as a Beatrix. Usually you would see a Weapon Master emblem being taken up by the Beatrix, but Fubuki here has actually opted to go for the Killing Spree, which is a very, very old emblem for the Beatrix. I think when it was first released, that was one of the favorites to go for. Troy, with some damage, traded back already, Maw already rotating as well, but both teams will still be playing a little bit passively early on.
Yeah, I think like they still want to reach that certain level first, especially for the Kaja along with the Troy here, despite that the Iron Hook might be helping them to try to pick off someone from the Iraq, but the initiation, the damage is not going to be really yet out in the mid lane. Takiza able to secure the first blood here, very aggressive right there, coming from Mo and also Takiza doing the rotation and trying to secure the point right there.
Well played, man, by Takiza on the Fanny. Now you really understand why UAE put so much pressure onto that jungle in the banning phase. The Benedetta and even the Fanny in the second game, just giving respect over, which Iraq didn't do towards that Fanny. They're already paying for it a bit here with the mid laner Suzoi getting taken down. But it should still be the first turtle going to the hands of Iraq, and it should be the case for almost every neutral objective take here because of how good the Fredrin is on utility.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a Fredrin. We know that actually it's pretty hard if you cannot really see what is actually going to be coming from the side of Iraq. But I think the orange buff will be taken without any contest back here from the side of Iraq. They don't even know, I think, the presence from this Vanny and Takiza will be going up so far.
Oh, 2 suppressions, the Bloody Hunt and the Divine Judgment. But Suzoi loses his life once again. It's a 1-for-1 here. And honestly, not that bad for Iraq. I'd actually take that trade. Takiza will not have that purple buff for quite a while, and that will severely limit the mobility that he has on the Fanny. He's going to have to rely on that orange buff, and he's going to rely on hitting those cables, because if not, it should just be a free few minutes for Iraq to make the plays on.
Yeah, it is. Without the purple buff, actually, it's going to cost a lot of energy towards this Fanny. But oh, they are not stopping there. It will be made into the orange buff, Mirko.
Good red trade there by Takiza. Could have been disastrous if he did not get that. The Fredrin would have been able to get a level lead that definitely would be utilized to invade even more into the jungle, taking away the purple buff. So that orange buff red trade was definitely crucial in this game from kind of stopping and preventing those invades coming in. As in the top side, Divine Judgment will be actually used up. The Bloody Hunt has been stolen away, but Suzoi is a bit too late here. He does find a Bloody Hunt, and oh my god, Troy missed the Iron Hook on a target. That was just stationary. An unfortunate move. Mad once again will be taken out as Takiza looks for a play right now. Bennett's Rage onto the back line. Suzoi gonna be targeted down with the purple buff now. That's the Iron Hook connecting, and it's all worth it now for Takiza as he picks up the double kill. But Fubuki wants to keep going right now onto the turret. Mo has rotated up top, trying to get a little bit back on the trade here, but it is just gonna be a recall from Fubuki, disengaging, respecting Iraq.
The Kiza is actually such a monster using this Bunny. The confidence of the level of confidence that he's having is just so different. He's more free to move, and look at that one. Actually, Turtle will be secured here in the hand of the Kiza along with 1 point. He's taking down the Fredrin on his hand. It's just a really good setup for Bahrain with the real world manipulation along with the cutthroat that is brought by Takiza. 4-1-1 and 5-2 so far in the first 5 minutes. But in terms of goal, it's actually pretty much the same for Bahrain along with Iraq. They are not having too much differences here. It's only the Vanny doing a lot of pick-off combination and rotation. But in terms of big war, I think like right now they are gonna be having 2 wars in 2 different places.
It's a trade, right? 1 kill up top, 1 kill down below right here, but it definitely will be more worth it to Bahrain this time around because they can actually punish Spectre with a push onto the turret right now. They might actually be able to siege his turret down quickly here. But you can already see a rotation from Mr. Pixie on the Kaja, looking to rotate down below to prevent that turret from being taken. But look at the damage that he's already placed down onto that turret. Already a lot. And that with that, map pressure is going to be pretty guaranteed here. Troy waiting on that Bloody Hunt. Now seeing the cables coming in, but he's going to get knocked up, even taunted. Flicker Bloody Hunt onto Suzoi, who's not able to utilize the full duration of the real world manipulation. Forced away. Fubuki with a very aggressive move, still waiting there. Just barely getting out of the Iron Hook. Now it's still going to be Pixie, who rotates all the way up top, but doesn't have the Divine Judgment. Not too sure what Pixie's doing here, but Mad will be able to pick up the kill. No, it's going to be Troy here. Takiza, all the way in the back. The Unstoppable is picked up, and Mad takes another. A beautiful trade, a beautiful fight by Bahrain.
The passion of the Bunny coming to just clean it, to finish what the rest of the player from Bahrain started. They are having 9-3 so far. A lot of collection here on the hand of this Takiza. He's playing aggressively, and a Malefic Roar is already being secured here for another penetration. But Spectre is not there yet to do the war towards Bahrain. I think like for the side of Iraq, they really need to do something in terms of big war that might happen right now, Mirko.
Uh-oh, this might be a desperate move, man. I don't think they should be doing this. Look at the damage, the burst. That's a frontliner. Spectre is a tanky dude. The fact that Takiza could just one-shot him like that all alone, the high and dry is really showing. And man, 7 kills to his name. He has 70% of the kills for Bahrain right now. That's a second tier 1 taken down below for Bahrain. More map pressure for the Fanny to play with. Even with the Iron Hook there, just barely connecting, barely out of range. But man, this is complete dominance so far from Bahrain.
Yeah! Look at the level gap. It's like 3 level gap between Klaus along with Takiza. It's going to 4 level gap so right now because Takiza is 1 minion away to reach level 12 here, and the rotation that he kept doing to give the pressure towards Iraq is just massive, and it's making this Brock along with the Brody very free. This is the plan that they were planning since the game plan that they were planning before the start the game with the draft that they are having, banning over a lot of CC hero along with the marksman that can completely winning the lane against this Brody. But first picking Brody actually looking so good with all of the movements so far in the hand of Team Bahrain, while Iraq still trying to figure it out how they are going to be able to secure a kill here towards Bahrain, or maybe trying to get something, maybe even the objective. If they are able to secure a Divine Judgment to a perfect opponent like a Vanny, it's gonna be giving them a lot of stuff because the shutdown will give them tons of gold, especially the one who get it. It might be Klaus or the others. And going to the later game is, I think, better for the side of Iraq. since they are having tankier hero going to the late game initiation.
I would say the same thing if the Beatrix went for weapon mastery, but a divine judgment here by Pixie is able to find Maul, locking him down. It's a free kill over to Iraq right now. A beautiful engage by Pixie, but back to the point, I feel like Fubuki would be able to scale better compared to Mad if he went for weapon mastery. The thing is, he went for killing spree here, and with the assassin emblem, you do fall off. You don't have that late game presence that you would do with the weapon mastery usually. Here as well, Suzoi stealing away the Bloody Hunt, so they're already prioritizing just locking down the Fanny. He should be waiting for the Fanny to pop that Bloody Hunt.
Yeah. And I think like Takiza really wants to avoid that kind of situation. That's why he tried. This is the problem having the assassin on the opponent side. You can see the split push that might happen, the rotation, the mobility, and also the flexibility in terms of war or maybe split pushing inside of Bahrain. It's just like looking so good. They're sticking for the war between the Franco, the Grok, the Brody along with the Yves, and 4 of them is enough to let this Fanny controlling all of the waves inside of the land of down and just giving them maybe a little bit of information what they can do, because 2 heroes in the top lane is already being spotted inside of the map, so maybe that's the plan to initially going for the lore.
Here it is. This is the plan. They're gonna go for it right now. Takiza level 14. Good stun from Spectre with the bravest fighter, forcing the Bloody Hunt to come through as the wild charge comes through as well. Retri has been taken away by Klaus. An amazing Retri to turn the tides. Mad falls. Takiza as well. Mo is gonna be gunned down by Fubuki, and just like that, Iraq are back in the game. Spectre running. Look at me down now with a snipe. Not connecting, barely out of range right now with the power of nature, still buying some time. But that one final shot saves Spectre and wipes Bahrain out.
Wiped out here for Iraq with one slight mistake that happens from the Bahrain. The all the way up coming from the Iraq is just like looking so good. The initiation that they were planning is not really working for Bahrain. They want to get over the Lord, but the town haunts them, and it's taking the chances to secure the first Lord. Despite this is only the first Lord, they're still gonna be able to secure the outer turret, maybe from the mid lane along, maybe with the bottom lane here. Since with the presence that they were having right now, I still feel like Iraq still need moments to try to lock down the player, especially for Takiza along with Mo right there. Because if these 2 heroes is not available inside of the land of dawn, it's just gonna be a huge opener for Iraq to try to punish Bahrain.
Man, at this point, you gotta feel for Bahrain. Whoa, a nice hook over. That's giving the Flicker wild charge as well as the real world revelation locks them all in place with that immobility field. And just like that, they're able to defend for now. Was about to say, just imagine being Bahrain here when you already have the control in the game and you lose it with one team fight, especially after losing 2-0 to United Arab Emirates. But it seems like they're still very, very confident. Troy is still up and running with those crazy hooks.
They still want to secure things that they are expecting, but the Iron Hook once again, Miracle, it's looking so good to actually trying to punish the players from Iraq, and even they're continuing it.
There you go, Mad as well with a torn apart memory, now stunned up though. They gotta be careful here. That's a lot of damage placed down. Mad able to push down the stun right now, but that's gonna be the double kill from Fubuki. Not in time with Word of Nature. Takiza just styling across the board, making spider webs with the cables.
It is crazy. I thought that he will be going for more because it's almost getting the point right there after seeing 2 players being taken down instantly with the cut throat. Did you see Halberd in the hand of the Vanny? It's initially to go against the Lapu because this gift actually not going for the Necklace of Durance, but look at that, what another pick up happens in the top lane.
Takiza's mad. Takiza's real mad. See Halberd, Melfic Roar, Heptaseas, everything built up already. He has enough penetration to even just shut down the frontliners here with one combo. But Takiza needs to be careful here. A big stun from Spectre can actually turn the tides once again, and that's what Spectre is going to do right now with a stun. But a beautiful retreat from Takiza steals it away. The real world manipulation was able to zone the other members from Iraq. And it's going to be Bahrain who secures the Lord. Once again, they're able to utilize this.
Oh my god, they're securing another objective here for the side of Bahrain, with the Lord marching to the mid lane. Iraq, in terms of the high ground, Suzal need to take one good high ground skill here. Maybe the real world manipulation, or maybe third-party memory, because if they want to focus on that one, they might be getting a very good initiation in the high ground. But if they are focusing over the Iron Hook or maybe Bloody Hunt, they might lock players coming from Bahrain, but they won't be having enough AoE to stay inside of the base on themselves. So we will see what is actually going to happen. But look at me finishing off the Blade of Despair. Another damage here coming from the Grok with the power of nature, along with the wild charts that might cause a lot of stuff towards Iraq here. Even the Brody dealing tons of damage already with the Haptosis, Blade of Despair, and also Maleficor. But oh, the Iron Hook almost caught another player from Iraq.
This is very interesting, right? I mean, Iraq still able to defend the Enhanced Lord right there. Just like it was nothing. They didn't even lose a base turret in the process there. Usually with the Enhanced Lord, you can expect, especially with a Brody and a Yve on the same team, for the team to get the Enhanced Lord to get a base turret, right? Takiza though, a bit too aggressive, gets caught in the Divine Judgment, still able to escape. The immortality has been popped in, but Takiza will lose his life. Overextending once again, Takiza. Maybe he pops off, but with that one mistake, it could be fatal right now as Iraq can plan a counterattack.
This is not looking good. We know that actually the power of the Vanny is actually to try to initiate, to try to pick up the backline of Iraq. But without the Takiza in the 22nd, it's not going to be working really well. And look at that one, they are protecting over the purple buff, but they know that Bahrain will try to do it. That's why they initiate it directly towards the purple buff. They don't want the Vanny to have what he wants, the purple buff, because they want to let the Vanny not working as they are expecting. But the Grok still trying to do another work here by clearing up the wave in the bottom lane, try to give the really good wave management towards the Iraq, try to control the map here, despite it's less than 20 seconds for the third lord to appear inside of the land of dawn. It's gonna be a huge chances whoever gets the lord might have a better chances to actually punish the opponent.
Man, at this point, right, it feels like a stalemate here. But it is gonna be, there you go, to conceal play. Mad with a flicker out to safety. Pixie did not have the flicker for the Divine Judgment, but he doesn't even need it. Suzoi with an amazing assassination, not even utilizing the flicker, and he stole away the Bloody Hunt. So Takiza can't even jump in randomly. There is 2 suppressions ready to take him down if he ever tries to step foot in that Lord Pit. Look at me, wants to look for an opening right now, but there will not be a chance to do it. Iraq zones them away, takes the Lord for free. Takiza is able to split push for now, getting the base turret down below. Spectre has rotated and they're looking for more, but Takiza gets out with the cables.
Yeah, I think like it's one of redemption that he can do, despite that if they're losing the Lord, at least they're taking the base turret in the bottom lane with a very good wave management that is being brought by Grok before. If they're able to secure the Lord before jumping into the base, it's gonna be super good. But if it's not, it's gonna be a chaotic problem to decide of Bahrain. But look at that one, actually Mirko, real one is being up.
A lot of resources burnt down. Flicker Divine Judgment onto Maw. Now it's going to be Fubuki with a free hit onto the back line, but the winner's truncheon is right there. The Demur's Passion comes through. Immortality's popping left and right. Troy as well. Matt has fallen though, and this is a disaster. Bahrain has lost their lead completely. Their footing, everything. 3 members down. Takiza trying to manipulate the waves in a way where they can defend, but Fubuki puts his sights onto the base. Iraq have come back, and they will lead the series 1-0.
this is not looking good here
Wow.
for the side of Team Bahrain. They're losing so much after letting the Fanny being
Fabuki.
picked off. Yeah, I think like
Tekiza.
Tekiza being picked up for 3 times right there. It's just like pretty heavy for the side of Team
Wow.
Bahrain right there. After the 2 losses over this Fanny, it's just giving Iraq like a clear way how to win this game. And after that one, I think like the punishment over punishment, the patience, and also they choose over the bloody hunt, you know, the Valentina choose over that one to have the surprise along with the divine judgment, and it scared the way of the Fanny to actually want to jump in. That's the plan. And whenever they are having over the objective towards the Lord, Fanny cannot do anything. The towns, there is the divine judgment, the bloody hunt because of the IMU. It's plenty of ways to stop the movement that can be brought by Bahrain.
There was too much lockdown, man. Too much CC for the Fanny to actually work out, right? I mean, again, it was still already really good. The fact that they forced a fight into the Lord Pit, despite seeing 2 members up top, was just a weird one for me. I think that really gave the to where they were able to come back. And at this point, you know, maybe after a loss against UAE, you can say they fully reset it. But after this loss, I'm not sure about that, right? It's not just any loss, too. It's a very heartbreaking loss, a comeback loss where for Tekiza, he was 11-2 at a certain point of the game, right? Losing with that kind of KDA, with the hopes all up already, with the thought of you winning already, is a very, very heartbreaking scene. And for Bahrain, they gotta live with that right now, and they gotta try to come back from that, which is gonna be a very, very hard battle.
I mean, like you see that actually they are having a lot of lead, and losing after having that tons of lead is just awful, and especially because we know that actually this is the plan that they are expecting, but it seems like Bahrain doesn't know how to end up the game. They keep doing the war, they keep doing maybe the pressure, but they don't know how to actually end up the game. They don't know how to actually initially to put the pressure more to get the objective that they are expecting. So it's pretty sad to see that kind of situation when you have a lot on your hand already. You have the kill, you have the objective gameplay, you have the things that you are expecting, but you don't know how to actually execute the game really well, despite all of the advantage that you guys have already in this first game. But again, it's only first game, Mirko. Everything can still happen here for this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I feel like Bahrain really lost track of what they wanted to do, because the first pick, Brody, really emphasizes the Brody pick, really emphasizes that they need to win in that Brody lane. The fact that they didn't go for any marksman bans at all was a bit concerning to me, and it came out to be true, right? Not banning the Beatrix equals to Beatrix able to scale and able to withstand, because Beatrix is probably the only hero that can actually withstand in that Brody lane without really getting completely shut down. She has the weapons necessary to clear out the waves constantly, and even more range with the Renner to be poking the Brody, right? So again, they banned out the Melissa 1-1. It's strange to see them not fully commit onto that Brody pick, because they even first picked it. I expected them to just ban the Beatrix. It doesn't need to be 2 marksman bans in the second phase. It just maybe 1. Just that Beatrix ban could have given the Brody so much more space to play.
Yeah, or maybe trying to ban another kind of hero, not prioritizing over the Brody. Now the opponents know that you will pick over the Brody, so I'm just gonna be focusing of countering the Brody rather than going for something else. If your Brody doesn't work, it means that we can just try to get the advantage of it. And I think like that's the thing that they really need to arrange for the second game. They really need to adapt for that one into the second game, since if they are still planning with the Brody, I think it's just gonna be so hard for them to overcome what the plan has, what the plan that can be brought by the side of Team Iraq here, because they are leading by a lot of stuff, mentality, because they was being slaughtered one by one by the presence coming from Vani, but they are able to turn back the table on their favor, and they're able to secure the first game. Definitely, it's gonna be boosting up the confidence on their hand. And now, as the person who actually lost on that one, it's just gonna be pretty heavy for Bahrain.
Very heavy, right? Very, very heavy. Losing 2 games, well, technically 3 games in a row right now. If they lose another, or if they lose the early game, it is definitely going to be a massive blow to them. And I think that's what, right now, Iraq can utilize if they want to win, if they want to exploit this little loophole, that's, this little hole that, UAE have kind of created with that morale drain. They need to go for an early game composition. They need to take out that morale right as they get into the game. Just take out the confidence, take out that, put all the pressure on the enemy team. Because right now we're going to take a look at the post-match recap, and we gotta take a look at it. I'm just going to say here, it's not going to look good for Bahrain, because I think even in kills, yeah, they were leading in kills, which just gives you, again, a little bit of that hope, and it's just so heartbreaking, especially if you're the Bahrain players here. Mad had such a good game against UAE, 7-3-0, but when Takiza has a good game, 11-3-2, it seems like Mad doesn't. And it's so unfortunate, Vela, because if they both pop off at the same time in the same game, it's practically just over, but it's always one or the other, right? It's never them together.
Yeah. I got a point here, like Matt and Takiza, one of them will be shining, but one of them not gonna be having the same kind of concept right there. But the elimination point, despite that Bahrain is still leading for this, but again, the level of passions coming from the Iraq, and also the discipline when they want to engage and also disengage, what makes them able to secure it. Look at the assists. Look at the differences here. Because of the assists, the teamwork, they are gathering around to try to contest it back to Bahrain, actually giving what Bahrain doesn't have, because the split push and also the pick-off ability that they have with the Franco along with the Vani. So I think like that's the case here for this the first game. But the second game, are they going to be able to secure the assassins again? Because if they are able to secure it, it's just going to be so good. But if they are unable to secure the game or end the game, it's just going to be super heavy. But this is going to be the MVP for this game. Fubuki with 6, 2, and 4 with 63% teamfight participation. I think like Fubuki playing it pretty safe. He doesn't want to make a mistakes, so he can try to contest it to the side of Team Bahrain.
Absolutely, man. It's a well-played match by Fubuki here. On the killing spree, I actually thought maybe the scaling wouldn't really be too good for the Beatrix, but he proved us wrong. The scaling was completely fine. Maybe not as good as the weapon mastery still, obviously, because you get more damage, but the killing spree works because he kind of needs to sustain with a lot of the damage, a lot of the bursts coming through and going on to him, right? Whenever he gets chunked quite low, he needs to get those kills rolling, and when he does, that killing spree really adds into the sustain, where the Beatrix was able to survive almost every single team fight in the late game because of the killing spree, I believe, right? Every single time he got a kill, it's a bunch of HP, just boom, just 200 HP, 300 HP, back into your HP bar with the Haas Claws, with the Wind of Nature, even more lifesteal to play with, more sustain, and up against a composition that bursts instead of does DPS, makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's why they are trying to bring out the killing spree, despite it's not like really popular anymore for the Beatrix for this game. But later, what kind of hero that they will try to pick for this one? Because I do feel like if they are still, because I think like the Beatrix was initially very good for the objective gameplay. Despite that, it's quite hard for them to actually giving the space to the Beatrix because of the pressures coming from the assassins, the Vani coming from the Bahrain side. But with the ability that he is having on the farm and also the movement, I do feel like if they are still going to be trying the same kind of concept movement, it's still going to be looking good for the Iraq. I'm just going to see what kind of drop that they will try to brought for this. Because even if they are trying to change the plan here to go against Bahrain, I do feel like it's still going to be very okay to give them surprise element.
Yeah, another massive blow would just be that Fanny pick, fella, right? Leaving the Fanny open, you have your comfort hero and you lose on your comfort hero 11-3. You had such a good game going on for you. The fact that you lost on your comfort hero, on your signature pick that was banned by UAE, that was let go here. Again, another massive blow to Bahrain. Not too sure how they can come back here in terms of their morale, but if they do, it shows you how strong their mentality is, right? So really, I hope Bahrain stays all good, because Mad as well, even Mad, fella, he's played Brody all 3 games, and he's lost all 3 games. We're gonna get into the drafts right here to see, and there you go. Wow, Bahrain has banned the Brody. Not a good sign. If you're Bahrain, technically you ban out your signature pick here.
And you're letting the opponent to get a very good hero that they were using previously, which lead them to win before. And actually, instead of banning over Brody, I might try to ban another hero that is still available inside of the Land of Dawn. But the Faramis is actually being left open without anyone securing that one. But first picking over Bunny and Blue here, I think like they're pretty much desperate at this point. They really want to secure the hero that they think will try to get something on their hand.
Yeah, no Faramis ban here. Technically, you can already see the Valentina, and that's why they go for the glue, which is honestly not that bad of a pick now that I'm looking at it. I just got a little bit shook, because usually when you want to go for the glue, you do ban out the Faramis. So the Faramis is actually up for grabs right now for the side of Bahrain. Not a bad draft whatsoever. Sure, it may look desperate. They're still going to go with that Fanny, even though that was a bad game for the Fanny earlier on. But there you go, they go for the carry instead, so they do not want to give another massive ultimate onto the Valentina. They've learned from their mistakes. They gave the Yve away, they gave the Brody such a hard time, and now they should really start to narrow down that gold lane. Or actually, no, they've already banned out the Brody and the Melissa. Okay, they want to go for the Beatrix too. That's what I said, committing onto the marksman bans when you already want to prioritize and emphasize your gold laner. And I think they're taking a proper route right now to just shut down Fubuki.
And for me, if it's Iraq want to go for something, go for the mid lane here. We saw that they haven't got the proper mid lane on the hand of Team Bahrain. Despite there is still a Lunox that's still going to be a very good options here for the side of Team Bahrain. You can try to eliminate the Varamis. That can be one source of another HP here with the Called Altar. But look at that one. Actually, Kufra is the one that they want to eliminate, despite that. I don't think it's going to be a very good combo for them. Atlas might be one of the hero that can be picked here if they want to play as a 5 big team war situation from Bahrain. But we saw that actually before, how actually Troy playing different kind of hero is looking over more pick-off hero. But Cloud is the one that's being eliminated here.
Yeah, not a big fan of the Claude ban, honestly, right? You already have a carry who does really well in lane against the Claude. I'd actually expect Bahrain to actually want the Claude to come through from the side of Iraq. The Claude doesn't do too well against the carry, gets quite bullied, and up against the Fanny as well. Can be bullied even more. But okay, they are really committing onto this. They're really committing onto the marksman bans, the gold lane bans, because they've used 4 of their ban slots for the gold lane.
Yeah, they're banning 4 marksmen, 5 with the ban one from the side of Iraq here. So it means that that is open is lastly Moskov. Actually, Beatrix is still available as Beatrix is not available. So yeah, Moskov along with Leslie might be the options there for Iraq. But one pick first coming from Bahrain, I thought. So they really still need. They can go for the roamer if they want to, or if they want to play more safely, they can try to pick over the mid lane first, since they know they are going against the Valentina in the mid lane. So it's still
the Moskov should be the best choice, honestly.
Yeah, for Iraq, right? It's gonna be like best options right there. But Yve is the one that actually being picked again from the side of Bahrain. Actually, for a big team fight, I don't think it's a bad idea.
It's not bad. Definitely not bad. You know, you can provide a lot of utility even without your ultimate. The thing is, though, you have a carry. Once again, it's a very short-range marksman, similarly to the Brody, but actually even worse, I would say, up against the Eve, because with the Brody, you actually have a little bit more range to play with, so you can actually stay away and out of the real-world manipulation if you just position yourself well. Thing is, now with the Eve ultimate on the hands of the Valentina, the carry is going to be zoned completely away from the fight instantly, right? Unless the Fanny can put some pressure down onto Suzoi to force that real-world manipulation out. But with the Terizla and the Fredrin and even the Clint here, oh man, Carry's not gonna have a good time. Heck, even the Glue. Iraq have picked up 2 winning lanes for themselves. Again, the Clint will be able to bully the Carry, and that Terizla pick will be able to bully the Glue.
Yeah, it is. The quick draw, the ability to play more early rather than the carry itself from the side of Iraq, it's just gonna be, they're gonna be trying to exploit the moment that they are having to try to punish the carry. One last pick here from Bahrain, and it's gonna be Atlas, one of the setup here that they can try to bring towards Iraq. But remember, this can be double-edged sword. Imagine that they are trying to get the Terizla in the middle of the battle lane that will cause a lot of trouble with the penalty zone towards Bahrain. So they really need to be careful over the target that can be used with the battle lane on the hand of this Atlas. But the town, I do feel like the pick is kind of not really balancing out towards Bahrain, despite that they are having a lot of possibilities to try to pick up the hero using the Fanny. But the setup, I think, like with the town along with the penalty zone, it will cause a lot of stuff. But Bahrain still have the chance to actually try to bully Iraq in the mid lane here, using the Eve to try to poke in out to the Valentina. Despite, I don't think it's going to be that easy with the Suzoi's performance in the previous game.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. It's now or never for Bahrain. If they want to come back in the series, they gotta go and equalize it first. Before Iraq, 1 game away, 1 step away from securing a clean sweep. Let's see what happens here in the Land of Dawn.
Yep. And the Demon Slayer versus the High and Dry, it happens in the previous game as well with the heroes that they were using here. Fubuki really needs to play aggressively to try to push down the movement and also the growth coming from Matt. But in the bottom lane, we saw the power from this Spectre using the Terizla. He's just like poking a lot of damage towards Bahrain. It's so much different with the previous game when we saw that actually Look At Me was trying to win a lot in the early game situation. But so plays Troy.
Nice mobility there by Fubuki, very well timed, and it almost takes Troy down, but it does bait out the flicker, which is going to be massive right now. Pixie is opening up the bush. Troy cancelled out. This may be the kill right now. First blood over to Suzoi. And Mad, once again, not having the best of times. That's going to be Takiza, who rotates the cables, only targeting Pixie, but they don't even find the kill. So it's a free kill over to Iraq.
Free kill, and despite that it's using the flicker, I still think that the Vanny unable to secure the kill is also like wasting a lot of time for Bahrain here. The Iraq right now, they are leading in terms of gold, but still everything can still happen inside the Land of Dawn, depend on the situation they can try to put on. But Look At Me. Homework is gonna be super important to try to pick off the back laner of Iraq. If he's able to secure maybe a clan, it's gonna be huge for Bahrain. But the setup for the turtle, I thought it's gonna be on the hand of Vanny because of the mobilization that he is having inside of Land of Dawn, but it's not. It's gonna be Iraq that is securing that one.
Even the purple buff, this is not looking good, right? 5 seconds for the Fredrin's purple buff, technically, and they need to rotate their ASAP because they want to take the purple buff away from Takiza. He's already on it right now, but Pixie is rotated as well. He has a Divine Judgment. He can actually go on to Takiza right now, but asking for the cables, running away. No purple buff for the Fanny in the 2nd minute of the game. They are shutting Takiza down. They are not letting him get anything on the map.
this is the pressure that we are expecting. After witnessing the first game, we saw that actually how free the Vanny is in the first game, but in the top lane again, the perfect match and also the flicker being used here, forced to be used because 3 members gathering around trying to get over the Atlas. They want to give the pressure over pressure. They're suffocating Bahrain here to seek for another way to seek for the goal. Look at that one. The Vanny is not as aggressive as before. This is like 3 minutes. Previously, he is getting like 3 kills or 4 kills on his hand, but at this moment, he's not getting one single assist.
Yup.
Try to lead the game.
That was a very, very interesting interaction between the Divine Judgment and the Perfect Match. Good Terrify from Suzoi before he walks away. Just prevents any sort of engage from happening right now as they are looking to go for that gold turret up top. And honestly, Fubuki is doing a pretty good job at shutting Mad down, but I don't think they're doing the best that they can. I think they can bully Mad a bit more in that gold lane, but they are opting to just shut down the Fanny. That's a penalty zone already. Spectre picking up the kill onto Maul. Troy finds the Fatal Links, but that's the Fatal Links back onto him by Suzoi. A brilliant move. Look at me, brought back to the team right now. Spectre jumps in with damage once again onto Suzoi as well. They're able to dish out so much. Look at me, it's super tanky. He will not fall, but that's so much, again, of value onto the hands of Iraq.
Yeah, it is. I mean, like, more and also try getting picked off with that IMU stealing over the Fatal Link that is fatal for the side of Team Bahrain because they are unable to even secure the kill and they are not stopping. And look at the penalty zone that is being popped.
That's the penalty zone, bringing Troy back, but look at the damage coming through. Oh my god, the fadeaway kill. 2 members low, and that might be the double kill for Takiza. He finds the double, doesn't get the purple buff though, and that's what Iraq technically want here. Split, popped in, look at me, able to disengage. Iraq gets the purple buff away now. Fubuki dealing a lot of damage onto Mad. Might be able to force a dive right now, but he has to be careful. Takiza is rotated with no purple buff. Fubuki might be able to outplay this, but that's the basic attack and the high and dry doing work.
Yeah, I mean, like, he doesn't even need Matt to help him out to try to seek for the kill towards this clean. It's just like as fast as possible to secure the points. But this is not looking good for the side of Team Iraq. If they are doing a wrong movement, they might be picked off with that battling in the hand of Troy, but Troy decided not to go for it because I don't think that they have enough damage if they don't have the Vanny on their movement, because the Vanny without the purple buff, I think like it's gonna be pretty hard for them. They're gonna be playing slower tempo rather than what Iraq do right now, because Iraq jumping in the top lane.
Okay, they gotta be careful though. Fatal Links bringing them back in under the turret. That's a Fatal Links as well. Picks up Mo, but he is in the real world inflation form. Mad able to flicker out. Takiza finds the trade back, now looking for the kill. Jumping in, immobilized down by Fubuki as he looks for the siege onto the turret. Gets it. And that's Bahrain, who loses out on another trade. It's a 2 for 2, but guess who picks up the turret? It's Iraq. Objectives will stay destroyed, whereas the players can respawn.
Yeah, this is the thing that they do. They keep trying to pressure Bahrain, but also getting something aside of that one. But Spectre actually doing a lot of job here, just like seeking the information, giving the pressure towards the side of Team Iraq here. But bottom lane.
Okay, Spectre with the penalty zone, now buying some time. Actually onto Takiza, dealing a whole lot of damage. Takiza needs to respect this. That's the Bloodlust Axe doing work. 3 members, a whole lot of resources, all for the XP laner, who is 2-1 at that point. Not even a bounty picked up, so it's honestly still Iraq who finds the better value in that trade.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're securing the turtle. They're just giving time. This Spectre just giving time for the rest of the player from Team Iraq to secure the turtle, to go further with the objective gameplay, with all of the initiation that they do. It's 3 members. They need 3 to take down Terizla. That is very tanky with the Bloodlust eggs, and now he's going for another maybe tanky item on his hand. If he's going for the Radiant Armor, it's just gonna be like looking so good for the hand of Team Iraq here. While we see there is no cancellation for the Teresa's heal here. There is no two halberds yet. There is no necklace of endurance that is being made, and I think for this Eve, he's gonna be focusing on the enchanted talisman to have more and more time to do war here. But in the mid lane, almost.
Oh, beautiful fatal links onto 4 members, and that's the wombo down with the real world manipulation. Claws caught all the way. The slam, pass locks him down. Beautiful set by Bahrain to get them back into the game. Instantly, gold lead gone for Iraq, and they're looking for more turrets into the mid lane. Bottom lane, you can already say Fubuki try to look for a trade, but he has to recall here, knowing that Look at Me has popped in the split to rotate down below, and that's another objective on to the hands of Bahrain. They're even going to take the tier 1 up top.
Oh my god, that momentum with one perfect feather link here. It's really fatal to the hand of Team Iraq. Without the Purify on their hand, they're definitely not going to be able to survive that kind of situation. The Flicker is being used, but guess what? There is still another follow-up damage coming from the Kiza that can chase them to the end of the world, even if you're jumping to very far away from the map. But yeah, right now, Bahrain's taking back the control. But if they are unable again to find out how to actually end up the game, it's not going to be looking good for them. What kind of things that they need to do after winning that kind of war? What kind of objective that they will try to stick for this one? They're already securing some of the turrets, but they also need to transfer it out to something else. And I think Look at Me have a very big homework to chase down over the backline of Team Iraq, especially Fubuki, that is trying to deal a lot of damage using the quick draw from the backside.
Now, what do Iraq need to do, right? They gotta be very disciplined. They gotta be careful because they have been completely disrespecting Bahrain here, knowing that they have the early lead, but they still can't be doing that, right? Takiza, whoa, waiting a bit too long for those cables, man. Could have been fatal for him. Zoe's still waiting in the bush, spots Takiza. He's forced to run away back to recall. Now, this does give Iraq a little bit more space to play with to set up for the Lord. But again, they cannot disrespect Bahrain. They cannot disrespect mainly the Atlas. Troy's waiting in that bush. This could be fatal. Fubuki is wide open for the taking right now. Look at Me wants to go for it as well. Bottom lane going to be managed right there by the Fanny. Look at Me. Slam, pass with the split as well. Fubuki brought back, and it's a bait! The Flicker out to safety. Fubuki with a great play. Bringing Look at Me away from the team. Now bringing him under the turret. That's the isolation. Claws picks up the retribution, and it's a blunder by Bahrain. They're unable to find anything on that engage. Now Look at Me is all isolated up. Claws doing a good job right now at zoning the other members away, the backline away. That's Look at Me taken out. That's the main frontliner down for Bahrain, and it's a win, a massive one for Iraq.
Yeah, they're getting out the Lord, they're getting the frontliner, and also another one here, the high ground hero from Bahrain. Another pick up happened, and even they are not doing the split push that we are expecting. I thought the Vanny will not joining the war to get over the turret, base turret maybe in the bottom lane, but it's not the case. They're just like focusing to take another neutral objective, and with the Lord that is marching to the mid lane of Bahrain, they really need to be careful over all of the slight movement. But Fatal Link!
Flicker, Fatal Links combo onto Claws and Pixie. Only the front liners right now. Now it's going to be Takiza who rotates in with the cable. Suzoi, very tanky. Able to take the damage there with no problem. But the real world manipulation locks them down. Mo with a perfectly placed RWM. Now it's a split to take Suzoi down. And they've definitely overextended there in the mid lane. They're still going to go for more though as the bottom lane. Tier 2 will be taken out. Fubuki's still waiting in the back. Just hitting slowly but surely. Getting some damage down. Iraq are able to equalize the turret lead that Bahrain had. And look at the gold lead back to Iraq as well.
Oh my god, but Troy, they really need to be careful of Troy. Troy keeps doing what is he needs to be done before. He's doing a really good job with the battle league along with the perfect match. He kept trying to get over the Klaus along with the Fubuki here. Fubuki still finding a way to have a very safe position. Well, for Spectre, I do feel like this is the case, right? You are facing with Terizla, but you still need to use the battle link. If you are doing a really not really good movement, it's not looking so good, but in the bottom lane, Cutthroat, I don't think it's surviving for Spectre. Going against Takiza, that is actually dealing tons of damage right there.
Not too sure what the plan was there from Spectre. He's 2 levels below Takiza, and when we take a look at the gold, obviously Takiza has a massive lead in that department with a 7-kill lead. Still wanted to go for that though. Pixie now rotating away. Another strange decision for Troy not to go for that, but that's why Claws. That's a split push Fredrin. I've never seen that before, but it works out here. Cable's coming through right now. As that's going to be Troy zoned away. Claws will fall. And the timing could not be worse for Iraq. The Lord spawns in 5 seconds, but Claws was able to get a base turret down.
Yeah, they tried to bait it out with the presence coming from the Iraq, but I don't think it's worth it at this point after the pick-off that happens towards Klaus because of the movement that is being done, despite that they are getting the base turret, but the Lord will be super expensive. Suzoi is trying so hard to
Massive fatal links in a penalty zone to follow it through, even a divine judgment onto Maul. Flicker forced out, Maul just running away right now. Suzoi tries to chase him down, but the split comes through. Look at me, dealing a lot of damage. That's a shutdown from Maul. They need to play it slow, but Fubuki will be able to gun Maul down. Look at me now running down on Spectre, but he's gonna lose out on the damage, and it's a wipeout for Iraq. They want to look for the end. They want to go for the 2-0. 5 seconds on the death timers. Midway spawning in, buying a little bit more time. Troy has the flicker. Can he buy enough time for the team? The answer will surely be no. As Fubuki just goes and tunnel visions onto the base. It's a clean sweep for Iraq.
Oh my god, Suzoi! That is Sugoi! They're just like doing a really good job with that battle link combo. It's just so... I don't know, the setup is just like looking so good. The confidence that he's going in with the battling is just like creating so much problem from the side of Bahrain. They are desperately need the Lord after seeing the potential. I mean, like, there is no Klaus, there is no Fredrin, there is no retribution. They can go for it, but because of that one moment with the IMU, this is the power of Valentina, ladies and gentlemen. This is the power when Valentina going into the right hand, they can just utilize every kind of resources inside of Light of the try to change the game. I thought at first they just gonna be trying to drag the time until the Fredrin back to the Land of Dawn. But the damage, that is massive, Mirko.
Oh, it's more than massive. Suzoi, with that play, he was able to get 2 members not just low, he got him down with a Fatal Link steal as well. That positioning to flank all around towards the Lord Pit was absolutely phenomenal and is absolutely well played from Suzoi. Definitely, I think, deserves the MVP for that game.
Yeah,
that was a spectacular performance from Suzoi to ultimately take them out of the stalemate game, because it was looking like another stalemate. It was looking like both teams were just going to scale onto the late game with the Lord just going back and forth with both teams defending. But with that one big play, he turned it all around. Remember, Claus wasn't even there. It wouldn't have been a 50-50. It would have been a sure 100% easy Lord to take if they didn't get caught by Suzoi. But when Suzoi is on your team, you can rest easy, man. No jungler necessary. Claus came in late, no problem. We got a Fatal Link steal, and we got a 2-man combo. Also, massive shout out to Spectre with an amazing follow-up with that penalty zone.
Yeah, I do feel like it's not only Suzoi that actually doing a lot of good work right there. The back and forth that they were doing with the Terizla, with the Clay that is dealing tons of damage. We saw that actually the glue is trying so hard to give the punishment back to the side of Team Iraq, but it's not really working. They are losing the damage dealer. They are losing the momentum right there. They are trying to tanking up the damage using the split along with the pass, but you know, when there's a space for, and also good position for the clan, the quick draw, the penetration will penetrate you really well, especially because the clan was not really being shut down. It's only like one time being picked off. Aside of that one, I don't think like the clan was being chased down by the players coming from the side of team Bahrain. They are unable to play as aggressive as the first game, when we saw that actually the marksman was being humped down most of the times. The second game is different. The marksman able to scale to the late game, mid to the late game, and also like the Zoe able to secure what he wants with all of the IMU that works really well for this. It's like a double-edged sword. You pick a very good hero, the Atlas, that is playing really good. To be honest, the Atlas playing massively crazy for this one. They're creating a lot of moments for Team Bahrain for this game. But that also happens to Suzoy, that is killing the battle lane for Team Iraq.
Again, you don't give big ultimates to Suzoy, man. You try to overwhelm him with good ultimates. You pick up the Yve with the real world manipulation. You pick up the Atlas with the fatal links. You expect him to maybe get confused, to hesitate on which ultimate he'll choose. But no, he knows exactly which ult to take at any given time. Every single time, even in the last game, right? He wasn't just taking away the real world manipulations. He was taking a whole lot of the bloody hunts to lock the Fanny down, to lock a lot of the members, the crucial members down, who can really make a big impact in these team fights. So Suzoy, my goodness, man, we're gonna be taking a look at the post-match recap very soon, and ultimately we are gonna be taking a look at the MVP later, where I think it has to be Suzoy after that play, man. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, post-match summary. We're gonna take a look at a recap as to what happened in game number 2. And so far, Vela, the pattern still stays true. It is a clean sweep all the way from the beginning to the end.
And also the same kind of pattern, bigger kill elimination point on the Bahrain side. Despite they're unable to finish off the game here, they're still taking a lot of kills on their hand, 16 to 13, only 13 into the hand of Iraq here, with the biggest point on the hand of Tekiza with 8-1 and 4. Back again, Tekiza was doing a really good job in the first or second game, taking a lot of elimination point, but unable to add up the game is actually the biggest problem coming from Bahrain. But Suzoy, with the 6, 3, and 4, I think like he's doing a splendid job right there, trying to pick up the players coming to this from the side of Team Bahrain. This is the head-to-head post-match with the 13-16, 23-33 assists from Bahrain, and 16-13 for the death itself. Actually, based on this one, we can see that actually Bahrain changing a lot in terms of big war, because it's like 33 assists on their hand. And compared to the previous game, we saw that actually Iraq is the one that's doing a lot of good teamwork. But yes, this is gonna be the match MVP. Who is it gonna be? It's gonna be Suzoy. Yep. Definitely. Well deserved.
Give it to the man. Give it to the man. He made that play happen, man. He literally made the game-winning play happen. If it wasn't for him, it would have been, again, a stalemate. We don't know who's going to win. Maybe Iraq would have won it all in the end as well. But what we do know is he made that play happen that ultimately ended the game way faster, right? And, yeah, man, this is just another game where Bahrain had the moment to come back, had the moment where they had the gold lead, but yet they fumbled the bag once again. Vela, even here, they had more kills. They had more eliminations. They had more map pressure at a certain point. They had more turrets.
They do. They do. They play. That's why. That's the thing about having the assassin, the big movement assassin, big mobile hero like a Vanny on their hand. They can try to engage earlier. They can try to play objectively into the turrets and everything. But sometimes big play happens as well, just like Suzoy, what Suzoy is doing. I do feel like this kind of pattern, Bahrain really needs to adapt it well. They really need to learn over the 4 games that they've played so far. They really need to evaluate what kind of things that can make them better. Because I do feel like if it's initiation, they have a really good initiation. They know how to get a point, and how they get elimination point, how they are able to secure a big war. But they are unable to actually finishing off the game. Back again, that's the only thing that creates so much problem, and sometimes the blunder.
It's the only thing. It's just so sad to see, because again, we were expecting Bahrain, especially in game 1 where they were dominating with the Fanny just getting kills all across the board, despite being up against a Valentina always using the Bloody Hunt, with a Divine Judgment always ready to take that Fanny down. Takiza always managed to get away, always managed to maneuver out of the way, but here in game number 2, it felt like this was an easier game for the Fanny to pop off, right? Sure, it's still the Fredrin, sure you don't have that same mid-control, but when it comes down to locking you down, it's only the Kaja. But Takiza, you can really see that I feel like the members were tilted, Vela. They were completely tilted there in game number 2. Mad wasn't performing to the level that he was performing when he was up against UAE, and you can definitely see the Fanny performance dip from game 1 to game 2, a massive dip in performance. He was doing still not too bad. He was getting a lot of kills, 7-0, but it feels like he just lost that oomph, you know, that aggression and that one-shot power that we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, like, the rotation that they were doing is actually doing a really good job, and always having a very good, amazing performance coming from the heroes that is being played by Bahrain. But that's it. That's 4 matches of today, Miracle. We are witnessing a lot of matches, an interesting one as well. We saw a lot of development coming from 4 matches. Myanmar versus Philippines, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Bahrain, UAE, Bahrain, Iraq. We saw a lot of things, and we are very happy to accompany you guys today. But is it gonna be over only for today, Mirko?
Oh, don't worry, guys. If you guys want to watch some more, we always have tomorrow, right? 2 best of 5s, 1 best of 3, 3 matches total. You guys will absolutely love it, because it's going to be a playoff match, all right? It's going to be determining who will get to the next stage of IESF. So, Vela, I think we're ready to sign out.
Yeah, thank you everyone that is watching 15 World Esports Championship 2023. We are signing out, but tomorrow we will be having tons of interesting matches. So don't forget to come back again tomorrow. I am Vela Jave and Mirko. We are saying good night for you guys, but see you tomorrow. Bye bye.